Germany did not begin as a nation. It began as a question, fractured, anxious, and surrounded by powers that assumed it would remain so. The story that follows is not one of destiny, but of construction, of choices made in cabinets and corridors, of patience mistaken for weakness, and of force applied with calculation rather than passion. Long before the trenches, before alliances hardened and the clocks began to run out, Germany learned a way of thinking about power, how to use it, how to restrain it, and when to gamble it. That education would shape an empire, and it would begin not with a nation, but with a man. This is Road to Destruction, the World Wars.
In 1815, a boy was born who would reshape the future of Europe and the map of Germany itself. His name was Otto von Bismarck, and in his early years, few could have predicted the towering political figure he would become. He wasn't a soldier on the battlefield or a charismatic leader in the public eye. Instead, he was a quietly ambitious young man in the midst of a divided and fractured Germany, destined to become the master strategist who would unite the German states and, in the process, change the course of history. Before Otto von Bismarck became the Iron Chancellor, who united Germany through war and diplomacy, his path to power was shaped by a series of formative experiences that set the foundation for his political career. His early years reveal much about the mindset that drove him to manipulate events and masterfully navigate Europe's shifting political alliances. Bismarck's journey was not one of heroism or idealism, but of pragmatism and cold calculation. His understanding of power dynamics, his disillusionment with liberalism, and his reverence for monarchy would guide his actions during the crucial decades that led to Germany's unification. In this video, we will explore the early life of Otto von Bismarck, his upbringing, education, and first steps into politics, focusing on the key events that shaped his view of the world and his future role in European history. Bismarck's early career and life experiences were the critical precursors to his actions in the coming decades, and while the wars that united Germany are often remembered for their violence, it is Bismarck's strategic mind and deep-rooted beliefs formed in his early years that were the true driving forces. In our next video, we will examine how Bismarck took the lessons from his early life and applied them to engineer the wars that created the German Empire. At the time of Bismarck's birth, Germany did not exist as a unified nation-state. Instead, the region we now recognize as Germany was a patchwork of independent kingdoms, duchies, and city-states. These German-speaking territories were loosely connected through the German Confederation, a diplomatic and military alliance created after the Napoleonic Wars. Austria, the dominant power in Central Europe, was the driving force behind the Confederation, but a growing sense of German nationalism began to take root, especially after the defeat of Napoleon. Still, the desire for a unified Germany was a distant ideal rather than a concrete goal, and the status quo seemed secure until change came with Bismarck's rise. Among the fractured German states, Prussia was emerging as a powerful force. By 1815, Prussia had been shaped by both its military tradition and a strong bureaucratic state. It was a kingdom led by a monarchy, with a well-organized army and an efficient administrative structure that made it a rising power in Europe. Prussia was, however, still dwarfed by Austria in terms of influence over the German-speaking territories. This tension between the two powers, Austria and Prussia, would play a key role in Bismarck's later maneuvers. Bismarck's formative years in this political climate helped shape his view of Prussia as the key to German unification, but only if it could wrest control from Austria. In this environment, Bismarck's future vision for a unified Germany would soon be realized, but not through peaceful diplomacy. His path would be forged through war and political cunning. Born in April 1815 to a noble family, Otto Eduard Leopold von Bismarck's early years were steeped in the values of the Prussian aristocracy. His father was a staunch conservative, deeply loyal to the Prussian monarchy and the military elite. His mother, on the other hand, came from a more progressive intellectual family. This mixture of conservative values and intellectual stimulation would play a pivotal role in shaping Bismarck's complex worldview. Growing up in the rural estate of Schönhausen, Bismarck was exposed to the aristocratic values of duty, honor, and tradition. Yet, his environment was also a world in flux, as Europe's political landscape was changing after Napoleon's defeat. He was aware of the power struggles between monarchies, the emerging middle class, and the ongoing instability caused by revolutionary movements. Bismarck's education was reflective of his aristocratic background. His early schooling was rigorous, and he attended the prestigious University of Göttingen. It was here that Bismarck developed his first taste of politics, joining a conservative student fraternity. He was exposed to classical liberalism during his studies, but it was the conservative values of his family that resonated most with him. While at university, Bismarck's worldviews began to solidify. He viewed liberalism, which was gaining traction across Europe, with deep skepticism. The revolutions of 1848, which spread across Europe and sought to establish more democratic governments, only deepened his conviction that reform was dangerous and disruptive to the traditional order. In Bismarck's eyes, the preservation of monarchy and aristocracy was essential for Europe's stability. Bismarck's formal education in law and political science further fueled his interests in governance. By the time he completed his studies, Bismarck had a clear vision of how political and military systems operated and how they could be used to serve the interests of Prussia and the conservative elite. After completing his education, Bismarck entered the Prussian civil service, beginning his diplomatic career. In his early career, Bismarck was appointed to various posts within the Prussian administration. His first major diplomatic role came in 1847, when he was sent to represent Prussia at the German Confederation in Frankfurt. During this period, Bismarck began to build a reputation for being a shrewd political operator. While the revolutions of 1848 swept through Europe, Bismarck kept a keen eye on the developments and worked to ensure that Prussia's interests were safeguarded. His rise through the Prussian political ranks came with a strong belief in Realpolitik, a political philosophy emphasizing practical and strategic action over idealism. Bismarck's early years in the Prussian government revealed a man with a talent for understanding political realities, manipulating situations to his advantage, and recognizing the need to balance power among European monarchies. The revolutions of 1848 were a defining moment in European history and Bismarck's political development. As a young man, Bismarck watched the revolutions unfold with a mixture of disdain and concern. The revolutions were sparked by a combination of economic crises, social unrest, and liberal demands for political change. In many parts of Europe, monarchies were overthrown or forced to make concessions, and the German Confederation was rocked by uprisings. While many liberals and intellectuals saw the revolutions as a chance for progress, Bismarck saw them as a grave threat to the established order. For him, the failure of the 1848 revolutions was proof that liberal ideals were impractical and would lead to chaos. In the aftermath of the revolutions, Bismarck grew increasingly disillusioned with the liberal political currents sweeping Europe. His response was to embrace conservatism, firmly aligning himself with monarchist and aristocratic ideals. The events of 1848 confirmed his belief that Germany needed strong, centralized leadership, preferably from Prussia, to navigate the volatile political landscape. In the 1850s, Bismarck's political career began to gain momentum. In 1851, he was appointed to the Prussian embassy in Frankfurt, where he was able to make connections with key figures within the Prussian court. By 1859, Bismarck was named Prussia's envoy to Russia, where his diplomatic skills were put to the test. He proved himself to be an effective and pragmatic diplomat, establishing relationships with key European powers, particularly Russia and France. Bismarck's time as envoy allowed him to observe European diplomacy firsthand, understanding the intricacies of alliances, treaties, and power struggles. His experience during this period was crucial for his future role in the unification of Germany. By the time Bismarck was appointed Prime Minister of Prussia in 1862, he had already established himself as a key player in European politics. His understanding of the complex power dynamics in Europe, combined with his conservative views, made him an ideal leader for Prussia at a time of political tension and unrest. Bismarck's early experiences had shaped his belief that Prussia, not Austria, should lead the unification of Germany. The lessons Bismarck learned during his early life, the importance of power, stability, and strong leadership, would guide him in the years to come. His growing influence within Prussia's government and his disillusionment with the liberal movements of Europe led him to embrace the idea that unification could only be achieved through decisive action, namely through war. This vision would become the foundation of Bismarck's political strategy. The unification of Germany was one of the most pivotal events in European history, and at the center of it all was Otto von Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor. Bismarck's genius lay not only in his ability to manipulate the political landscape within Germany, but also in his strategic use of war to achieve his vision of a unified German state under Prussian leadership. But how did Bismarck engineer these wars? And why did he choose war as the path to unification? In this video, we'll explore the political maneuvering, the alliances and the battles that led to the creation of modern Germany. We'll uncover the strategies Bismarck used to turn conflict into a tool of statecraft and discuss the political tactics he employed at home and abroad to ensure that the wars he engineered were successful. Before Bismarck's rise to power, Germany was not a unified nation, but a patchwork of independent states, each with its own political structure and interests. The Holy Roman Empire had been dissolved in 1806, leaving behind a collection of German-speaking states that were loosely organized in the German Confederation, a weak and fragmented entity. Among these states, Prussia, Austria, and the Kingdom of Bavaria were the major players. But what made Bismarck's task so challenging was the sheer complexity of the political landscape. Prussia was a rising power in Europe, while Austria, despite being part of the German Confederation, held a dominant position among the German states. Any attempt at unification would need to overcome the rivalry between these two powers. Bismarck, appointed Prime Minister of Prussia in 1862, quickly recognized that the key to unification lay in eliminating Austria's influence over the German-speaking states and consolidating power in Prussia. However, he also understood that a direct confrontation with Austria could be disastrous. Instead, Bismarck carefully cultivated alliances, exploited existing tensions, and played European powers against one another to further Prussia's interests. The real question was how to shift the balance of power in Germany to Prussia's favor without causing a broader war that could jeopardize everything Bismarck had worked for. To set the stage for the wars that would ultimately unite Germany, Bismarck needed to make strategic choices that would create opportunities for Prussia to assert its dominance without provoking an all-out European conflict. This section explores how Bismarck meticulously engineered the diplomatic and military landscape. The first of these critical steps came in the form of the Danish War of 1864, where Bismarck aligned with Austria to take on Denmark over the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein. At face value, this was a dispute over territory, but Bismarck saw it as an opportunity to isolate Austria from the other German states and create a pretext for future conflict. In essence, Bismarck used the war to strengthen Prussia's military position, gain international credibility, and sow divisions within the German Confederation. The Austro-Prussian War of 1866, often seen as the masterstroke of Bismarck's diplomatic genius, was the next step in his plan. The key to this conflict was Bismarck's ability to neutralize Austria diplomatically before the war even began. He skillfully managed relations with other European powers, particularly France, Italy, and Russia, ensuring that they would remain neutral or even supportive during the war. His ability to frame the conflict as a defensive action to protect German interests, while portraying Austria as the aggressor, helped gain the support of the smaller German states, which joined Prussia in the war. The rapid and decisive victory over Austria in just 7 weeks, known as the 7 Weeks' War, led to the dissolution of the German Confederation and the creation of the North German Confederation under Prussian leadership. By strategically excluding Austria from the new confederation, Bismarck had removed a significant obstacle to German unification, solidifying Prussia's position as the dominant force in the region. But Bismarck's victory didn't just hinge on military prowess. It was his diplomatic maneuvering that ensured Prussia didn't face resistance from other European powers. By isolating Austria and creating a sense of inevitability around the outcome, Bismarck ensured that no one was in a position to challenge Prussia's growing dominance. The aftermath of Bismarck's engineered wars laid the groundwork for the unification of Germany. But the consequences extended far beyond just territorial gains. The Austro-Prussian War had not only removed Austria from the German Confederation, but it also signaled a shift in the balance of power in Europe. With Austria out of the picture, Prussia was now in control of the North German Confederation, a collection of states under Prussian leadership. This move gave Prussia an unprecedented level of influence, but it also set the stage for future conflict. One of the most significant outcomes of these wars was the way Bismarck reshaped the political landscape within the German states. The newly formed North German Confederation united many of the smaller German states under Prussia's rule, but Bismarck needed one final spark to bring the southern German states on board. That spark came in the form of the Franco-Prussian War in 1870. With the southern states reluctant to join the Confederation, Bismarck needed to manufacture a crisis that would rally them to the cause. He crafted a diplomatic incident involving the Spanish throne, which ultimately led to French anger. Bismarck, however, manipulated the situation to inflame anti-French sentiment, drawing the southern states into an alliance with Prussia. The victory in the Franco-Prussian War was the final catalyst for German unification. The war's outcome not only secured the southern states' allegiance, but also led to the proclamation of the German Empire in 1871, with King Wilhelm I of Prussia crowned as emperor. In a matter of years, Bismarck had transformed a fragmented German landscape into a powerful, unified nation under Prussian leadership. In these wars, Bismarck didn't just rely on military force. His true genius lay in his diplomatic strategy, manipulating alliances, creating tensions, and leveraging the political dynamics of Europe to achieve his goal of a unified Germany. His ability to control the narrative, both at home and abroad, made him one of the most influential political figures of the 19th century. And this was just the beginning. With the wars behind him, Bismarck's political challenges would shift. He now had to manage the delicate balance within the newly unified German Empire. But that's a story for another time. In the next episode, we'll dive into the Second Schleswig War, 1864, the first step toward German unification. This war, often overlooked in the grand sweep of European history, was the first of Bismarck's carefully crafted steps toward unification. It was a war that not only shifted the balance of power in Europe, but also allowed Bismarck to manipulate both Austria and Denmark for his own political purposes. By the time the dust had settled, Bismarck had already set the stage for the next dramatic chapter, the conflict with Austria, the Austro-Prussian War. Before we dive into the details, let's first understand what the Second Schleswig War was all about, how Bismarck navigated the political landscape, and how the war ultimately became a stepping stone on the path to a unified Germany. In the 19th century, the German-speaking states of Central Europe were divided into a patchwork of kingdoms, duchies and principalities, loosely bound together under the German Confederation. At the time, Austria, the dominant power in the region, played a key role in the affairs of the Confederation. But the small Danish kingdom, which controlled the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein, was also in a strategic position that attracted the interest of both Austria and Prussia. These two powers had long-standing ambitions to control these territories, and the fate of these duchies would be central to their struggle for dominance in Germany. In 1863, Denmark annexed the duchies, angering Austria and Prussia, both of whom saw themselves as the rightful protectors of these territories. This presented Bismarck with an opportunity, a chance to exploit the tensions between Austria and Denmark, while simultaneously setting the stage for future conflicts. Bismarck's strategy was simple but brilliant: to use the war with Denmark as a way to strengthen Prussia's position in Germany, weaken Austria, and take control of Schleswig and Holstein. Austria, although a partner in the war against Denmark, was essentially a pawn in Bismarck's grand strategy. Bismarck knew that if the war went well, Prussia could gain control over the duchies, further solidifying its power in Germany. But more importantly, it would allow Bismarck to begin the delicate process of separating Austria from Prussia's future ambitions, and ultimately create the conditions for a showdown that would lead to the creation of a united Germany under Prussian leadership. But how did Bismarck achieve this? How did he turn a relatively small conflict into the first step toward unification? Let's dive into the war itself and the political maneuvers that Bismarck orchestrated to ensure that Prussia came out on top. By 1863, Denmark's annexation of the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein set off alarm bells in both Prussia and Austria. But Bismarck, ever the master tactician, didn't immediately act. Instead, he bided his time, carefully setting the stage for Prussia to play the leading role in the conflict. Bismarck's first move was to isolate Denmark diplomatically. He carefully coordinated with Austria to present a united front against Denmark. But behind the scenes, Bismarck made sure the two powers would remain in conflict after the war, setting the stage for his future ambitions. At the same time, Bismarck played a delicate balancing game with the German Confederation. He presented Prussia as the defender of German rights and interests, aiming to build support among the smaller German states, which would be crucial for his larger plan of unification. However, his true goal remained clear: to weaken Austria's influence in Germany and increase Prussia's standing as the leading power. In January 1864, Austria and Prussia signed an agreement known as the Gastein Convention, agreeing to jointly take action against Denmark and to split control over the duchies once Denmark was defeated. Prussia would control Schleswig, while Austria would control Holstein. This division was important, as it ensured that the two powers would have their interests intertwined, making future conflicts inevitable. The stage was set. Bismarck had successfully maneuvered Austria into an alliance against Denmark, knowing full well that this would sow the seeds of future tension between the two powers. All that was left was for the war to begin. The Second Schleswig War officially broke out in February 1864, with Austria and Prussia launching a combined military campaign against Denmark. Despite the larger size of Denmark's forces, they were quickly overwhelmed by the combined might of Prussia and Austria. The war itself was largely one-sided, with Prussia's military prowess and modernized tactics playing a key role. Under the command of General Helmuth von Moltke, Prussia's army advanced swiftly, defeating Danish forces in key battles such as the Battle of Dibble. Austria's role in the conflict was more secondary, with the Austrian army mostly operating alongside Prussian forces, securing the duchies without significant confrontation. Bismarck, however, was more focused on the political fallout of the war. He knew that the war's outcome would set the stage for his next moves, weakening Austria's influence while bolstering Prussia's position. The combined victory of Austria and Prussia over Denmark in 1864 was seen as a triumph, but Bismarck had already planned the next phase. The war's outcome was swift. Denmark was forced to cede the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein to Austria and Prussia, but this peace was short-lived. Austria and Prussia quickly found themselves at odds over the administration of the duchies. Bismarck had orchestrated the division of the spoils in such a way that tensions between the two powers would inevitably rise. The real masterstroke came when Bismarck used the situation to further his goal of creating a unified Germany under Prussian leadership. The Gastein Convention, which had initially promised cooperation, now became a source of friction. Austria, as the senior partner in the administration of Holstein, found itself at odds with Prussia over the management of Schleswig. Bismarck expertly manipulated these tensions, knowing that a future conflict would be inevitable. The Second Schleswig War had successfully achieved its immediate goal. Prussia gained control over Schleswig, and Austria was distracted by its own internal problems. However, Bismarck had set the stage for a much larger confrontation with Austria, one that would occur just 2 years later in the Austro-Prussian War of 1866. The Second Schleswig War of 1864 was more than just a military victory for Prussia. It was a calculated political maneuver by Otto von Bismarck. While Austria and Prussia won the war together, Bismarck had laid the groundwork for future division. The duchies of Schleswig and Holstein, initially divided between Austria and Prussia, became a thorn in the side of their alliance. Bismarck's ultimate goal wasn't just to defeat Denmark, but to weaken Austria's hold over the German Confederation and elevate Prussia's status as the dominant power in Central Europe. The tension between Austria and Prussia, built up through the administration of these territories, would explode into conflict in 1866, an event Bismarck had been working towards all along. The Second Schleswig War set the stage for Bismarck's larger vision for a unified Germany under Prussia's leadership, and it was only a matter of time before the next step would come into play. The delicate balance that Bismarck had engineered was now tilting, and the Austro-Prussian War was just around the corner. It would be a bold and decisive moment in Bismarck's path to shaping the future of Europe. Now we turn our focus to the Austro-Prussian War of 1866, a critical conflict that would determine the fate of the German states and reshape the balance of power in Europe. It was here that Bismarck's true genius as a strategist, both on and off the battlefield, would shine. By exploiting political tensions, securing key alliances, and executing a brilliant military strategy, Bismarck set the stage for the unification of Germany under Prussian leadership. In this video, we'll dive into how Bismarck engineered the war, maneuvered diplomatically, and crafted a victory that was as much about politics as it was about military might. We'll also examine how this victory pushed Prussia closer to its goal of a united Germany, setting the stage for the next phase of European history. The Austro-Prussian War wasn't just about two military powers clashing on the battlefield. To understand its significance, we must first look at the broader context of European geopolitics and the ongoing rivalry between Austria and Prussia. This war wasn't an isolated event. It was the culmination of decades of political maneuvering, shifting alliances, and Bismarck's calculated steps toward uniting the German states under Prussia's leadership. Following the Second Schleswig War, 1864, in which Prussia successfully defeated Denmark and gained control of the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein, Bismarck found himself in a delicate position. Prussia had made major territorial gains, but Bismarck's vision was much grander. He was focused on achieving German unification, a goal that required overcoming Austria, the dominant power in the German Confederation. Austria had long been the chief protector of the smaller German states, but Bismarck knew that if Prussia were to rise as the leading force in Germany, Austria had to be sidelined. But how could Bismarck achieve this without provoking a larger European war? The answer lay in his diplomatic brilliance. Bismarck knew that Austria had already been weakened by its involvement in conflicts like the Crimean War, and its influence over the smaller German states was starting to wane. Meanwhile, Prussia was growing stronger, especially under King Wilhelm I's leadership, and Bismarck had already begun laying the groundwork to strengthen Prussia's position by isolating Austria from potential allies. Bismarck's ultimate goal was to eliminate Austria's influence over the German states, thus paving the way for a unified German empire under Prussian leadership. But to do that, Bismarck needed to weaken Austria's position in the German Confederation without triggering a larger European war. Through his manipulative diplomacy, Bismarck was able to position Austria in a precarious situation. He would create a scenario where Austria would have no choice but to fight, and when that happened, Prussia's military superiority would come into play. But Bismarck knew that this war had to be carefully controlled, with each move planned to secure not only Prussia's military victory, but also its political objectives. Before Bismarck could even consider the military aspect of his plan, he needed to secure the support, or at least the neutrality, of other European powers. This meant deft diplomatic maneuvering on the international stage. The first step in Bismarck's strategy was to isolate Austria diplomatically, ensuring that when the war came, Austria would face it alone. Bismarck was keenly aware that any war with Austria would be a two-front affair. Prussia would have to fight Austria directly, but Bismarck also needed to prevent Austria from drawing in powerful allies. To do this, Bismarck turned to the unstable state of Europe's other major powers. Bismarck first targeted France. France, led by Napoleon III, was a natural counterweight to Austria's influence in Europe. By offering France territorial benefits, specifically the opportunity to increase their influence in Italy, Bismarck managed to secure France's neutrality. France, at this point, was more concerned with curbing Austrian power and expanding its own influence than with the fate of the German Confederation. By playing to French ambitions, Bismarck made sure that Austria would face an opponent without the backing of France, one of the most powerful countries in Europe at the time. Next, Bismarck turned to Italy. The Italian states, particularly Piedmont, Sardinia, had long been seeking to unify their fragmented territory, but they were heavily opposed by Austria, which controlled northern Italian territories. Bismarck saw an opportunity here to align with Italy. By promising Italian support against Austria, Bismarck created a powerful coalition. Italy, eager to free itself from Austrian control, agreed to support Prussia in exchange for promises of territory. This was an ingenious move, as Italy's participation would stretch Austria's resources, forcing them to fight on multiple fronts. Bismarck was now assembling a group of states that would back Prussia in the coming conflict while keeping Austria isolated diplomatically. On the home front, Bismarck's task was to solidify support among the German states. He needed to present Prussia's cause as one that would benefit the entire German-speaking world, not just Prussia itself. To do this, Bismarck was careful not to alienate the smaller German states that could be vital in the upcoming war effort. Bismarck also ensured that the Prussian king, Wilhelm I, maintained an air of legitimacy and strength. He made sure that the king's authority was not questioned, particularly in the face of opposition from within the Prussian parliament. The king's support was crucial to Bismarck's efforts, as any disruption in the royal chain of command could have threatened the entire strategy. Bismarck was also keenly aware of the power of nationalism among the German people. By framing the war as a chance to unite the German-speaking people, he made it clear that Prussia would lead the charge toward German unification. This would unite the population behind the cause, providing the necessary support for a war that would otherwise be unpopular. In the end, Bismarck's political maneuvering was a masterpiece of diplomacy. He had isolated Austria, secured the neutrality of France, and convinced Italy to join Prussia's cause. More importantly, he had unified the German states under the banner of Prussia, ready to take on Austria. By 1866, Bismarck had successfully isolated Austria, secured the neutrality of France, and formed a solid alliance with Italy. However, despite all this careful planning, the moment of truth had arrived. It was time for Bismarck to push for the war he had orchestrated, but he needed a pretext, something that would justify Prussia's actions in the eyes of Europe. The immediate catalyst for the war was the dispute over the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein, two territories that had been jointly administered by Prussia and Austria following their conquest from Denmark in the Second Schleswig War, 1864. The agreement between the two powers had always been tenuous, with conflicting interests in how the territories should be governed. Bismarck took full advantage of this conflict. He knew that Austria and Prussia had different ideas on how to administer the duchies, and he used this to his advantage. He pushed for a confrontation, knowing that any diplomatic resolution would ultimately favor Prussia. Bismarck was betting that Austria would either refuse to cooperate or make a mistake in their response. The real brilliance of Bismarck's strategy lay in his ability to create an incident that would paint Austria as the aggressor. He allowed tensions over the duchies to escalate, making it seem as if Austria was acting provocatively, all the while maintaining a calm and measured appearance. By the time war became inevitable, the European powers were already divided and were reluctant to intervene. Bismarck had framed the conflict as one between Prussia and Austria, with Prussia in the right and Austria in the wrong. Once tensions reached their peak, Bismarck's next political maneuver was a stroke of genius. Rather than going to war on his own terms, Bismarck made use of the German Confederation, a loose coalition of German-speaking states that had been established in the aftermath of the Napoleonic Wars. By invoking the Confederation, Bismarck portrayed the war as a fight for German unity, presenting Austria as the aggressor that threatened the stability of the Confederation. In reality, this was an excuse to justify war, as Bismarck knew full well that the Confederation would be powerless to stop the conflict. This move served to rally the smaller German states to Prussia's side, many of whom were eager to see Austria diminished in power. This diplomatic maneuvering set the stage for war. The declaration came quickly and decisively. Austria, now isolated and unable to secure outside assistance, was forced to confront Prussia alone. While Bismarck had orchestrated the diplomatic scene, there was still one significant hurdle: convincing King Wilhelm I to go to war. The Prussian king was initially hesitant, unwilling to risk the stability of the Prussian monarchy in a conflict that could be costly. Bismarck had to navigate this reluctance carefully. Over time, Bismarck managed to persuade Wilhelm I by emphasizing the historical opportunity for Prussia to assert itself as the leader of a unified Germany. By presenting the war as a necessary step for the greater German cause, Bismarck was able to push the king into action. The decision to go to war was a delicate one, but with Bismarck's persuasion, Wilhelm I ultimately backed the plan. At this point, everything was in place. Bismarck's diplomatic groundwork had been laid, the political players were aligned, and the war was all but inevitable. Once war was declared in June 1866, Bismarck's meticulous preparations were put to the test. He had positioned Prussia perfectly, and the events that followed would prove the brilliance of his diplomacy and the effectiveness of his leadership. The Austro-Prussian War, also known as the 7 Weeks' War, was about to begin, and it would be over almost as quickly as it started. Bismarck had long recognized the importance of having not just diplomatic, but military preparations in place. He had modernized Prussia's military and its command structure, and his focus on rapid mobilization would be crucial in ensuring swift victory. His partnership with Prussian General Helmuth von Moltke, one of the most competent military leaders of the time, proved indispensable. The Prussian military was able to mobilize quickly, and their superior organization and training outpaced Austria's slower response. Prussia was able to quickly move troops across key fronts, attacking Austrian forces and forcing them to respond without the ability to properly mobilize their own troops in time. The pivotal moment in the war came on July 3, 1866, with the Battle of Königgrätz, also known as the Battle of Sadowa. The Austrian forces, despite having a larger army, were decisively defeated by the Prussians. This battle was a testament to Bismarck's understanding of military strategy and the effectiveness of his diplomacy in aligning the smaller German states with Prussia. The defeat of Austria at Königgrätz marked the beginning of the end for Austria's dominance in German affairs. With their defeat, Austria was forced to accept terms dictated by Prussia, and they were excluded from German affairs altogether. The German Confederation was dissolved, and the North German Confederation, a union of northern German states under Prussian leadership, was formed. Austria, once the dominant power in the German-speaking world, was left isolated and humiliated. Following the war, Bismarck's political maneuvering reached its zenith. He offered Austria generous peace terms, ensuring that the war would not escalate into a broader European conflict. This decision was another stroke of genius on Bismarck's part, as it ensured that Austria would not seek revenge and would remain neutral in future conflicts. More importantly, Bismarck's ability to keep France and Russia neutral throughout the war was key. Bismarck had carefully cultivated relationships with both powers, making sure that neither would intervene on behalf of Austria. In the aftermath of the war, France was left feeling isolated, while Russia remained uninterested in getting involved in European affairs at the time. This diplomatic success allowed Bismarck to focus on the internal aspects of the newly formed North German Confederation. He had solidified Prussia's leadership in the German world, and it was now time to take the next steps in his vision for a unified Germany. The war had not only secured Prussia's leadership, but had also greatly weakened Austria. Austria's defeat altered the political landscape of Europe, and Bismarck's political genius had positioned Prussia at the center of the new German Confederation. While the military success of Prussia in the war was crucial, it was Bismarck's diplomatic groundwork that ensured Prussia could emerge victorious with minimal European interference. Bismarck had managed to achieve his goal of weakening Austria without creating a broader European war. In doing so, he demonstrated once again that his true strength lay not in the battlefield, but in his ability to manipulate politics and diplomacy to Prussia's advantage. But it was only the beginning. Prussia had gained the allegiance of the northern German states, but the southern states remained outside the Union. Bismarck knew that these states would be crucial to achieving full unification, and he needed a strategy to bring them on board. However, the events of 1866 had set the stage for future developments, and Bismarck was already planning his next moves. But he still faced the challenge of uniting the southern German states, many of which were Catholic and had strong ties to Austria. Bismarck knew that the key to unifying these southern states lay in creating a sense of common cause among them. He needed to provoke a conflict that would unite the southern Germans with the north against a common enemy, The solution would come with the Franco-Prussian War, which would set the stage for the final step in German unification. By 1870, Europe's balance of power was shifting, and Bismarck had a bold plan to not only secure Germany's unification, but also to assert Prussia's dominance in the face of European rivalries. The Franco-Prussian War, a conflict that would define the fate of nations, would see Bismarck not just outplay his enemies on the battlefield, but also in the realm of diplomacy. But how did Bismarck maneuver France into a war that would ultimately lead to the humiliation of one of Europe's great powers? In this video, we'll explore how Bismarck orchestrated the Franco-Prussian War, manipulated European diplomacy, and used France's anxieties to his advantage. The war would have far-reaching consequences both for France and for the future of Europe. To understand the significance of the Franco-Prussian War, we first need to revisit the broader geopolitical context. By the end of the Austro-Prussian War, Bismarck had achieved a major victory in isolating Austria and establishing the North German Confederation in 1867, a political entity composed of northern German states, with Prussia at its helm. Austria's influence over the German-speaking world was shattered, and Prussia emerged as the dominant force in Central Europe. Yet, Bismarck's vision for a truly unified Germany still depended on securing the loyalty of the southern German states, such as Bavaria, Baden, and Württemberg, many of which maintained a strong cultural, religious, and historical connection to Austria. These southern states were hesitant to join the North German Confederation. This left Bismarck with one option: find a way to unite them under Prussian leadership, but he needed a unifying cause. Meanwhile, France, under Napoleon III, viewed the rise of Prussia with great suspicion. France's geopolitical ambition was deeply tied to its position as the dominant European power, and it saw a unified Germany as a direct threat to its influence. A stronger Germany would likely challenge France's influence in Europe, particularly in regions like Italy and the Balkans, where both countries had competing interests. Understanding the delicate balance of European politics, Bismarck sought to isolate Austria diplomatically before the Austro-Prussian War. In this context, he engaged in negotiations with Napoleon III. The two leaders met in Biarritz in 1865, where Bismarck skillfully secured French neutrality by suggesting that France might gain territorial compensations, such as Luxembourg or parts of the Rhineland, in the event of an Austrian defeat. However, these promises were deliberately vague, and Bismarck had no intention of fulfilling them. After Prussia's victory and the establishment of the North German Confederation, Napoleon III found himself empty-handed, leading to a sense of betrayal and escalating tensions between France and Prussia. Frustrated and eager to restore France's prestige, Napoleon III began to look for a way to curb Prussian expansion before it was too late. In the years leading up to the war, Bismarck worked tirelessly to keep France neutral, while also provoking tensions that would eventually drive them into a confrontation. One of his most significant moves came during the negotiations with France about the candidacy of a Hohenzollern prince to the Spanish throne. In 1868, the Spanish throne had become vacant after the abdication of Isabella II. Bismarck, knowing that this was a potentially dangerous situation for France, allowed the Spanish government to offer the throne to Leopold of Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen, a cousin of the Prussian king. Napoleon III was infuriated by this development, seeing the possibility of a Hohenzollern on the Spanish throne as a direct threat to France's position in Europe. Bismarck, however, didn't immediately close the door to Leopold's candidacy. Instead, he played on Napoleon III's fears, subtly encouraging France's growing alarm over the potential encirclement by Prussia. The French emperor demanded that Prussia renounce the candidacy, and Bismarck, ever the tactician, agreed to the withdrawal, but not without ensuring that the diplomatic incident left France humiliated. Now that France had been sufficiently provoked, Bismarck knew it was time to push the situation to its breaking point. In July 1870, the Spanish monarchy once again offered the throne to Leopold, reigniting French concerns. This time, Bismarck decided to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Bismarck had the perfect tool in hand, a diplomatic exchange between King Wilhelm I of Prussia and the French ambassador at the spa town of Ems. The exchange had been polite but tense, with the French ambassador demanding that the king refuse the Spanish throne for Leopold once and for all. The king, wishing to avoid further escalation, responded coldly but calmly, indicating his disinterest in further discussions. Bismarck saw an opportunity. He took the telegram of the exchange and carefully edited it, stripping away any nuance and inflaming the language to make it appear as though the French had been slighted by the Prussian monarch. He then released the edited version to the press, effectively turning the diplomatic conversation into a public humiliation for France. This was a stroke of genius. By presenting the exchange as an insult to France, Bismarck was able to stir up nationalistic fervor in both Prussia and France. Bismarck had successfully manipulated public opinion, forcing France to take the first aggressive step in a war that they had been drawn into, despite Bismarck's careful maneuvering to avoid it. With Bismarck's manipulation of the Ems dispatch, France found itself cornered, forced into a war that would not only determine its place in Europe, but also set the stage for the unification of Germany. On July 19, 1870, France declared war on Prussia, and thus began the Franco-Prussian War. Bismarck's calculations were precise. He had not only convinced France to go to war, but had done so in such a way that the rest of Europe would side with Prussia, or at the very least remain neutral. It was a masterstroke of diplomacy that would culminate in the collapse of French imperial ambitions and the rise of a unified German empire. One of Bismarck's most significant advantages in this war was the military preparedness of Prussia. Unlike France, which had an overextended empire and was still reeling from the aftermath of the Crimean War, Prussia had spent years under Bismarck and the Prussian General Staff preparing for such an eventuality. The Prussian military system, with its efficient organization and swift mobilization, was the model of modern warfare. The General Staff, led by Helmuth von Moltke, had honed its strategies for years, focusing on rapid troop movement, effective use of railroads for logistics, and strategic encirclement tactics. In contrast, the French military, under Napoleon III, was outdated and poorly coordinated. The French emperor had invested heavily in an aristocratic officer corps, many of whom were ill-prepared for the modern battlefield. Moreover, the French leadership was divided, with Napoleon III not truly trusting his generals, which led to a lack of cohesion at the top. Prussia's first major success came with the Battle of Sedan, which would mark the beginning of the end for France. In early September 1870, Prussian forces surrounded Napoleon III's army at Sedan. The French emperor, trapped and defeated, was forced to surrender, along with 100,000 of his troops. The humiliation of Napoleon III's capture was devastating, not just militarily, but symbolically. France's imperial ambitions were shattered in a single blow. As the war progressed, Bismarck continued to leverage his diplomatic genius. By quickly securing the neutrality or support of other major powers, he ensured that France would face the full weight of Prussia's military might without interference. The Austrians, still reeling from their defeat in 1866, had no interest in coming to France's aid. Italy, which had been a former ally of France in the war for Italian unification, was also focused on its own internal struggles and had little desire to fight another war so soon. The British, despite their long-standing rivalry with France, were hesitant to intervene directly in continental affairs. Bismarck, ever astute, avoided any actions that would provoke British hostility and instead focused on strengthening Prussia's position through diplomacy and military success. One of Bismarck's most crucial diplomatic moves was his handling of the southern German states. Initially hesitant to join the conflict, the southern states, Bavaria, Baden, and Württemberg, were gradually drawn into the war on the side of Prussia. Bismarck, understanding the importance of securing their allegiance, offered them reassurances that their sovereignty would be respected in the post-war settlement. He also capitalized on growing German nationalism, stirring up sentiments of unity in the face of the French threat. In fact, it was the success of the Prussian military and the growing sense of a shared German identity that ultimately convinced the southern German states to formally join the North German Confederation, thus solidifying Bismarck's vision of a unified Germany under Prussian leadership. While the Battle of Sedan effectively ended the war militarily, the political implications of the war continued to unfold. The Prussian army, not satisfied with a mere victory, began a siege of Paris in the autumn of 1870, determined to break the French capital and bring about the final collapse of the Second Empire. The siege lasted from September 1870 to January 1871, during which time the French people endured immense hardship. Paris, cut off from the rest of France, faced food shortages, and the French government, led by the newly formed Government of National Defense, struggled to mount an effective resistance. Despite several attempts to break the siege, the French forces were unable to lift the blockade, and by the beginning of 1871, Paris was on the brink of surrender. In January 1871, after months of devastating losses and the fall of Paris, France was finally forced to accept a humiliating peace treaty. The Treaty of Frankfurt, signed in May 1871, officially ended the war, marking the collapse of the Second French Empire and the establishment of the German Empire under the Prussian king, Wilhelm I. This marked the rise of a new European power, with Bismarck's vision of a unified Germany realized under Prussian leadership. The end of the Franco-Prussian War in 1871 was not just a military victory, it marked the birth of a new European power. On January 18, 1871, the German Empire was formally proclaimed, and King Wilhelm I of Prussia was crowned emperor in a ceremony held in the Hall of Mirrors at the Palace of Versailles. This moment was not only a personal victory for Wilhelm, but also the culmination of Otto von Bismarck's vision, a unified Germany under Prussian leadership. Bismarck had carefully orchestrated the entire process that brought the German states together. He had used diplomacy, military prowess, and clever political maneuvering to create a Germany that was now the dominant power in Europe. The victory over France proved the key to securing the southern German states, such as Bavaria and Baden, which had previously hesitated to join the North German Confederation. By uniting these states under Prussia's banner, Bismarck eliminated any remaining internal divisions within Germany. He accomplished this in large part by appealing to shared fears of French aggression, but he also made sure that these states retained significant autonomy. Bavaria, for example, retained its own army and had a voice in the newly formed empire's structure. This careful balancing act allowed Bismarck to present the creation of the German Empire as not just the triumph of Prussia, but as a unification that benefited all the German states. The southern German states, which had been wary of Prussian dominance, were now assured of their security and influence within the empire. The peace terms were brutal, and their repercussions were felt immediately. The Treaty of Frankfurt, signed in May 1871, required France to cede the provinces of Alsace and Lorraine to Germany. The loss of these territories, both symbolic and strategic, left a deep scar on French national pride. The treaty also demanded that France pay a crippling indemnity of 5 billion francs. This drained the French economy and left France vulnerable to political instability. The defeat of Napoleon III and the fall of the Second French Empire led to the creation of the French Third Republic. But the resentment towards Germany festered for years. The loss of Alsace and Lorraine would remain a deeply emotional issue for the French, eventually contributing to the rising tensions that would culminate in World War I. With the creation of the German Empire, Bismarck turned his attention to securing Germany's position on the European stage. He knew that Germany could not afford to alienate other major powers. France, humiliated and resentful, remained a potential threat, while Russia and Austria-Hungary, both former rivals of Prussia, were critical to maintaining a balance of power. Bismarck worked tirelessly to isolate France diplomatically, ensuring that no other powers would come to its aid should tensions flare again. He also cultivated alliances with Austria-Hungary and Russia, forming the League of the Three Emperors in 1873. This diplomatic network was crucial for maintaining peace in Europe, as it helped Germany avoid being drawn into conflicts on multiple fronts. However, despite Bismarck's successful diplomacy, the newly unified German Empire still faced challenges. The loss of Alsace and Lorraine weighed heavily on French foreign policy, and the growing tensions between Germany and France would continue to simmer beneath the surface, ultimately shaping European politics for decades to come. As Bismarck set about consolidating the new empire, he understood that Germany's strength lay not just in its military might, but in its ability to outmaneuver rivals through careful diplomacy. His vision for a peaceful and stable Europe, with Germany at its core, would continue to influence European politics, until a series of events beyond his control would unravel the delicate balance he had carefully built. In the end, Bismarck's deft diplomacy and military strategy led to the birth of the German Empire in 1871, changing the balance of power in Europe forever. With the defeat of France and the creation of a unified German state, Bismarck had achieved what many thought impossible, bringing together the fragmented German-speaking states under Prussian leadership. But his work didn't end there. As Germany stood on the world stage, Bismarck's next challenge would be to ensure that the newly formed empire would not only survive but thrive in an increasingly volatile Europe. January 18th, 1871. The Hall of Mirrors in the Palace of Versailles, a place built to showcase the absolute power of the French monarchy, is now filled with German officers, Prussian generals, and princes of a dozen German states. At the center of it all stands King Wilhelm I of Prussia, an old soldier who never aspired to imperial grandeur. Yet on this day he is proclaimed Emperor of a new Germany, a nation forged in war, a dream Bismarck spent decades bringing to life. But this moment of triumph is not without its tensions. Resistance, political maneuvering, and reluctant allies all played a role in shaping the empire's birth, and what followed was an era of power, but also uncertainty. Because if Bismarck was the man who built the German Empire, he now faced an even greater challenge, keeping it together. Germany, in the mid-19th century, was a fractured land, over 36 states, each with its own ruler, interests and rivalries. At its heart, two powers dominated, Prussia and Austria. But after the Austro-Prussian War of 1866, Austria was cast out of German affairs, leaving Prussia to lead. Yet, leadership was not enough. Bismarck wanted something far greater, a true German nation-state, but under Prussian control. The problem was that while the northern German states had been incorporated into the North German Confederation under Prussian rule, the southern German states, Bavaria, Württemberg, Baden, and Hesse-Darmstadt, remained independent. These states were largely Catholic and had deep historical and cultural ties to Austria. Many of their rulers viewed Prussian dominance with suspicion. Bavaria, in particular, prided itself on its unique identity and feared becoming just another province in a Prussian-led empire. Forcing them into unification would have led to rebellion. Instead, Bismarck needed an external crisis, something that would make unification seem like the only viable path forward. That crisis came in the form of France. When war broke out between France and Prussia in 1870, it wasn't just a war of conquest, it was a war of necessity designed to create a common enemy that all Germans could unite against. The war with France was not an accident. Bismarck, ever the strategist, had carefully maneuvered events to provoke Napoleon III into declaring war. The infamous Ems dispatch, an edited telegram that made it appear as though the Prussian king had insulted the French ambassador, enraged the French public and forced Napoleon III's hand. In July 1870, France declared war on Prussia, falling straight into Bismarck's trap. With war underway, the southern German states had no choice but to side with Prussia. Their military alliances with Prussia meant they were duty-bound to fight alongside their northern neighbours. But more importantly, the war stirred a sense of German nationalism like never before. As German troops, both northern and southern, fought side by side and won stunning victories at Sedan and Metz, the idea of a united Germany transformed from an abstract political concept into an undeniable reality. By the time German forces besieged Paris in late 1870, the political momentum was unstoppable. The German princes, once hesitant, now saw that they had little choice but to accept the inevitable. Bismarck had his empire, but first he had to negotiate the final details. Victory alone was not enough. The German Empire needed a leader, and that leader in Bismarck's eyes could only be Wilhelm I of Prussia. But Wilhelm was reluctant. The aging monarch saw himself first and foremost as the king of Prussia. Accepting the imperial title felt like an insult to his royal lineage, an unnecessary change that diminished Prussia's prestige. Then there was the matter of the other German rulers. The kings of Bavaria, Württemberg and Saxony had no intention of simply bowing to Prussia. They needed convincing, and Bismarck, ever the master negotiator, knew exactly how to get what he wanted. Bismarck promised Bavaria a special status within the empire, allowing it to maintain control over its own military in peacetime and keep its traditions intact. Similar arrangements were made for Württemberg and Baden. But Bavaria's King Ludwig II, despite these assurances, was still hesitant. To finally secure his cooperation, Bismarck resorted to financial incentives, essentially bribing Ludwig into supporting unification. It was a pragmatic move, one that ensured Bavaria's allegiance without force. With these agreements in place, Wilhelm finally agreed to accept the imperial title. The German princes formally offered him the crown, and after months of persuasion, he reluctantly accepted. The stage was set for a moment that would change European history. On January 18, 1871, Wilhelm I was proclaimed Emperor of Germany in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles. The date was not chosen at random. It was the anniversary of the coronation of Frederick I of Prussia, tying the moment to Prussia's own history of power. The ceremony itself was grand, but also chaotic. Wilhelm, still uncomfortable with the title, accepted it with visible reluctance. When the proclamation was made, the assembled German princes and generals erupted in cheers of "Hail to the Emperor!" Bismarck, standing at the center of it all, was overcome with emotion. The unification he had worked toward for decades was finally complete. But while Germany celebrated, France burned with humiliation. The choice of Versailles was not just symbolic, it was a deliberate insult to France. The very heart of French royal power had been used to crown Germany's emperor, and this act would sow the seeds of resentment that would linger for decades. Germany's emergence as a unified empire disrupted the European balance of power. Britain, which had long favoured a divided Germany, now viewed the new empire as a formidable force. Russia, once an ally of Prussia, grew wary of its growing power. Austria, still smarting from its defeat in 1866, was now completely overshadowed by the German Reich, and France, defeated, occupied, and humiliated, vowed revenge. The new French Republic would never forget the insult of Versailles. The Franco-Prussian War had ended, but the rivalry between France and Germany had only just begun. For Bismarck, unification was only the first step. Now, he faced an even greater challenge, keeping the empire stable. Germany was powerful, but it was also fragile. The various kingdoms and states within the empire had their own interests, and nationalist movements threatened to destabilize the new Reich. Bismarck knew that if Germany was to remain dominant, it needed careful diplomacy. Over the next 2 decades, he would work tirelessly to maintain peace, using alliances, political maneuvering, and Realpolitik to ensure Germany's place at the center of Europe. Germany had been born in war, crowned in Versailles, and now stood as the most powerful nation in Europe. But power brings challenges. How do you maintain dominance without provoking war? How do you keep an empire together when forces threaten to tear it apart? Because the true genius of Bismarck was not just in war, but in Realpolitik. When Otto von Bismarck took the reins of Prussia in 1862, Europe was a continent teetering on the edge of change. The old order was crumbling, empires were shifting, and the emerging forces of nationalism and militarism would soon reshape the world. Bismarck, known as the Iron Chancellor, would not only be at the forefront of these transformations, but would also harness a political approach so effective that it would define the fate of Germany for decades to come. This approach, known as Realpolitik, became his intellectual trademark, an uncompromising, pragmatic, and often ruthless strategy that prioritized the balance of power and the preservation of national interests above all else. Realpolitik was rooted in the idea that politics should be about pursuing pragmatic goals rather than pursuing idealistic or moralistic objectives. For Bismarck, this meant forging alliances, manipulating rivalries, and using diplomacy as a weapon to achieve his ultimate goal, the unification and preservation of a powerful German empire. But Bismarck didn't just rely on military might. He understood the intricate art of negotiation and knew how to maneuver through the complex web of European diplomacy. In a continent often divided by conflicting national interests, Bismarck's Realpolitik stood out as a model of strategic foresight, placing Germany at the top of the European order. Through calculated decision-making, Bismarck managed to position Germany in a way that ensured its security and dominance, keeping potential adversaries off balance and avoiding unnecessary wars. In this video, we'll explore how Bismarck's unique brand of Realpolitik played a pivotal role in shaping Europe's political landscape in the late 19th century and how it ensured Germany's place at the center of European power. Born in 1815 into the Prussian aristocracy, Otto von Bismarck's early life didn't suggest he would go on to become one of history's greatest political tacticians. He studied law, but his real education came in the salons and debates of Berlin's political elite. His worldview was shaped by a deep skepticism of romantic nationalism and ideological movements that dominated the European political stage in the early 19th century. He saw them as idealistic distractions that could lead to chaos and division. Instead, Bismarck believed in hard, calculated power politics, grounded in a clear understanding of national interests. Bismarck's career in diplomacy began when he was appointed as Prussia's ambassador to the German Confederation in 1851. It was here that Bismarck began to develop his trademark approach to politics, using the tools of diplomacy, alliances, and strategic opportunism to maneuver Prussia into a position of strength. He soon became the Prime Minister of Prussia in 1862 under King Wilhelm I, where he realized the path to unification lay not in idealistic speeches, but in pragmatic, sometimes forceful actions. He understood that Prussia needed to assert its leadership among the fragmented German states. For this reason, Bismarck's strategy wasn't just about defeating rivals. It was about convincing other powers that Prussia was the key to peace and stability in Central Europe. As a diplomat, Bismarck saw the value in cultivating relationships with other major European powers, but he was also prepared to use force when necessary. His long-term vision for Germany was one of political and military unity, but his immediate goals were much more about strategic advantage than grand ideological ideals. It was his time as Prime Minister that Bismarck fully embraced the doctrine of Realpolitik, rejecting diplomacy's reliance on moral principles and embracing a cold calculation of power and opportunity. This was exemplified by his relentless pursuit of the goal of German unification, achieved through strategic wars, political alliances, and deft manipulation of rivalries across Europe. At the core of Bismarck's Realpolitik was his extraordinary ability to remain pragmatic and flexible. Unlike many of his contemporaries, who were bogged down by ideological commitments, Bismarck was willing to adjust his policies to suit changing circumstances. He was a master of calculating risks, reading the political landscape, and making decisions that benefited Prussia and later Germany, even if it meant breaking established norms or making temporary alliances with ideological enemies. Bismarck's first major demonstration of Realpolitik came with the Schleswig War of 1864. When Denmark attempted to annex the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein, areas with large German populations, Bismarck saw an opportunity. By manipulating the conflict and playing off Denmark's other European enemies, he was able to secure Prussia's position as the dominant force in the German-speaking world. But it wasn't just about defeating Denmark, it was about isolating Austria, a key rival in the German-speaking world, and positioning Prussia for future conflicts that would benefit its ultimate aim of unifying Germany under Prussian leadership. The key to Bismarck's success was his willingness to break from tradition and use whatever means necessary to secure Prussia's dominance. Unlike many of his contemporaries, who were deeply committed to ideological or moral concepts, Bismarck was purely practical. The outcome of the war was the acquisition of Schleswig and Holstein, but more importantly, it demonstrated that Bismarck would use whatever tools were necessary, whether it was diplomacy, military force, or deception, to secure his country's position. In the Austro-Prussian War of 1866, Bismarck took this pragmatism to a new level. He had spent years cultivating relationships with Italy and France, but now he was prepared to use them as pawns to achieve his ultimate goal, excluding Austria from German affairs. By forming an alliance with Italy, Bismarck managed to tie down Austria's southern forces, while using diplomatic pressure to isolate Austria diplomatically from other European powers. The war itself was brief and decisive. With minimal casualties, Prussia defeated Austria in a stunningly quick campaign. This victory not only ensured Prussia's leadership in Germany, but it also fundamentally reshaped the political landscape of Central Europe. Throughout these early wars, Bismarck demonstrated his ability to act with ruthless efficiency, always calculating the most advantageous move and avoiding unnecessary conflict. His ability to keep the larger European powers neutral or even on his side allowed Prussia to achieve its goals without risking broader war. Bismarck's refusal to engage in moral crusades or ideological battles set him apart from many of the statesmen of his time. He saw war not as a means of ideological fulfillment, but as a necessary tool for advancing the interests of Prussia. This level-headed strategic mindset became the hallmark of his Realpolitik, always prioritizing results over ideals, always ensuring that Germany's interests were at the forefront of his decision-making. One of the most remarkable aspects of Bismarck's Realpolitik was his mastery of alliances. Unlike his contemporaries, who often relied on long-standing, often fragile alliances based on shared ideologies or cultural ties, Bismarck understood that alliances were temporary and should be forged only when they served a clear and practical purpose. Bismarck's system of alliances, formed in the years following German unification, was built around one fundamental idea: keeping France isolated. Since the fall of Napoleon Bonaparte, France had been eager to reassert itself as a dominant European power. Bismarck understood that if France were able to build a strong coalition of allies, it could threaten Germany's security. To prevent this, Bismarck worked tirelessly to prevent any European powers from aligning with France, while simultaneously strengthening Germany's own alliances. The first major success of Bismarck's alliance strategy came in 1873 with the Three Emperors League, a secret agreement between Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia. Bismarck understood that keeping Austria and Russia on Germany's side would help maintain peace and stability in Europe. This diplomatic coup effectively neutralized the potential threat of a war on two fronts. The Three Emperors League was followed by the Dual Alliance in 1879, which bound Germany and Austria-Hungary in mutual defense against any Russian aggression. In 1882, Bismarck expanded his alliance system further with the Triple Alliance, which included Italy. By bringing Italy into the fold, Bismarck effectively ensured that France would be surrounded by adversaries on all sides. Italy, motivated by its desire to gain territory from Austria-Hungary, was an ideal partner for Germany. Together, Germany, Austria-Hungary and Italy formed a powerful bloc that kept France isolated and contained. The most impressive feat of Bismarck's diplomatic genius came in 1887 with the Reinsurance Treaty between Germany and Russia. This secret agreement ensured that Russia would remain neutral if Germany found itself at war with France or Austria-Hungary. In exchange, Bismarck agreed not to support Austria in any future conflicts with Russia. The treaty ensured that Germany could maintain peace on its eastern front while keeping France diplomatically isolated. These alliances were not just about securing immediate military support, but about maintaining the balance of power in Europe. Bismarck knew that the most dangerous conflict for Germany would be a war fought on two fronts. By using his alliances, he created a diplomatic web that kept France isolated while simultaneously ensuring that Russia and Austria-Hungary were neutralized or tied down. In every diplomatic maneuver, Bismarck demonstrated his belief that alliances were not about friendship or shared ideals, but about securing a nation's survival through pragmatism and power politics. Bismarck's system of alliances provided Germany with the security it needed to flourish in an unstable Europe. Bismarck's genius wasn't only evident in his ability to forge alliances and secure victories, it also extended to his role as a master diplomat, particularly during the Congress of Berlin in 1878. This conference marked a defining moment in European diplomacy, showcasing Bismarck's unique position as the honest broker, a leader able to mediate between competing interests without pushing Germany into the fray. The Congress was convened in response to the Russo-Turkish War, 1877-1878, a conflict that threatened to destabilize the Balkans and, by extension, Europe's delicate balance of power. Russia had emerged victorious, and their military successes against the weakening Ottoman Empire prompted fears across Europe, particularly from Austria-Hungary and Great Britain, that Russia's gains would upset the balance of power and lead to a new era of Russian expansionism. Bismarck understood the danger of a rising Russian power in the Balkans and the potential for war between European powers. He was keen to prevent an outright conflict, especially one that could involve Germany. Despite his own favorable leanings toward Russia, due to the strategic alliance under the Three Emperors League, Bismarck's primary goal was to keep Germany out of imperial conflicts while ensuring no single power became too dominant. At the Congress of Berlin, Bismarck acted as the mediator between the great powers, Russia, Austria-Hungary, Britain and France, each with conflicting interests. He used his diplomatic skills to cool tensions and ensure that no one state would achieve too much at the expense of the others. His approach involved not only limiting Russia's gains, but also ensuring that Austria-Hungary maintained its influence in the Balkans, while also making concessions to Britain by maintaining the Ottoman Empire's integrity to some degree. One of the most significant outcomes of the Congress was the reorganization of territories in the Balkans, with Bismarck carefully managing the Eastern question. Russia's ambitions to expand into the Ottoman Empire were tempered, and in turn, Bismarck helped broker a deal that preserved peace. By the end of the Congress, Bismarck had successfully managed to balance the demands of the various powers while keeping Germany out of direct involvement in the conflicts. Bismarck's handling of the Congress demonstrated his core principle of Realpolitik, maintaining peace through pragmatic diplomacy rather than through military aggression or ideological concerns. It was a remarkable achievement in a period of intense nationalism and imperial ambition. By avoiding any entanglements in imperialistic wars, Bismarck ensured that Germany would not be dragged into European conflicts, which was crucial for the new empire's stability. While Bismarck's external diplomacy and alliance systems are well known, his use of Realpolitik in managing domestic affairs was just as crucial to securing Germany's place as a leading European power. Internally, Bismarck demonstrated a ruthless pragmatism in dealing with the various social, political, and economic forces that shaped the newly unified German Empire. One of Bismarck's most infamous internal struggles was the Kulturkampf, a conflict that erupted between the state and the Catholic Church in the 1870s. After unification, Bismarck viewed the influence of the Catholic Church as a potential threat to his authority and the newly formed German state. The Catholic population was concentrated in the southern regions of Germany, and Bismarck feared the Church's political power would undermine the loyalty of these regions to the Prussian-dominated state. Through a series of measures, including the expulsion of Jesuits, the implementation of state control over church appointments, and restrictions on religious education, Bismarck aimed to weaken the Church's influence. His attempts to subdue the Church were a direct application of Realpolitik. He was willing to challenge a deeply rooted institution for the sake of maintaining the stability and unity of the German Empire. However, the Kulturkampf ultimately failed to achieve its goals. Bismarck's policies backfired, and the Catholic population rallied behind the Church, leading to a public backlash. By the end of the 1870s, Bismarck had to abandon many of his policies, demonstrating the limits of his approach to internal governance. Economically, Bismarck also employed Realpolitik to strengthen Germany's position. Germany's rapid industrialization, spurred by Bismarck's policies, transformed the country into one of Europe's most powerful economies. By implementing tariffs and promoting economic nationalism, Bismarck ensured that Germany's industries could compete with its European rivals. However, he also understood the importance of social reforms. Bismarck's social welfare policies were another key aspect of his internal strategy. Recognizing the growing power of socialist movements and the increasing unrest among the working classes, Bismarck introduced a series of social reforms, including health insurance, accident insurance, and old-age pensions. These measures were designed to undercut the appeal of the socialist movement while also strengthening the loyalty of the German people to the state. His use of social policies to maintain control over the working class reflected his pragmatism, using both conservative and progressive tactics to prevent unrest. In managing internal tensions, Bismarck was also adept at handling the ideological and political divisions within the German Empire. The conservative aristocracy, the rising industrial bourgeoisie, and the growing socialist movements each presented unique challenges. Bismarck's balancing act between these groups was a delicate one, but his ability to use both repression and reform ensured that he kept the empire largely stable during his tenure. While Bismarck's leadership during his years as Chancellor of Germany was marked by brilliant diplomacy and strategic foresight, his downfall came with the rise of Kaiser Wilhelm II in 1888. The new emperor's desire to assert his own authority and vision for Germany led to a series of diplomatic blunders that would unravel the system of alliances and Realpolitik that Bismarck had so carefully crafted. Bismarck's relationship with Wilhelm II was never easy. While Bismarck had skillfully navigated the politics of the old aristocracy and the balance of power in Europe, Wilhelm was more impulsive and idealistic, driven by a personal vision of Germany's future that often clashed with Bismarck's pragmatic approach. A key turning point was the Kaiser's dismissal of Bismarck in 1890. Wilhelm II's decision to end Bismarck's reign marked the beginning of a dramatic shift in Germany's foreign policy. One of the first and most disastrous moves of Wilhelm II's reign was the termination of the Reinsurance Treaty with Russia. This treaty, which had been secretly negotiated by Bismarck, was crucial in keeping Russia neutral in the event of a conflict between Germany and France or Austria-Hungary. By allowing the treaty to lapse, Wilhelm II unknowingly created a vacuum of trust between Germany and Russia, setting the stage for the Franco-Russian Alliance in 1894. This alliance would ultimately create a two-front threat for Germany, a situation that Bismarck had worked tirelessly to avoid. Bismarck's Realpolitik had always been about maintaining stability and avoiding the risks of opportunism in international relations. However, Wilhelm II's more aggressive foreign policy, particularly the pursuit of Weltpolitik, a global policy aimed at establishing Germany as a world power, created tensions with both Britain and France, increasing the likelihood of a European war. Bismarck's system had carefully balanced power, but Wilhelm's impatience and desire for international prestige would ultimately destabilize Europe. The downfall of Bismarck's diplomacy highlighted the risks inherent in Realpolitik. While it had been effective in the short term, it relied heavily on a leader's ability to read the international landscape and make prudent decisions. The shift in leadership from Bismarck to Wilhelm II would show how a shift in leadership could unravel decades of diplomatic success, leading Europe into a path of reckless confrontation and eventually World War I. Bismarck's legacy is one of extraordinary achievement in both statecraft and diplomacy. His system of alliances, his genius in manipulating both war and peace to achieve his aims, and his masterful use of Realpolitik made him one of the most effective leaders Europe has ever known. By balancing power, maintaining careful neutrality, and understanding the interests of other nations, he kept Germany secure, isolated France, and prevented wars from breaking out between the great powers of Europe for nearly 2 decades. But as we will see in the next video, Bismarck's success wouldn't last forever. The rise of Kaiser Wilhelm II and his increasingly erratic foreign policies set the stage for the downfall of the system that Bismarck had so carefully crafted. Bismarck's Realpolitik was designed to avoid the type of reckless ambition that Wilhelm II would embrace, and this shift in leadership would ultimately lead to Europe's downfall. The Treaty of Frankfurt's signing at the Palace of Versailles was in itself a masterstroke of psychological warfare. Versailles had long been a symbol of French royal glory. It was here that the Sun King, Louis XIV, had reigned, and it was the seat of French power for centuries. The decision to hold the treaty's signing in the very heart of French prestige was a direct affront to French national pride. It sent a clear message to the French people that their power had been eclipsed and their position in Europe relegated to that of a defeated nation. The French delegation's forced presence at the ceremony in Versailles, while the new German Empire was being established in the Hall of Mirrors, must have been a painful experience for the French. The sight of Wilhelm I being crowned Emperor of Germany in that symbolic room was a humiliation that was difficult to comprehend. The French had been the dominant European power for centuries, and to see their enemy celebrating their newfound glory in their own capital was the ultimate insult. The location of the signing added to the psychological trauma France experienced in the aftermath of the war. The public reaction in France was one of shock, anger, and disbelief. The national humiliation was compounded by the bitter loss of Alsace-Lorraine. Many French people viewed the treaty as not just a military defeat, but a personal affront to the very identity of the nation. The loss of these provinces created a sense of collective shame and loss, which would fuel nationalist movements in the years to come. French public opinion became increasingly focused on the idea of regaining Alsace-Lorraine, a sentiment that would be central to French foreign policy for decades. While the German Empire was born in Versailles, the repercussions of the treaty would be felt throughout Europe. France's desire for revenge began to take shape almost immediately. The emotional and psychological toll on France became a driving force behind political movements, many of which sought to reverse the humiliation suffered at Versailles. The French people, driven by a mix of nationalism and a thirst for revenge, began to organize politically and militarily to prepare for a future war with Germany. The immediate impact of the Treaty of Frankfurt was felt not only in the political realm but also in the French economy and military structure. The 5 billion francs indemnity was a crippling financial burden for France, and it was paid through a combination of national loans and the selling of gold reserves. This drained France's treasury, leading to economic instability. The country's financial crisis led to inflation and widespread poverty, particularly in regions affected by the war. In addition to the economic strain, the political landscape in France was deeply affected. The defeat and the treaty's terms came at a time when France was still adjusting to the aftermath of the Franco-Prussian War. The Third Republic, which had been proclaimed in the midst of military defeat, was still fragile, and the political establishment was divided. Public opinion turned against the French leadership, blaming them for the failure to prevent the war and the subsequent humiliation. Political instability, with factions on both the left and the right calling for different solutions, created further uncertainty. The defeat was also a blow to French military prestige. The French army, once considered the most powerful in Europe, had been soundly beaten by the German forces. This loss shattered France's confidence in its military leadership and resulted in a re-evaluation of France's strategic priorities. At the same time, a sense of revenge began to take hold in French politics. The idea of revanche, or the desire to recover the lost territories of Alsace and Lorraine, quickly gained traction. French politicians, military leaders, and the public at large began to focus their attention on preparing for a future confrontation with Germany. France's foreign policy was now oriented towards the idea of regaining its lost territories and avenging the humiliation suffered at Versailles. France also embarked on a process of military modernization. The French army, reeling from its defeat, sought to strengthen its forces to prevent another such humiliation. France began to focus on building alliances and strengthening its military capabilities. The idea of revanche and the rebuilding of France's military might would play a significant role in shaping French foreign policy for the decades to come. The Treaty of Frankfurt was a turning point for France politically, as the defeat catalyzed a profound transformation in both its domestic and foreign policy. The French political system, still in its early stages of development under the Third Republic, faced significant challenges. Internal divisions were exacerbated by the traumatic loss and humiliation of the war, and the French government was forced to address the political and social fallout. The war and its aftermath intensified political polarization in France. radical republican groups sought to strengthen the republic, while monarchists, who were still influential in French society, dreamed of restoring the monarchy. The division between these two groups led to increased instability in French politics, as each side used the defeat as a rallying cry for their own causes. The Third Republic, however, managed to survive, though it remained weak and vulnerable. On the international stage, France shifted its foreign policy focus towards reclaiming Alsace-Lorraine. The sense of national humiliation was so profound that it colored nearly every aspect of French diplomacy. France sought to build stronger relationships with other European powers, most notably Russia and Britain, as a counterbalance to Germany. The idea of forming alliances to contain the rising power of Germany became a central theme of French diplomacy. At the same time, the French military began to modernize and reform. The French army sought to learn from its mistakes and modernize its tactics and strategy. Military reforms, including the creation of a stronger and more mobile army, were aimed at preparing for a future war with Germany. The French Navy, too, was strengthened as part of a broader effort to build military capabilities that could deter or confront a future German threat. From Otto von Bismarck's perspective, the Treaty of Frankfurt was a brilliant diplomatic maneuver, a perfect example of his Realpolitik approach. Bismarck's primary goal was to secure Germany's position as the dominant European power while maintaining peace and stability on the continent. He knew that a defeated and humiliated France, with no reliable allies, would pose little threat to Germany in the near future. The treaty was carefully crafted to ensure that France would be isolated diplomatically and would struggle to rebuild its military power. Bismarck was acutely aware of the importance of European alliances. His Realpolitik diplomacy focused on the creation of alliances and treaties that would prevent France from recovering its strength and forming coalitions against Germany. The Treaty of Frankfurt, with its punitive terms, removed France from the list of potential allies for other European powers. By ensuring that France would be economically crippled and militarily weakened, Bismarck effectively isolated the French and left them without meaningful diplomatic support. Bismarck's diplomatic brilliance was also evident in the way he managed the internal politics of Germany. The creation of the German Empire was a monumental achievement, and Bismarck understood that its stability depended on maintaining peace in Europe. He quickly moved to consolidate Germany's position by securing favorable treaties with Austria-Hungary and Russia. The Three Emperors League of 1873 was a key diplomatic success, designed to ensure that Germany, Austria-Hungary and Russia would work together to prevent conflict in Europe. The treaty was, in many ways, the culmination of Bismarck's strategy to manage Europe's complex balance of power. He knew that for Germany to maintain its dominance, it had to avoid conflicts with other great powers. Bismarck's deft handling of alliances, combined with the terms of the Treaty of Frankfurt, helped to keep Europe at peace for much of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The Treaty of Frankfurt was a pivotal moment in European history, and its consequences were felt for decades. For France, the treaty was a source of national humiliation and a catalyst for political, military, and diplomatic change. The loss of Alsace-Lorraine, the crippling indemnity, and the psychological impact of the defeat sent shockwaves through French society. It set the stage for future conflicts as France sought to avenge its loss and rebuild its power. For Germany, the treaty was a masterstroke of diplomacy, solidifying its position as the dominant European power and isolating France diplomatically. Bismarck's Realpolitik ensured that Germany's position was secure, and the formation of the German Empire was a triumph of his diplomatic skill. However, the tensions created by the treaty would continue to simmer beneath the surface, setting the stage for future conflicts in Europe. Germany had risen as the new dominant power in Europe, but Bismarck knew that victory on the battlefield wasn't enough. France would want revenge, and if they found powerful allies, Germany could face a war on multiple fronts. To keep his empire secure, Bismarck needed to act. Europe was a battlefield of alliances and rivalries. With France humiliated and vengeful, and the Balkans a ticking time bomb, Otto von Bismarck had to act fast. His solution? The Three Emperors League, a fragile agreement that could either secure peace or lead to the next great conflict. In the wake of the Franco-Prussian War and the Treaty of Frankfurt, Germany had emerged as the dominant continental power, but Chancellor Otto von Bismarck knew that maintaining this position required careful diplomatic maneuvering. While France was weakened and isolated, Germany could not afford to become complacent. Bismarck sought to ensure that Germany was secure from potential threats by building a coalition of strong allies. This led to the formation of the Three Emperors League, Dreikaiserbund, in 1873, a complex and precarious alliance between Germany, Austria-Hungary and Russia. The creation of this league was not just about maintaining peace, it was a desperate attempt to prevent future war and maintain stability in an increasingly unstable Europe. Bismarck sought to prevent German encirclement, limit French influence, and manage the growing tensions between Austria-Hungary and Russia. But alliances built on shaky ground never last. As Austria and Russia clashed over the Balkans, Bismarck would once again have to step in, this time not as a partner, but as a referee. At the Congress of Berlin, he would try to hold Europe together once more. But would it work? After the Treaty of Frankfurt was signed in 1871, Germany's position in Europe had drastically changed. The newly unified German Empire was now the preeminent power on the continent, having decisively defeated France and altered the balance of power. However, despite this triumph, Bismarck understood that Germany's newfound dominance could make it a target. France was humiliated and eager for revenge, and Bismarck was determined to prevent them from finding powerful allies. Bismarck's primary diplomatic goal after unification was to maintain peace in Europe while keeping Germany secure. He knew that Germany was strong but not invulnerable. If France managed to form an alliance with Russia or Austria-Hungary, Germany would be facing a two-front war in any future conflict. To counter this, Bismarck aimed to form alliances that would keep France isolated and prevent its recovery. The two most powerful neighbors of Germany, Austria-Hungary and Russia, were both potential allies, but they were also historic rivals. Both had competing interests in the Balkans, a region that was rapidly becoming a powder keg of ethnic nationalism and geopolitical ambition. Bismarck saw an opportunity to mediate their tensions and create a diplomatic framework that would stabilize Europe while serving German interests. This vision would soon give birth to the Three Emperors League. The Three Emperors League was formally established in 1873, bringing together Kaiser Wilhelm I of Germany, Tsar Alexander II of Russia, and Emperor Franz Joseph I of Austria-Hungary. This alliance was built on a foundation of conservative monarchical values, as all three rulers were wary of liberal and nationalist movements that threatened the stability of their empires. They shared a common interest in suppressing revolutionary forces and maintaining the status quo. Bismarck orchestrated the formation of the League through careful diplomacy, emphasizing the benefits of cooperation while downplaying the tensions between Austria-Hungary and Russia. The agreement between the three powers was somewhat informal, but carried significant diplomatic weight. At its core, the League sought to secure Europe from upheaval and war. First, it aimed to prevent France from forming alliances that could threaten Germany, ensuring that the French remained diplomatically isolated and unable to seek revenge for their defeat in 1871. Second, it provided a mechanism for managing tensions in the increasingly unstable Balkans, where Austria-Hungary and Russia had competing interests. Third, It sought to suppress socialist, nationalist and revolutionary movements that could destabilize their conservative monarchies, preserving their empires against internal threats. Finally, it aimed to establish a framework for conflict resolution among the three empires, ensuring that any disputes could be addressed diplomatically rather than through war. At its core, the League was designed to create a balance of power that prevented any single nation from becoming too dominant. However, beneath the surface, there were serious fault lines that would make the alliance difficult to maintain. One of the biggest challenges facing the Three Emperors League was the ongoing competition between Austria-Hungary and Russia over influence in the Balkans. The region was a volatile mix of ethnic and religious tensions, with both empires seeking to expand their spheres of influence. The decline of the Ottoman Empire had left a power vacuum, and both Vienna and St. Petersburg saw an opportunity to assert control over territories in the region. Austria-Hungary was particularly concerned about the rise of Slavic nationalism, which threatened to destabilize its multi-ethnic empire. Meanwhile, Russia saw itself as the protector of Slavic and Orthodox Christian populations in the Balkans and sought to expand its influence in Serbia, Montenegro, and Bulgaria. These conflicting ambitions made cooperation between Austria-Hungary and Russia fragile at best. Bismarck's role as a mediator was crucial in preventing these tensions from boiling over. He positioned Germany as a neutral party, encouraging both sides to cooperate while ensuring that their rivalry did not spiral into open conflict. However, the underlying hostility between Austria-Hungary and Russia meant that the Three Emperors League was always on shaky ground. Despite its internal challenges, the Three Emperors League had a significant impact on European diplomacy. It temporarily stabilized relations between the three great empires and reduced the immediate threat of war. By creating a diplomatic mechanism for resolving disputes, the League helped to maintain peace during the early 1870s. One of the key successes of the alliance was its role in managing the Eastern Question, the issue of how to handle the declining Ottoman Empire. The three powers agreed to consult one another before making any major moves in the Balkans, which helped to prevent unilateral action that could escalate tensions. However, the League's effectiveness was limited by the deep-seated rivalries between its members. By the late 1870s, cracks were beginning to show, and Bismarck would soon be forced to rethink Germany's diplomatic strategy. The tipping point would come in 1878 with the Congress of Berlin, where the great powers would meet to address the consequences of the Russo-Turkish War. The Three Emperors League was supposed to keep Europe stable, but alliances built on shaky ground never last. The real test came in 1878, when the Balkans erupted in crisis. Austria and Russia were at each other's throats, and the fate of the Ottoman Empire was up for debate. The great powers met at the Congress of Berlin, where Otto von Bismarck would step in, not as an ally but as a referee. The late 19th century was a time of shifting alliances, rising nationalism, and fragile peace in Europe. After decades of tension and war, the continent was finally experiencing a fragile calm, but it was a calm that could shatter at any moment. Enter Otto von Bismarck, the man who would forever change Europe's diplomatic landscape. In 1878, he proved to the world that diplomacy could be just as powerful as military strength. The stage was set in the wake of the Russo-Turkish War, 1877-1878, which had left the Ottoman Empire severely weakened. Russia, emboldened by its victory, sought to carve out new territories in the Balkans, threatening the stability of Europe. But Russia's rise wasn't sitting well with other European powers, particularly Austria-Hungary, which had its own ambitions in the region, and Britain, which feared Russia's growing influence. With Europe on the brink of conflict, Bismarck stepped in, not as a participant but as a mediator. His goal, to maintain peace and ensure Germany's security by keeping these powers in check. But why was Bismarck able to play such a pivotal role in the Congress of Berlin? The answer lies in his genius for diplomacy, his ability to navigate the complex web of European politics, even while playing each power against the other. Bismarck was more than just a statesman. He was a master of what we now call Realpolitik, a pragmatic approach to politics driven by self-interest rather than ideology. His goal was to keep Germany safe, secure, and at peace, even if it meant playing the role of the honest broker in a high-stakes game of diplomacy. In this video, we're going to break down the events of the Congress of Berlin, the key players involved, and Bismarck's role in shaping the future of Europe. By the end, you'll understand why he's remembered as the greatest diplomat of his time, and how his actions at the Congress set the stage for the great alliances of the next decade. Before we get into the Congress itself, let's understand the background to the event and why it was so critical to European politics. In 1877, Russia had declared war on the Ottoman Empire, aiming to expand its influence in the Balkans. With the Ottoman Empire in decline, Russia saw an opportunity to gain territory in Bulgaria, Serbia, and Macedonia, regions that were strategically important for Russia's geopolitical ambitions. The war was brutal, and Russia's victory in early 1878 left it with substantial gains. However, Russia's success worried other European powers. Austria-Hungary, which also had interests in the Balkans, feared that Russia's growing influence in the region would upset the balance of power. Britain, still a dominant naval power, feared that Russia would seize control of the strategically important Bosporus Strait and thus threaten British control of trade routes to India. Even France had its own concerns over the potential shift in the European power dynamic. With tensions rising, European diplomats scrambled to find a solution. The Treaty of San Stefano, signed by Russia and the Ottoman Empire in March 1878, granted Russia significant territorial gains in the Balkans, including a large Bulgarian state. But this treaty was unacceptable to the other European powers, who feared that it would give Russia too much control in the region and destabilize the fragile peace in Europe. Enter Otto von Bismarck, who understood that the best way to secure Germany's position in Europe was to keep all the major powers from going to war. Bismarck saw this moment as an opportunity not to get involved in the conflict itself, but to play the role of the neutral, honest broker. By mediating the crisis, he could prevent Russia from gaining too much power, avoid alienating Austria-Hungary or Britain, and most importantly, keep Germany out of any direct conflict. In essence, Bismarck wasn't interested in personal glory. He was interested in ensuring Germany's security through diplomacy. The Congress of Berlin was made up of representatives from the great powers of Europe, each with its own interests in the outcome. To understand Bismarck's delicate maneuvering at the Congress, we need to take a closer look at the key players. Austria-Hungary had its own interests in the Balkans. The Austro-Hungarian Empire saw the Ottoman Empire as a weakening neighbor and wanted to expand its influence over Serbia and Bosnia-Herzegovina. The Russian success in the Russo-Turkish War posed a direct challenge to Austria's ambitions. The key figure representing Austria at the Congress was Prince Clemens von Metternich's successor, Count Andrassy. He hoped to curtail Russia's territorial gains and protect Austria's status in the Balkans. Tsar Alexander II had led Russia into the Russo-Turkish War with hopes of expanding its influence in the Balkans. The success of the war left Russia in a position of strength, but the other powers didn't see things that way. Tsar Alexander II was eager to see the Treaty of San Stefano implemented, but the other powers saw the treaty as too favorable to Russia. Russia's foreign minister, Prince Gorchakov, represented Russia at the Congress, seeking to secure the terms of the treaty while still maintaining Europe's fragile peace. At the time of the Congress, Britain was the dominant naval power in Europe, and it had its own interests in keeping Russia in check. Lord Salisbury, Britain's foreign minister, represented British interests at the Congress. Britain was particularly concerned about the fate of the Ottoman Empire. Britain had long supported the Ottomans as a bulwark against Russian expansion into the Mediterranean. If Russia gained too much power, it could threaten British control of vital maritime routes to India. Britain's goal was to ensure that Russia did not dominate the region. While France was not directly involved in the Russo-Turkish War, it was still a key player in the Congress. French diplomacy under Adolphe Thiers had been focused on counterbalancing Germany's power after the humiliating defeat in the Franco-Prussian War. France didn't want to see Russia become too powerful, as that might threaten the French position in Europe. However, France was also wary of Britain and Austria-Hungary's influence in the Balkans. The Ottoman Empire, which had lost much of its territory, was represented by Grand Vizier Mehmed Ali Pasha at the Congress. The Ottomans were in a weak position and sought to retain whatever control they could over the Balkans, though they had little leverage in the negotiations. Each of these powers had competing interests, which made Bismarck's role as mediator even more critical. If tensions were allowed to escalate, it could result in war. However, Bismarck's ability to navigate this web of interests and keep everyone satisfied, at least on the surface, was nothing short of genius. The Congress of Berlin was held from June to July 1878, and it was convened to revise the Treaty of San Stefano. Bismarck, acting as host and mediator, quickly made it clear that he had no intention of allowing any single power to dominate the discussions. He skillfully played the role of neutral arbitrator, leveraging his relationships with all the powers involved. His genius was not in advancing his own country's interests directly, but in maintaining the delicate balance of power that had kept Europe at peace for decades. The first critical step Bismarck took was to prevent Russia from dominating the conference. He forced Russia to accept the revision of the Treaty of San Stefano, which reduced the size of the new Bulgarian state and gave Austria-Hungary control over Bosnia-Herzegovina. This angered Russia, but it was a necessary compromise to keep the peace. Austria-Hungary's gain in the region was balanced by Russia's territorial losses. In exchange, Bismarck ensured that Russia's interests would be respected elsewhere, securing Russia's willingness to stay at the table. One of the most significant outcomes of the Congress was the reduction of Bulgaria's size. The new Bulgarian state was significantly smaller than what had been outlined in the Treaty of San Stefano. The Congress also secured British interests by ensuring that the Ottoman Empire would retain control of the Bosporus and Dardanelles. This kept Russia from gaining control over key trade routes, which was a priority for Britain's maritime power. Bismarck's masterstroke was to create an agreement that satisfied everyone, at least in principle. Austria-Hungary got the territories it wanted, Russia was diplomatically appeased, and Britain's concerns about Russian expansion were addressed. France was left somewhat sidelined but not openly antagonized. The immediate aftermath of the Congress of Berlin saw the stabilization of Europe, at least in the short term. Bismarck's diplomatic victory solidified his reputation as the honest broker, the man who could be trusted to maintain Europe's peace. However, the agreement did not come without consequences. One of the most significant long-term effects was the weakening of Russian influence in the Balkans. Russia's territorial ambitions were curtailed, and the Tsar's position was significantly weakened in Europe. This laid the groundwork for future tensions between Russia and Austria-Hungary, who were both competing for influence in the region. The Congress also created a sense of German security. By acting as mediator, Bismarck not only avoided war, but also reinforced Germany's role as a key player in European diplomacy. Germany, under Bismarck, was emerging as the central power in Europe, and the balance of power that Bismarck had worked so hard to create would hold for a time. However, the Congress also sowed the seeds of future conflict. While Europe was at peace for the moment, the Balkan region remained volatile, and the competing interests of the great powers would continue to shape European diplomacy for decades. The Congress of Berlin was a diplomatic triumph for Bismarck, a masterclass in how to balance competing interests, prevent war, and secure Germany's position in Europe. By the end of the Congress, Bismarck had established himself as the greatest diplomat of his time, successfully keeping Europe at peace while solidifying his country's role as a major power. But the peace that Bismarck had secured was fragile, and the tensions simmering beneath the surface were far from gone. In the years that followed, Austria-Hungary and Germany would need a much stronger bond to secure their future in the face of growing competition. This would lead to the formation of the Dual Alliance in 1879, a pact that would set the stage for the shifting alliances and rivalries of the 20th century. In 1879, Otto von Bismarck, the brilliant German statesman, made one of the most significant diplomatic moves in European history, the Dual Alliance. A strategic pact between Germany and Austria-Hungary, this alliance would lay the foundation for the balance of power in Europe, ensuring that Germany was shielded from potential threats on its eastern and southern borders. But what led Bismarck to make this bold decision? And why did he choose Austria-Hungary, a nation facing its own internal issues, to be Germany's key partner in the face of growing tensions? Today, we'll dive into the historical context behind the Dual Alliance, how it impacted European diplomacy, and why it was crucial for the future security of Germany. By the end of this video, you'll understand how this crucial alliance set the stage for what would eventually lead to World War I. Let's dive in. To understand why Germany and Austria-Hungary needed to form the Dual Alliance, we need to first look at the situation in Europe in the late 19th century. Following the unification of Germany in 1871, Otto von Bismarck had successfully placed Germany at the heart of European politics, but he knew that maintaining peace required careful diplomacy. The Franco-Prussian War of 1870-71 had left France humiliated and eager for revenge, while the newly formed German Empire now had to manage complex relationships with its European neighbors. The Congress of Berlin, 1878, which aimed to resolve tensions in the Balkans following the Russo-Turkish War, was a turning point. Although Bismarck had successfully brokered a peace settlement, tensions in the Balkans continued to rise. The Austro-Russian rivalry in the region was particularly problematic, as Austria-Hungary was increasingly concerned about Slavic nationalism destabilizing its empire. Russia, on the other hand, felt betrayed by the Congress and increasingly hostile toward Austria-Hungary. In the face of this instability, Bismarck's job was clear. Germany needed allies who could help secure its borders, and it needed to isolate France, which had been diplomatically marginalized by Bismarck's policies since the Franco-Prussian War. Bismarck realized that aligning with Austria-Hungary would help secure the southern and eastern borders of the German Empire, effectively protecting Germany from the potential threat of Russia and strengthening its position in European politics. Before the Dual Alliance could be formed, Germany, Austria-Hungary and Russia had been part of a loose diplomatic arrangement called the Three Emperors League. Formed in 1873, it was designed to keep the peace between the three conservative monarchies. The League was based on mutual interests, principally to maintain the status quo in Europe and contain the spread of revolutionary ideologies that could destabilize their empires. However, by 1878, the Three Emperors League was showing signs of strain. The Russo-Turkish War had created serious divisions, particularly in the Balkans. While Russia had been victorious, it had gained territory that was in direct competition with Austria-Hungary's own ambitions in the region. The Congress of Berlin, where Bismarck played a central role, sought to address these issues. While Bismarck was successful in rebalancing European diplomacy, it also meant that Austria-Hungary and Russia were left with competing interests. Austria-Hungary wanted to consolidate its power in the Balkans and prevent Slavic nationalism from threatening the integrity of its empire, while Russia, eager to maintain its influence in the region, could not accept Austria's growing dominance. The resulting tensions marked the end of the Three Emperors League and pushed Bismarck to consider a new way to secure Germany's interests. By 1879, Bismarck realized that Germany needed a reliable partner to defend its eastern borders. Russia was no longer an ally, and France remained a dangerous adversary. Austria-Hungary, despite its internal issues, was the logical choice for a partner. Bismarck initiated talks with Austria-Hungary, and in October 1879 they signed the Dual Alliance. This alliance was, at its core, a defensive pact designed to protect both nations from a common threat, Russia. The treaty was explicitly directed at preventing the possibility of a Russian invasion or the destabilization of the Balkans, which could spill over into the heart of Central Europe. Key terms of the agreement included mutual defense. If either Germany or Austria-Hungary was attacked by Russia, the other would come to its aid. The treaty also included a neutrality clause. If either nation was attacked by a power other than Russia, the other would remain neutral, but would consult with the other party before taking any action. For Bismarck, this alliance provided Germany with security against a Russian threat, while also keeping Austria-Hungary in check diplomatically. Austria's fears of Slavic nationalism aligned perfectly with Germany's need to secure its eastern border. For Austria-Hungary, the alliance was a lifeline. Its empire was weakened, and it faced internal instability, so a strong partner like Germany was essential to its survival. The signing of the Dual Alliance had significant ramifications for the balance of power in Europe. For one, it effectively isolated France, which had been diplomatically isolated since the Franco-Prussian War. France now faced the daunting prospect of having to go it alone in Europe with few allies. The alliance made it even more difficult for France to find a potential partner among the major powers. The alliance also solidified Bismarck's position in Europe. By securing a stable eastern and southern frontier, Germany was able to focus its efforts on diplomacy in the West, particularly in its dealings with France and the British Empire. Bismarck used this newfound security to ensure that Germany would not face war on multiple fronts. Moreover, the alliance was a signal to other European powers that Germany was not alone in its policies, and it marked a shift in the power dynamics of the continent. However, despite its successes, the Dual Alliance also highlighted the vulnerability of Austria-Hungary. The empire was plagued by internal problems, particularly with its diverse ethnic groups, which would continue to fuel tensions within the empire for years to come. Although the Dual Alliance provided security for both nations, Bismarck was still concerned about Germany's position in Europe. The rise of Italy as a unified nation presented a new opportunity for Bismarck to further solidify Germany's position in Europe. Italy, like Germany, had its own ambitions in Europe. It sought to secure its position against the Austrian Empire, which had controlled parts of Italy in the past. At the same time, Italy was keen on finding allies who could help it achieve its goals, especially with the growing tension between Italy and France over North Africa. Bismarck saw an opportunity to bring Italy into the fold, effectively creating a triple alliance between Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy. This move would complete the defensive network that Bismarck had envisioned and secure Germany from potential threats on multiple fronts. In 1882, Italy officially joined the alliance, forming a powerful diplomatic and military bloc. This new alliance would further shape the course of European diplomacy and lay the groundwork for the tensions that would eventually erupt in World War I. The dual alliance between Germany and Austria-Hungary was a crucial turning point in European diplomacy. It marked the beginning of a new era in European alliances, one that would shape the continent's destiny for decades. It secured Germany's eastern and southern borders and set the stage for Bismarck's masterful diplomatic balancing act. However, the story didn't end there. In the years that followed, Bismarck would turn his attention to Italy, bringing it into the fold and creating the Triple Alliance in 1882. This new alliance not only changed the nature of Germany's security, but also had profound effects on the future of Europe. Italy, a newly unified country, was seeking a place in European diplomacy. By 1882, Italy was struggling with its place in the world. With a weak economy and a lack of significant alliances, it found itself surrounded by powerful nations, many of which were openly hostile. Despite its relatively recent unification, Italy had its own ambitions, particularly in North Africa and the Mediterranean. But it was also vulnerable both economically and militarily. So why did Italy, new to the game of European diplomacy, decide to align itself with Germany and Austria-Hungary in a defensive alliance? Was it out of necessity or strategic foresight? In this video, we will explore the complex motivations behind Italy's decision to join the Triple Alliance and how it reshaped the dynamics of European diplomacy in the late 19th century. This is not just a story about Italy seeking security. It's a story of power dynamics, territorial ambitions, and Bismarck's diplomatic genius. As we delve into the underlying causes, you'll see how Italy's decision wasn't simply about survival, but about transforming itself into a key player in the intricate web of European politics. The formation of the Triple Alliance didn't just alter the balance of power in Italy's favor. It shifted Europe's alliances in a way that would have long-lasting consequences, setting the stage for future tensions that would ignite into World War I. Before Italy's unification in 1861, the Italian peninsula was a patchwork of city-states, kingdoms, and foreign territories. The Risorgimento, or the Italian unification movement, was a decade-long struggle that saw leaders like Giuseppe Garibaldi and Count Cavour unite Italy under one flag. However, unification didn't automatically equate to strength or stability. The country's economy was weak, and it lacked a strong industrial base to compete with the other European powers. Moreover, Italy's military forces were underdeveloped and often disorganized. While Italy had emerged as a unified state, it was still finding its footing in Europe. In the 1870s, Italy had a limited diplomatic influence, often being overshadowed by the major European powers such as France, Germany, and Britain. It had relatively few alliances, which left it vulnerable to diplomatic isolation. The Italian government knew that to secure its place in Europe, it would need to forge stronger alliances. Tensions with France were a significant factor driving Italy's foreign policy. In the early 1880s, France's growing influence in North Africa, particularly its control over Tunisia, directly challenged Italy's interests. Tunisia, which bordered Italian-controlled Libya, had long been viewed by Italy as a potential area of expansion. When France took control of Tunisia in 1881, it felt like a direct slap in the face to Italy's aspirations. For Italy, this loss of territorial ambitions created an urgent need to reassess its position in Europe. The Italian government, under Prime Minister Francesco Crispi, realized that Italy could not rely on its own military strength to challenge France. Italy's diplomatic isolation and lack of powerful allies left it vulnerable to French aggression, which could threaten its security in the Mediterranean. Italy also faced internal issues, including economic underdevelopment and rising political instability. The country was still largely agrarian, and the Industrial Revolution had yet to fully take root. In a Europe rapidly industrializing, Italy risked being left behind unless it found the right alliances to help boost its economy and industrial base. Thus, with strained relations with France and the looming threat of being left out of European power dynamics, Italy was in search of stronger allies, countries that could provide both military support and economic cooperation. Italy's diplomacy at this time was one of necessity. The country needed allies to ensure its survival and to gain the influence it desired. Italy's geopolitical position in the Mediterranean was fraught with challenges, and these challenges had a direct influence on its decision to seek out powerful allies. In this context, Italy's desire for an alliance with a stronger power, such as Germany, was driven by the need for security. At the time, Italy's military capacity was limited, and the country lacked the necessary resources to defend itself effectively against France. Italy needed a powerful partner to deter France from further encroachment on its interests. The strategic importance of Tunisia and the surrounding region made it clear that Italy could not afford to stand alone in the face of France's growing strength. Beyond military security, Italy also needed economic support. Italy was still in the early stages of industrialization. While the northern regions of Italy were more industrialized, much of the country remained rural and economically underdeveloped. To compete with the other European powers, Italy needed access to industrial resources and economic cooperation. Germany, with its burgeoning industrial base, was in a strong position to provide that support. For Italy, the economic benefits of an alliance with Germany were undeniable. Germany's economy had grown rapidly since its unification in 1871, and Italy saw an opportunity to tap into this economic power to fuel its own industrial growth. Through mutual trade agreements and economic cooperation, Italy could modernize its infrastructure and industry, which would bolster its military capacity and help it become a more significant player in European politics. At the same time, Italy also had its sights set on territorial expansion. The country sought to extend its influence in the Mediterranean, particularly by securing control over Libya and parts of the Balkans. The alignment with Germany and Austria-Hungary was an attempt to secure support for these territorial ambitions. Austria-Hungary, for example, had its own interests in the Balkans, and Italy hoped to align its goals with Austria-Hungary's to further its territorial agenda. In summary, Italy's decision to seek allies was a multifaceted one. The country was vulnerable both militarily and economically, and it saw an alliance with Germany and Austria-Hungary as a means to secure its position, enhance its economic strength, and advance its territorial interests. But it wasn't just about immediate protection, it was about shaping Italy's future as a key player on the European stage. Otto von Bismarck, the Chancellor of Germany, was a master of diplomacy, and his ability to form alliances without resorting to war was a hallmark of his political career. Bismarck's primary goal was to secure Germany's position in Europe, prevent a two-front war, and maintain a balance of power that favored Germany. The formation of the Triple Alliance in 1882 was part of this grand strategy. Bismarck's initial hesitance in forming an alliance with Italy stemmed from the delicate balance he had already established with Austria-Hungary and Russia. He knew that Italy, a newly unified state with its own territorial ambitions, could be a destabilizing factor if not handled carefully. However, Bismarck also recognized that Italy was in a vulnerable position, and its desire for security and economic growth aligned with Germany's broader diplomatic goals. Germany's relationship with Austria-Hungary had been solidified in 1879 through the dual alliance. Austria-Hungary, like Italy, faced its own challenges, particularly from Russia in the Balkans. By aligning with Germany, Austria-Hungary hoped to secure its southern borders and prevent Russian expansion. Germany and Austria-Hungary both recognized that Italy, with its ambitions in North Africa and the Balkans, could be a useful partner. Italy's inclusion would strengthen the Central Powers and counterbalance France and Russia. Italy's request for an alliance was formalized in the late 1870s, and by 1882, Bismarck had decided to bring Italy into the fold. The Triple Alliance, officially signed in 1882, included three key components: mutual defense against France and Russia, economic cooperation, and military collaboration. Under the terms of the treaty, if one member was attacked by either France or Russia, the other two were obligated to come to its aid. For Italy, the alliance offered a sense of security. If France attacked over territorial disputes, Italy would have Germany and Austria-Hungary as allies. For Germany, the inclusion of Italy provided strategic security in the Mediterranean, while Austria-Hungary saw the alliance as an opportunity to shore up its position in the Balkans and against Russia. The alliance also had an economic component, with each country agreeing to support each other's industrial and trade growth. In essence, the Triple Alliance was a key part of Bismarck's broader strategy to prevent war while maintaining Germany's dominance in Europe. Through careful diplomacy, Bismarck had ensured that Italy would not upset the balance of power within the alliance system, while also securing Italy's position in Europe. Italy's motivations for joining the Triple Alliance were deeply tied to both its national insecurities and its broader ambitions. Economically, the alliance with Germany and Austria-Hungary offered access to industrial resources and trade networks that Italy desperately needed. Military cooperation provided Italy with a sense of security that was otherwise lacking, but Italy's primary gain came from its hope to use the alliance as a stepping stone to greater influence in the Mediterranean and the Balkans. The alliance solidified Italy's position as a member of Europe's great powers. It granted Italy legitimacy in the eyes of other European nations, and it paved the way for Italy to assert its own interests, particularly in the Mediterranean. Italy sought to expand its territory, and the alliance with Germany and Austria-Hungary gave it the backing to do so. Though the alliance was largely defensive, Italy saw the opportunity to use it as leverage for territorial ambitions, especially in North Africa and the Balkans. In the short term, the alliance offered Italy a buffer against France and other potential threats. But in the long term, Italy would continue to look for ways to strengthen its position and leverage the alliance for greater power in the region. While the Triple Alliance did not guarantee Italy's immediate success in achieving its imperial goals, it did provide Italy with a crucial diplomatic advantage in a rapidly shifting European world. Italy's decision to join the Triple Alliance in 1882 had significant long-term consequences, both for its place in Europe and the delicate balance of power in the years leading up to World War I. While the alliance provided Italy with immediate security and economic advantages, it also tied the country to two major powers, Germany and Austria-Hungary, in a system that would eventually lead to shifting allegiances and complex political maneuvering. In the short term, the alliance ensured Italy's place as a key player in European diplomacy. But as Europe's tensions grew in the early 20th century, the very powers Italy had allied with would soon find themselves at odds, setting the stage for Italy's own role in the looming conflict. The Triple Alliance, initially seen as a shield, would come to reveal cracks, particularly as Italy's territorial ambitions and rising tensions with Austria-Hungary began to surface. But as we've seen, alliances and treaties can only hold so long when national interests shift and the drumbeats of war grow louder. Italy's involvement in the Triple Alliance was just one chapter in the larger story of Europe's descent into chaos. What happens next in the intricate web of alliances and political shifts? While the Triple Alliance secured Germany's position in the south, the growing tension in the east with Russia remained a looming threat. In the background, the Franco-Russian Alliance was beginning to form, further complicating the geopolitical environment. Bismarck understood that France's desire for revenge after the Franco-Prussian War, 1870-71, made them a dangerous adversary. But an even greater threat lay in the potential alliance between Russia and France, which could encircle Germany, forcing it into a war on two fronts. A nightmare scenario for any German leader. So how did Bismarck manage to keep Russia neutral while ensuring that France did not gain a powerful ally? The answer lies in a little-known agreement that became one of his diplomatic masterpieces, the Reinsurance Treaty. This secret pact between Germany and Russia, signed in 1887, promised mutual neutrality in the event that either country was attacked by a third party. In this video, we'll dive deep into the Reinsurance Treaty, examining its significance, how it was crafted, and how it fit into Bismarck's broader strategy of maintaining peace while safeguarding Germany's future. Stick around to find out how Bismarck's diplomatic ingenuity temporarily secured Europe's fragile peace, until the rise of a new leader would unravel it all. Bismarck's foreign policy had one central goal: to ensure Germany's security and maintain peace in Europe. Unlike other leaders, Bismarck was less interested in expansionist ambitions and more focused on preserving the status quo through carefully crafted alliances. His strategy was one of Realpolitik, driven by pragmatism and a deep understanding of Europe's political landscape. At the core of his strategy was the Triple Alliance with Austria, Hungary, and Italy. The alliance was primarily defensive, designed to secure Germany from the threat of France in the west and Russia in the east. However, Bismarck was not naive. He knew that this pact was insufficient if relations with Russia were not carefully managed. Bismarck's role in the Congress of Berlin in 1878 was a pivotal moment in his diplomatic career. He brokered a peace settlement that aimed to prevent conflict in the Balkans, a region where Russia and Austria-Hungary had competing interests. Bismarck was keen to maintain peace between these two powers and avoided any decisive confrontation. By aligning Germany with Russia at this critical moment, he ensured that both nations were tied to his diplomatic vision. While the Congress of Berlin was a temporary success, the issue of the Balkans would continue to cause tension, particularly as Russia began to expand its influence in the region. This was where Bismarck's genius lay. Knowing that keeping Russia neutral was key to preventing a two-front war for Germany, Russia's ambitions in the Balkans brought it into direct conflict with Austria-Hungary. In this volatile situation, Bismarck's primary goal was to prevent Russia from seeking an alliance with France, which would have created a dangerous two-front scenario for Germany. By maintaining close ties with Russia, Bismarck was able to neutralize the possibility of a Russian-French alliance, which would have left Germany exposed. Despite the growing pressure from Austria-Hungary and the rise of pan-Slavic movements within Russia, Bismarck was able to maintain peace by balancing the needs of both powers, even as tensions simmered in the Balkans. For Bismarck, the greatest threat to Germany was not just Russia, but the potential alliance between France and Russia. The Franco-Prussian War had left France humiliated, and for years they sought ways to take revenge on Germany. By the late 1880s, France was increasingly desperate to break out of its diplomatic isolation. The danger of a Franco-Russian alliance was palpable. France had long been seeking allies to offset the power of the Triple Alliance. Russia, meanwhile, was frustrated by its lack of influence in the Balkans, which led it to seek closer ties with France, a nation that shared common grievances with Germany. Since the end of the Franco-Prussian War, France's desire for revenge had been a driving force in its foreign policy. The humiliating loss in 1871, where Germany established the German Empire in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles, meant that France would do whatever it could to regain its honor and military strength. This made France a critical issue in Bismarck's strategy, as he needed to prevent them from finding an ally that could challenge Germany directly. By the 1880s, France was becoming increasingly isolated diplomatically. The Triple Alliance tied Germany, Austria-Hungary and Italy together, while Britain remained aloof, preferring its traditional policy of splendid isolation. This left France with few options. The solution for them was to seek an alliance with Russia, a nation that was increasingly alienated from Austria-Hungary due to the ongoing Balkan tensions. Meanwhile, Russia was seeking to extend its influence in the Balkans. Austria-Hungary's annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina in 1908 had only heightened Russia's concerns. With the growing strength of the Slavic nationalist movements in the Balkans, Russia sought to position itself as the protector of Slavic peoples, positioning itself as a counterweight to Austria-Hungary's dominance in the region. As Russia looked westward, the idea of allying with France began to look increasingly attractive. The potential alliance between France and Russia threatened to encircle Germany, creating the possibility of a two-front war. This was the worst-case scenario for Bismarck, who had worked tirelessly to prevent such an outcome. The growing potential for a Franco-Russian alliance created the urgent need for Germany to act. Without a neutral Russia, Germany would be forced to face France on its western borders and Russia on its eastern ones, a nightmare that could spell disaster for the young German Empire. In response to the looming threat of a Franco-Russian alliance, the negotiations that led to the Reinsurance Treaty were delicate and secretive. Bismarck worked tirelessly to ensure that both Germany and Russia understood the terms of the agreement. The treaty was designed to ensure that neither country would be drawn into conflict with the other should either be attacked by a third party. Germany and Russia agreed to neutrality in case of war with another power, thus ensuring that neither country would engage in a conflict on Germany's eastern border. The treaty provided a temporary but vital cushion for Germany, buying it crucial time to focus on other matters, such as reinforcing its alliance with Austria-Hungary. The Reinsurance Treaty outlined that Germany and Russia would remain neutral if either country was attacked by a third party. This clause was crucial because it gave Germany the freedom to focus its military efforts on the Western Front should France choose to attack. The treaty was also flexible, allowing for the possibility of an alliance in the case of an attack by a third power. However, it also carried the caveat that neither country would help the other if it was the aggressor in a conflict. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Reinsurance Treaty was its secrecy. Bismarck carefully kept the details of the treaty from both Austria-Hungary and France. If either of these nations had learned of the agreement, it could have disrupted the delicate balance of power that Bismarck had worked so hard to create. The treaty was one of the many diplomatic victories that were kept out of the public eye, but were essential to maintaining peace in Europe. The Reinsurance Treaty was vital to Germany's strategic interests in the late 19th century. By ensuring Russia's neutrality, Bismarck prevented Germany from being encircled by hostile powers. This strategic move allowed Germany to focus on strengthening its position in Europe without the fear of being attacked on two fronts. Through his diplomatic genius, Bismarck ensured that Germany would not be isolated in the face of rising tensions. The Reinsurance Treaty kept Russia at bay, preventing it from allying with France and creating the possibility of a devastating two-front war. The Reinsurance Treaty had a significant impact on Europe, temporarily ensuring peace and stability. Bismarck's decision to keep the treaty secret was critical. Without it, the delicate web of alliances and neutrality could have unraveled, leading to a war that might have engulfed Europe earlier. Unfortunately, the Reinsurance Treaty was not meant to last. After Bismarck's dismissal in 1890 and the rise of Wilhelm II, the treaty's collapse became inevitable. Wilhelm II had different views on foreign policy, preferring a more aggressive approach, and he allowed the treaty to expire. Though the treaty was short-lived, its significance cannot be overstated. It represented one of Bismarck's greatest achievements in foreign diplomacy and demonstrated the delicate balance of power that was central to his strategy. The collapse of the treaty set the stage for the growing tensions that eventually led to World War I. In conclusion, the Reinsurance Treaty was a critical element of Bismarck's diplomatic strategy, ensuring Germany's security by keeping Russia neutral. It successfully avoided the nightmare of a two-front war and helped maintain peace in Europe for nearly a decade. However, with the rise of Wilhelm II and the change in leadership, the treaty was allowed to expire, and the delicate balance that Bismarck had crafted began to crumble. We have been covering Bismarck and the unification of Germany through Realpolitik, but he could not plan for what was next to come with the reign of Wilhelm II. Wilhelm II was born into an era of immense royal expectation. As the heir to the German throne and the last male heir of the Hohenzollern dynasty, his life was destined to be one of immense importance. But from the very moment he entered the world, it became clear that his path would not be an easy one. Born on January 27, 1859, to Crown Prince Frederick of Germany and Victoria, Princess Royal of the United Kingdom, Wilhelm's arrival seemed like a moment of relief for his parents, as he was the first surviving son after the tragic loss of their previous male child. But his birth was marred by complications that would have lasting physical and psychological effects. Wilhelm was born with a deformed left arm, a disability that would haunt him for his entire life. This physical issue was only the beginning of his tumultuous early years. His relationship with his mother, Victoria, was complex. As a strong-willed and politically minded woman, Victoria had a profound influence on Wilhelm's upbringing. She expected nothing less than greatness from him, but this pressure caused tension between them. His mother's overwhelming influence over his early life shaped much of Wilhelm's character, driving him to seek validation in ways that often put him at odds with others, both inside and outside of his family. The early death of his father, Crown Prince Frederick, in 1888 at the young age of 56, further shaped Wilhelm's psyche. His father's premature death meant that Wilhelm was thrust into the role of emperor at a young age, unprepared for the immense pressures that came with the position. He was left with a sense of abandonment, unable to receive the guidance of a father figure who might have tempered his impulsive tendencies. Wilhelm's early years were marked by a deep sense of personal insecurity, stemming from his physical disability and his complicated relationship with his family. This insecurity, combined with an intense desire to prove himself, would set the stage for the monarch Wilhelm II would become, one determined to leave his mark on history, often at the cost of stability. The experiences of his childhood, both traumatic and formative, would play a crucial role in shaping the leader who would ultimately drive Germany to the brink of war. In our journey through his life, it will become clear how these formative years laid the groundwork for Wilhelm's decisions later in life, decisions that would not only impact Germany, but the entire world. Wilhelm II was born into one of Europe's most powerful royal families. As the only son of Crown Prince Frederick and Princess Victoria, he was destined to be the future Kaiser of Germany. His birth, on January 27, 1859, was celebrated as the arrival of the long-awaited heir after several failed pregnancies. The Hohenzollern dynasty, under his grandfather Kaiser Wilhelm I, had already ushered in a new era of German unity following the Franco-Prussian War. But despite this legacy of power and influence, Wilhelm's childhood was anything but smooth sailing. From the outset, Wilhelm's birth was anything but conventional. His mother, Victoria, had been determined to ensure a smooth and easy delivery, but Wilhelm's birth was complicated. He was born with a deformed left arm. His shoulder was dislocated during delivery, and the nerve damage left him with limited mobility in that arm for the rest of his life. Wilhelm's disability was a constant source of insecurity for him throughout his childhood, as it made him feel physically inferior compared to his peers. His frustration with this condition would become a driving force in his later life, shaping his impulsive decisions and his desire to assert dominance. Victoria, his mother, played a significant role in Wilhelm's upbringing. As a member of the British royal family, she brought with her the traditions of the British monarchy, particularly the emphasis on discipline and order. Victoria's influence was felt deeply by Wilhelm, but her strong presence was both comforting and suffocating. She was determined that Wilhelm should follow in the path of greatness as her father, Prince Albert, had influenced her own life. But this pressure from his mother to be perfect and to achieve success at all costs created an internal conflict within Wilhelm, one that would haunt him throughout his life. At the same time, Wilhelm's relationship with his father, Crown Prince Frederick, was one of both admiration and distance. Frederick was a liberal and progressive figure in German politics, seeking reforms and a more democratic monarchy. However, Wilhelm, as a child, did not fully understand or embrace his father's ideals. Wilhelm craved personal recognition, and the influence of his more conservative and autocratic grandfather, Kaiser Wilhelm I, was far more appealing. In fact, Wilhelm often felt overshadowed by his father's presence and was more drawn to the more traditional Prussian values of military discipline, even though they conflicted with his father's liberal ideals. Tragically, Wilhelm's childhood was marked by the early death of his father. Frederick died in 1888 after a prolonged battle with cancer. This loss left a profound void in Wilhelm's life. He was thrust into the role of emperor much earlier than expected, a role he was not yet prepared for. His father's death led to the elevation of Wilhelm II to the throne at just 29 years old. This sudden ascension further reinforced Wilhelm's feelings of inadequacy and fueled his desire to assert his authority. Wilhelm's experiences in his early years, combined with the abandonment he felt after his father's death, left him with a sense of insecurity that would fuel his later ambition and ultimately his impulsive decisions as Kaiser. The emotional and psychological toll of these formative years shaped the man who would lead Germany into World War I. Wilhelm's early life experiences, particularly the influence of his mother, the loss of his father, and his personal struggles, helped form the complex character that would go on to shape Europe's destiny. Wilhelm II's education was designed to prepare him for the monumental task of ruling one of Europe's most powerful empires. As a member of the Hohenzollern family, the young prince was expected to master both the military and political intricacies of leadership. His military education was intensive, as he was groomed to follow in the footsteps of the Prussian military tradition, which was known for its discipline and efficiency. However, this military-centric education was at odds with the more diplomatic approach of his grandfather, Kaiser Wilhelm I, who had carefully navigated Europe's complex political landscape. The early years of Wilhelm's education were shaped by the rigid structure of the Prussian court. He was tutored in history, languages, military strategy, and politics, but his education was more focused on the arts of war than the arts of diplomacy. His mother, Victoria, had hoped that Wilhelm would inherit the more diplomatic qualities of the British royal family. However, Wilhelm's personal interests and ambitions soon became apparent. He showed little interest in the intricate art of diplomacy that had made his grandfather such a successful ruler. Instead, he gravitated toward the military and the notion of power through force. Wilhelm's military training was thorough, but it lacked the diplomatic finesse needed for the nuanced international relationships that would be necessary once he ascended to the throne. One of the defining features of Wilhelm's education was his growing sense of ambition and a desire to assert his authority. Unlike his more cautious and diplomatic grandfather, Wilhelm was a man of action. He was determined to prove himself as a strong and capable leader, unafraid to challenge established norms and traditions. This desire for recognition led Wilhelm to clash with his teachers, his family, and even his fellow European monarchs, who often found his brash and impulsive personality difficult to manage. Wilhelm's relationships with other European monarchs during his youth played a crucial role in shaping his worldview. His relationship with Queen Victoria, his maternal grandmother, was strained. Wilhelm admired her, but he also saw her as a symbol of everything he was trying to distance himself from. The British monarchy, with its constitutional monarchy system and diplomatic finesse, stood in stark contrast to Wilhelm's more autocratic vision for Germany. Similarly, Wilhelm's relationship with Tsar Nicholas II of Russia was a complicated one. While they shared royal blood, their relationship was marked by competition and rivalry. Wilhelm, ever the ambitious monarch, saw Russia as a potential rival and was suspicious of the Tsar's intentions. Despite the shared familial ties, their interactions were often tense, as each monarch sought to maintain his own influence on the European stage. King Edward VIII of Britain was another significant figure in Wilhelm's early years. Edward was more pragmatic than Wilhelm, possessing the diplomatic skills that Wilhelm lacked. While Wilhelm admired Edward's charm and political acumen, he often found himself at odds with Britain's foreign policy. Wilhelm's growing naval ambitions, especially as Germany began to challenge Britain's naval supremacy, would create a rift between the two monarchs. Despite their personal rapport, the political relationship between Germany and Britain would grow increasingly strained as Wilhelm's reign progressed. Upon his ascension, Wilhelm II immediately began to make changes to the existing political landscape. He was not content with simply inheriting the policies of his predecessors, particularly Bismarck's system of Realpolitik. Bismarck had served as the Chancellor of Germany for over 2 decades, overseeing much of the political landscape that had shaped the modern German Empire. Bismarck's pragmatic diplomacy had kept Europe relatively stable, but Wilhelm II's impulsiveness and desire for personal recognition led him to dismiss Bismarck in 1890. Wilhelm's decision to dismiss Bismarck was one of the most significant moments in his early reign. Bismarck had been the architect of Germany's foreign policy, and his removal threw the country's diplomatic future into uncertainty. Wilhelm, however, felt that Bismarck's cautious approach to foreign affairs stifled his ambitions. Wilhelm believed in a more aggressive and assertive Germany, one that would not shy away from conflict if it meant asserting Germany's dominance on the world stage. The removal of Bismarck and Wilhelm's aggressive foreign policy initiatives set the stage for a new era of diplomacy in Europe. Wilhelm's reign marked the beginning of Germany's more active involvement in global affairs, particularly in the realm of military power. His insistence on building up Germany's military and navy, coupled with his reckless approach to diplomacy, made Wilhelm II a controversial figure on the world stage. While his reign brought Germany to the heights of industrial power, it also set in motion the chain of events that would eventually lead to World War I. Wilhelm II's early reign was marked by a desire to leave his mark on history. However, his impulsive nature and disregard for established diplomatic norms would ultimately contribute to the collapse of European stability and the onset of a catastrophic war. Wilhelm II's life and reign are a testament to the complexities of leadership. Shaped by his early experiences, his desire for recognition, and his impulsive nature, Wilhelm became a monarch whose actions would alter the course of history. The decisions he made, particularly his dismissal of Bismarck and his aggressive foreign policies, helped create the conditions that led to World War I. In the coming videos, we will delve deeper into the events that led to the outbreak of World War I, exploring how Wilhelm's reign, his relationships with other powers, and his military ambitions played a key role in bringing about the most devastating conflict the world had ever seen. Even the greatest architects of power are not immune to change, and in 1890, Germany's Iron Chancellor fell, not to war, but to a young and ambitious emperor. Wilhelm II, the new Kaiser, was everything Bismarck was not: impulsive, arrogant, and desperate to leave his own mark on history. He saw Bismarck as an old relic of the past, a man who had built Germany but now stood in the way of its future. And so, in one swift move, Wilhelm forced the Iron Chancellor into retirement. It was a moment that changed the course of history. With Bismarck gone, Germany entered a dangerous new era, one where diplomacy took a backseat to ambition, and where reckless decisions would soon isolate Germany from the very alliances that had kept it secure. But how did it happen? Why did Wilhelm II push aside the very man who had built his empire? And what did it mean for Germany and for Europe? To understand the fall of Bismarck, we need to go back to the moment Wilhelm II took the throne, and the growing clash between two men with very different visions for Germany's future. Wilhelm II, the young emperor with a big ego. When Wilhelm II became Kaiser in 1888, he inherited an empire at the height of its power. Thanks to Bismarck, Germany was secure, its enemies were divided, and its economy was booming. But Wilhelm was not content to rule in Bismarck's shadow. Unlike his grandfather Wilhelm I, who had largely let Bismarck govern, Wilhelm II wanted full control. He saw himself as a modern, dynamic ruler, destined to shape Germany's future with bold, decisive leadership. And to him, Bismarck was an obstacle. The two men were polar opposites. Bismarck, now in his 70s, was pragmatic and calculated, treating diplomacy like a chess game, where every move had to be planned in advance. Wilhelm, on the other hand, was impatient and impulsive. He believed in grand gestures, in showing strength rather than carefully maneuvering behind the scenes. Tensions between them grew quickly. Wilhelm wanted to expand Germany's influence, particularly through naval power, an idea that clashed with Bismarck's careful balancing of European alliances. But the breaking point came over domestic policies. One of the biggest conflicts between the two was over social policy. Germany's industrialization had created a growing working class, and socialist movements were gaining power. Bismarck had long viewed socialism as a threat, using anti-socialist laws to suppress workers' movements. But Wilhelm had a different approach. He wanted to win over the workers with social reforms, believing this would secure their loyalty to the monarchy. Bismarck refused. He still believed in using force and repression to control internal threats, and when Wilhelm proposed abolishing Bismarck's anti-socialist laws, the Chancellor outright opposed him. Then came a final power struggle over who truly controlled Germany. Bismarck had always ruled with near absolute authority under Wilhelm I, but Wilhelm II was determined to make his own decisions. The turning point came when Bismarck tried to revive an old imperial decree that allowed him to govern without consulting the Kaiser. Wilhelm saw this as a direct challenge to his authority. Furious, he confronted Bismarck in March 1890, making it clear that Germany only had room for one leader, and demanded his resignation. After nearly 3 decades of ruling Germany from behind the scenes, the Iron Chancellor was forced to step down. Bismarck left Berlin humiliated, retreating to his estate in Friedrichsruh, where he would spend the rest of his life warning about the disasters that lay ahead for Germany. He famously predicted, "Jena came 20 years after the death of Frederick the Great. The crash will come 20 years after my departure." It was a chilling prophecy, one that would come true in 1914 when Germany plunged into World War I. But in removing Bismarck, Wilhelm II had unknowingly removed the one man who had kept Germany stable. And without him, Germany's carefully balanced foreign policy would begin to unravel. With Bismarck gone, Wilhelm II wasted no time in reshaping Germany's path. He was eager to break free from Bismarck's cautious diplomacy, which he saw as outdated and limiting. The new Kaiser believed Germany deserved its place in the sun, a leading role in global affairs that could only be achieved through bold and aggressive policies. The first major casualty of Bismarck's departure was the Reinsurance Treaty with Russia. For years, Bismarck had carefully maintained this secret agreement, ensuring that Germany and Russia would not threaten each other. It was a cornerstone of his strategy to prevent a two-front war. But Wilhelm, convinced that Germany no longer needed such backroom deals, let the treaty lapse in 1890. This single decision would change the course of European history. Without the Reinsurance Treaty, Russia felt abandoned, and just a few years later it would turn to France, Germany's old enemy, for support. At the same time, Wilhelm's erratic nature and constant interference in foreign affairs began to alienate Germany's allies. Unlike Bismarck, who had skillfully maintained alliances while keeping rivalries in check, Wilhelm's impulsive actions made Germany seem unpredictable and untrustworthy. In the coming years, this diplomatic recklessness would leave Germany increasingly isolated, pushing its enemies closer together and setting the stage for the next great conflict. Wilhelm also introduced a new foreign policy, Weltpolitik, or world policy. Unlike Bismarck's Realpolitik, which focused on keeping Germany secure through strategic alliances, Weltpolitik was about expansion, prestige, and power. Wilhelm wanted Germany to be seen as a great imperial force, rivaling Britain and France. And to do that, he fixated on building a powerful navy, one that could challenge the Royal Navy and establish Germany as a true world power. This marked a dramatic shift in German policy. Under Bismarck, Germany had focused on dominating Europe, avoiding unnecessary conflicts overseas. But Wilhelm believed that a strong empire required a strong navy, and he was willing to risk diplomatic stability to achieve it. To lead this effort, Wilhelm turned to Admiral Alfred von Tirpitz, a naval strategist who shared his vision. Together, they launched a massive shipbuilding program, passing the first naval law in 1898, which committed Germany to expanding its fleet. But there was one problem. This move directly threatened Britain, the world's dominant naval power. For centuries, Britain had followed a simple rule: no single nation should be strong enough to challenge the Royal Navy. Now, with Germany rapidly expanding its fleet, Britain saw this as an existential threat. The result? A naval arms race that would drive Britain and Germany further apart, pushing Britain toward Germany's rivals, France and Russia. Wilhelm had believed that building a great navy would bring Germany prestige and power, but instead, it made Germany more isolated than ever. Under Bismarck, Germany had been the master of diplomacy, balancing alliances, avoiding unnecessary conflicts, and keeping its rivals divided. But under Wilhelm II, that strategy was thrown aside in favor of bold, aggressive moves that isolated Germany and fueled tensions across Europe. Take the First Moroccan Crisis, 1905-1906. Wilhelm personally sailed to Tangier to challenge French influence in Morocco, believing he could drive a wedge between France and Britain. Instead, he only pushed them closer together, leading to the formation of the Entente Cordiale. Then came the Second Moroccan Crisis, 1911. Germany sent the gunboat Panther to Agadir, once again trying to intimidate France. The result? A humiliating diplomatic retreat and Britain doubling down on its alliance with France. In the Bosnian Crisis, 1908-1909, Wilhelm backed Austria-Hungary's annexation of Bosnia, enraging Russia and Serbia. Bismarck would have carefully managed the situation, but Wilhelm's reckless support only deepened the divide between Austria and Russia, further destabilizing the Balkans. Finally, the Balkan Wars, 1912-1913, saw Germany backing Austria-Hungary while Russia supported Serbia. These wars made it clear that Europe was heading toward a larger conflict, and that Germany was now at the center of the storm. With each crisis, Wilhelm's arrogance and impulsiveness pushed Germany closer to war. Bismarck had kept Europe in balance. Wilhelm was tearing that balance apart. But one of his earliest and biggest mistakes, the one that set all of this in motion, was letting the Reinsurance Treaty with Russia expire. One of Wilhelm's first major blunders was allowing the Reinsurance Treaty between Germany and Russia to lapse. It was a decision that would have far-reaching consequences, pushing Russia into the arms of Germany's longtime enemy, France, and setting the stage for the alliances that would define World War I. So how did this happen? Why did Wilhelm II abandon a treaty that had kept Germany secure? And how did this single mistake push Europe closer to global conflict? Let's dive into the story. To understand why the end of the Reinsurance Treaty was so devastating, we first need to look at what the treaty actually was and why Bismarck had created it in the first place. After unifying Germany in 1871, Bismarck knew that his new empire was surrounded by potential enemies. France, still humiliated from its defeat in the Franco-Prussian War, was eager for revenge. Austria-Hungary and Russia, Germany's eastern neighbors, had their own ambitions in the Balkans. If Germany wasn't careful, it could end up fighting on two fronts, a nightmare scenario that could spell disaster for the young empire. Bismarck's solution was to keep Russia close while isolating France. He first created the Three Emperors League in 1873, an alliance between Germany, Austria-Hungary and Russia. But tensions between Austria and Russia over the Balkans made the alliance unstable. In 1879, Bismarck took a decisive step. He signed the dual alliance with Austria-Hungary, a military pact that promised mutual defense if either power was attacked by Russia. This angered the Russian Tsar, but Bismarck was prepared. To prevent Russia from becoming a threat, he secretly negotiated the Reinsurance Treaty in 1887. This treaty ensured that Germany and Russia would remain neutral if either was attacked by a third party, unless Germany attacked France or Russia attacked Austria. Essentially, it reassured Russia that Germany wasn't siding completely with Austria, keeping Russia from seeking alliances elsewhere. It was a delicate but brilliant balance. Germany had a firm alliance with Austria, but the Reinsurance Treaty kept Russia from turning hostile. Meanwhile, France remained isolated and alone, unable to challenge Germany without allies. It was a masterpiece of diplomacy, and for as long as Bismarck was in power, it worked. Everything changed in 1890, when Kaiser Wilhelm II dismissed Bismarck. Wilhelm was young, ambitious, and arrogant. He saw himself as a bold leader who would make Germany a global superpower, not just a European one. He despised Bismarck's cautious diplomacy, seeing it as overly complicated and unnecessary. One of Wilhelm's first major foreign policy decisions was to let the Reinsurance Treaty expire. There were several reasons behind Germany's decision not to renew the Reinsurance Treaty with Russia. One of the most significant was Wilhelm II's deep distrust of Russia. Unlike Bismarck, who had valued pragmatic diplomacy, Wilhelm admired Britain and envisioned Germany as a natural partner of the British Empire. He believed that Germany's future lay in strengthening its ties with Britain rather than maintaining secret agreements with Russia. In his view, the Russian Tsar was unpredictable and unreliable, making a continued alliance with Russia unnecessary and even undesirable. Another key factor was the influence of Germany's new chancellor, Leo von Caprivi. After Bismarck's dismissal, Wilhelm appointed Caprivi, a military general with little diplomatic experience, to lead Germany's government. Unlike his predecessor, Caprivi did not see the need for Germany to maintain a complex web of alliances. He wanted to simplify Germany's foreign commitments and believed that the Reinsurance Treaty directly conflicted with Germany's alliance with Austria-Hungary. Caprivi feared that by maintaining the treaty with Russia, Germany would send mixed signals to Austria, its closest ally. As a result, he chose to let the treaty lapse rather than risk straining Germany's relationship with Vienna. However, the most devastating factor was a critical miscalculation by Wilhelm and Caprivi. They wrongly assumed that Russia had no alternative but to maintain friendly ties with Germany, even without a formal agreement. They believed that Russia's deep political and ideological differences with France would prevent the two from forming an alliance. Confident that Russia had nowhere else to turn, they saw no real danger in abandoning the treaty. But this proved to be a disastrous mistake. When Germany failed to renew the agreement, Russia felt betrayed and exposed, no longer having any guarantees of German neutrality. Fearing a potential threat from Austria-Hungary and Germany, Russia sought security elsewhere, and the only major power willing to provide that support was France. The collapse of the Reinsurance Treaty was one of Wilhelm II's greatest mistakes. In just a few years, he had undone decades of careful diplomacy. Bismarck had kept Germany safe by ensuring that France remained isolated and that Russia remained friendly. Wilhelm's reckless decisions destroyed that balance, leaving Germany surrounded by enemies. Now, with the Franco-Russian Alliance in place, Germany was trapped. If war broke out, it would have to fight on two fronts, against Russia in the east and France in the west. And as we'll see in our next video, this growing isolation would soon lead to an even more dangerous development, the formation of the Triple Entente. For nearly 2 decades, Bismarck had ensured that Russia remained at least neutral, preventing Germany from ever facing the nightmare of a two-front war. But Wilhelm II, driven by arrogance and misplaced confidence, abandoned Bismarck's careful diplomacy. He believed Russia had nowhere else to turn and that Germany could focus on strengthening its ties with Britain instead. This was a catastrophic miscalculation. Without German assurances, Russia felt isolated and vulnerable. Seeing no other choice, it began looking elsewhere for security. And there was only one major power willing to help: France, Germany's bitter enemy since the Franco-Prussian War. What happened next would permanently change the balance of power in Europe. The birth of the Franco-Russian Alliance, 1894, marked the moment when Germany's worst fear became reality. It was now surrounded by hostile powers, facing the very two-front war that Bismarck had spent his entire career working to prevent. How did this alliance come to be? How did France and Russia, two nations with little in common, overcome their differences to unite against Germany? And how did Wilhelm's reckless foreign policy help push them together? This is the story of how Germany's enemies grew stronger and how Wilhelm's failures set the stage for the global catastrophe to come. In 1894, Germany's worst geopolitical nightmare became reality. For years, Otto von Bismarck had skillfully kept Europe's great powers divided, ensuring that Germany remained secure. But just 4 years after his forced resignation, that delicate balance collapsed. France and Russia, two nations with little in common politically, signed a military alliance that would reshape the future of Europe. This alliance turned Germany's strategic position from dominant to vulnerable. No longer could Germany rely on Russia's neutrality to prevent a war on two fronts. Instead, Germany now faced the terrifying prospect of fighting both France and Russia at the same time, something Bismarck had spent his entire career working to prevent. But how did this happen? Why did Russia, which had once been a close diplomatic partner to Germany, turn toward France instead? And how did Wilhelm II's reckless foreign policy help push two unlikely partners into each other's arms? To understand the formation of the Franco-Russian Alliance, we need to go back to the early 1890s, when Germany made one of the greatest diplomatic mistakes in modern history. The seeds of the Franco-Russian Alliance were sown in 1890, when Kaiser Wilhelm II decided not to renew the Reinsurance Treaty, a secret agreement that had kept Russia neutral and ensured that Germany would not face a two-front war. Wilhelm, convinced that Russia would never ally with Republican France, saw the treaty as unnecessary and believed Germany's future lay with Britain, not Russia. But this decision proved disastrous. Without German assurances, Russia suddenly felt isolated. The growing military strength of Germany and its close ties to Austria-Hungary made Russian leaders increasingly nervous. They feared that without German support, Austria might feel emboldened to expand further into the Balkans at Russia's expense. By abandoning the Reinsurance Treaty, Wilhelm II unknowingly pushed Russia into the arms of its former adversary, France. For decades, France had been Europe's most isolated great power. Ever since its crushing defeat in the Franco-Prussian War, 1871, France had been diplomatically sidelined by Bismarck. Germany had kept France weak and isolated, ensuring it had no allies that could help it seek revenge for its humiliating loss of Alsace-Lorraine. But France never stopped searching for a way to break out of its diplomatic isolation. The loss of Alsace-Lorraine remained an open wound, and French leaders knew they could never challenge Germany alone. That's why the failure of the Reinsurance Treaty was such an opportunity. With Germany turning its back on Russia, France saw a chance to form an alliance that could shift the balance of power in Europe. At first, the idea of an alliance between Russia and France seemed unlikely. Russia was a conservative, autocratic empire led by the Tsar, while France was a democratic republic that had violently overthrown its monarchy. The two nations had vastly different political systems, ideologies, and ambitions. But in foreign policy, pragmatism often outweighs ideology. Both nations had a common enemy, Germany. While Germany's abandonment of Russia made a Franco-Russian alliance possible, it did not happen overnight. Several factors helped push the two powers closer together. One of the most important was economic cooperation. Russia was eager to modernize and industrialize, but it needed foreign investment to do so. France, which had a strong banking sector, was willing to provide that investment. French loans helped finance Russian railways, industries, and military modernization. By the early 1890s, French capital was pouring into Russia, strengthening the economic ties between the two nations. But economic ties alone were not enough to form an alliance. The real turning point came in 1891, when Russia and France signed a military convention. This agreement stated that if either country was attacked by Germany or its allies, the other would provide military assistance. Over the next few years, joint military planning between France and Russia intensified as both nations prepared for the possibility of war against Germany. Finally, in 1894, the Franco-Russian Alliance was formally signed. It was a direct response to Germany's growing power and aggression, and it sent a clear message. If Germany attacked either France or Russia, it would now have to fight on two fronts. The significance of the Franco-Russian alliance cannot be overstated. It completely altered Germany's strategic position in Europe. Before 1894, Germany could rely on the fact that Russia and France had no formal military commitments to each other. Bismarck had always ensured that Russia remained at least neutral, preventing Germany from ever being surrounded. But Wilhelm II's reckless diplomacy shattered that advantage. Now, for the first time, Germany faced the very scenario Bismarck had worked so hard to prevent: the possibility of a two-front war. If Germany went to war, it would now have to divide its military forces between fighting France in the west and Russia in the east. This stretched Germany's resources thin and made any future conflict far more dangerous. The Franco-Russian alliance also created a diplomatic chain reaction. With Germany now facing a united France and Russia, Britain, a traditional rival of both, began to rethink its own position. While Britain did not immediately align itself with either power, the worsening tensions between Germany and Britain in the early 1900s would eventually push Britain into the arms of France and Russia, forming the Triple Entente. Wilhelm II had not just lost Russia. He had set in motion the very alliances that would lead to Germany's ultimate downfall. Rather than learning from his mistakes, Wilhelm II doubled down. Instead of pursuing new diplomatic partnerships, He responded to Germany's growing isolation by increasing military spending and adopting a more aggressive stance in world affairs. This shift in German policy became known as Weltpolitik, or world policy. Wilhelm dreamed of transforming Germany into a global superpower, one that could rival Britain and France on the world stage. But instead of strengthening Germany's position, this aggressive approach would only deepen its isolation. One of the central pillars of Weltpolitik was the expansion of the German navy. Wilhelm was obsessed with naval power and believed that Germany could not be a true world power unless it had a fleet capable of challenging Britain's Royal Navy. This obsession would lead to the Anglo-German naval arms race, one of the key events that would further isolate Germany and push Britain into the arms of France and Russia. But Wilhelm's arrogance did not stop there. In the coming years, his reckless diplomatic blunders, including the First Moroccan Crisis, 1905, the Second Moroccan Crisis, 1911, and his disastrous handling of the Balkan Wars, would make Germany even more isolated. The Franco-Russian Alliance was a turning point in European history. It ended Germany's diplomatic dominance, isolated it on the world stage, and set the stage for the alliances that would shape World War I. Wilhelm II had inherited a Germany that was strong, secure, and dominant under Bismarck. But his reckless policies destroyed Bismarck's careful diplomacy, pushing Russia into France's arms and creating the very coalition that would one day bring Germany to its knees. But this was only the beginning of Wilhelm's disastrous leadership. His next major move, Weltpolitik, would see Germany abandon even more diplomatic caution in favor of aggressive expansionism. Before we move on, let's delve deeper into his Weltpolitik and the naval arms race he started with Britain. By the end of the 19th century, Germany was a young and ambitious power. It had only been unified in 1871 under the guidance of Otto von Bismarck, a man who had carefully crafted a diplomatic strategy to keep Germany secure and respected. His policies of Realpolitik, a pragmatic approach to diplomacy, ensured that Germany remained at the center of European politics without making unnecessary enemies. But all of that changed when Kaiser Wilhelm II came to power in 1888. Unlike Bismarck, Wilhelm II had little patience for careful diplomacy. He was impulsive, egotistical, and obsessed with Germany's global status. Where Bismarck had worked to maintain alliances and prevent conflicts, Wilhelm II believed that Germany needed to assert itself aggressively on the world stage. His foreign policy, known as Weltpolitik, aimed to transform Germany into a major global empire. One of Wilhelm's most ambitious and reckless moves was his attempt to challenge Britain's naval dominance. He admired Britain's Royal Navy, viewing it as the ultimate symbol of power. But instead of maintaining good relations with Britain, Wilhelm sought to outbuild and outmatch it. His desire to create a massive fleet would soon spark a dangerous arms race, forcing Britain to abandon its isolationist policy and seek alliances with France and Russia. As Germany's naval expansion continued, so did its diplomatic isolation. Instead of being respected, Germany was increasingly seen as a threat by its European rivals. Britain, France, and Russia, three powers that had their own tensions, began to unite against Germany, setting the stage for a series of international crises. In this video, we'll break down Wilhelm II's reckless Weltpolitik, the Anglo-German naval arms race, and how Germany's foreign policy alienated its potential allies. To understand Weltpolitik, we must first understand the man who shaped it. Kaiser Wilhelm II was a complex and deeply flawed ruler, and we have done a sole video on his childhood, which you should check out. But to give a short recap. Born with a crippled left arm, Wilhelm grew up insecure about his physical limitations. Overcompensating with an obsession for military glory and dominance, he had a love-hate relationship with Britain, admiring its power but resenting its superiority. His mother was British, and he was the grandson of Queen Victoria, yet he viewed Britain's global empire with jealousy. When Wilhelm ascended to the throne in 1888, he inherited a strong and secure Germany. Bismarck had spent years keeping Germany out of unnecessary wars, ensuring that it remained at peace with both Russia and Britain. But Wilhelm had no interest in Bismarck's careful diplomacy. He wanted Germany to be seen as an aggressive imperial power, a nation that demanded respect, not one that played cautiously. In 1890, Wilhelm forced Bismarck to resign, ending an era of stability. Almost immediately, he began to reshape German foreign policy. One of his first mistakes was letting the Reinsurance Treaty with Russia expire, an agreement that had previously ensured friendly relations between Berlin and St. Petersburg. Without it, Russia drifted toward France, forming an alliance that Bismarck had worked hard to prevent. Weltpolitik was Wilhelm's response to Germany's growing ambition. It was based on three major goals. First, Wilhelm sought to expand Germany's empire. Unlike Britain and France, which had vast colonial holdings, Germany had only recently acquired a handful of overseas territories, mostly in Africa and the Pacific. Wilhelm saw this as unacceptable. He believed that Germany deserved a place in the sun, a phrase that became the defining slogan of his expansionist policies. Second, Wilhelm wanted Germany to dominate global trade and commerce. He saw economic expansion as a way to solidify Germany's status as a world power. But this goal put Germany in direct competition with Britain and France, whose colonial empires already controlled many of the world's key markets and resources. Third, and most importantly, Wilhelm believed that Germany needed a navy to match Britain's Royal Navy. He saw Britain's naval superiority as a direct challenge to Germany's rising power. Unlike Bismarck, who had kept Germany's military focus on the continent, Wilhelm was determined to turn Germany into a global naval power. This decision would prove to be one of the most dangerous miscalculations of his reign. Germany's shift toward Weltpolitik upended the balance of power in Europe. Instead of solidifying Germany's position, Wilhelm's aggressive policies alarmed Britain, France, and Russia, making war more likely. But nowhere was this shift more obvious than in the Anglo-German naval arms race, a competition that would forever alter the course of European history. Germany's ambitions for global power led to a direct confrontation with the world's leading naval power, Britain. The Royal Navy was unmatched in size and strength, controlling the world's major trade routes and ensuring Britain's economic and military dominance. Wilhelm, however, was determined to challenge this supremacy. The man responsible for implementing this strategy was Admiral Alfred von Tirpitz. In 1897, Tirpitz became Germany's State Secretary of the Navy. He argued that if Germany could build a fleet powerful enough to threaten Britain, it could force Britain to respect Germany as an equal power. This idea became known as the Tirpitz Plan. The first step was the naval laws of 1898 and 1900, which significantly expanded Germany's fleet. Under these laws, Germany committed to building a powerful navy, including modern battleships and cruisers capable of operating across the world's oceans. But the British response was swift and decisive. In 1906, Britain launched the HMS Dreadnought, a revolutionary battleship that made all previous warships obsolete. This forced Germany to race to catch up, leading to an expensive and unsustainable arms race. The consequences of this naval rivalry were profound. Britain, feeling increasingly threatened by Germany's rapid naval expansion, abandoned its long-standing policy of splendid isolation and strengthened diplomatic and military ties with France and Russia. This shift marked a major turning point in European politics, as Britain, once reluctant to entangle itself in continental alliances, now stood firmly against Germany. Meanwhile, Germany's aggressive push for naval supremacy alienated potential allies and reinforced its image as a militaristic threat, further isolating it on the world stage. To make matters worse, the enormous financial burden of building a competitive navy strained the German economy, diverting resources from domestic needs and increasing internal unrest. Rather than securing Germany's position as a global power, Wilhelm II's reckless ambition only deepened Germany's diplomatic and economic vulnerabilities, pushing Europe closer to conflict. Instead of making Germany stronger, the naval race backfired. Germany had spent vast resources building a navy that still couldn't match Britain's fleet. Worse still, it had pushed Britain into the arms of its enemies, laying the groundwork for the alliances of World War I. But Wilhelm's aggressive policies didn't just affect Britain. They also escalated tensions with France, leading to Germany's first major diplomatic failure, the First Moroccan Crisis of 1905. Before Wilhelm's reign, Britain, France and Russia had competing interests and often distrusted one another. However, Germany's increasingly aggressive foreign policy forced these rival powers into a closer partnership. Britain, in particular, had long maintained a policy of splendid isolation, avoiding entangling alliances in European affairs. But as Germany rapidly expanded its fleet, Britain could no longer ignore the threat. Wilhelm had assumed that Britain might eventually align with Germany, given their shared cultural and economic ties. Instead, the opposite happened. Britain responded by strengthening its alliance with France, formalizing the Entente Cordiale in 1904. This agreement, which initially settled colonial disputes between the two powers, quickly evolved into a strong military and diplomatic partnership. Meanwhile, Russia, which had been growing wary of Germany, moved closer to France. The Franco-Russian Alliance, signed in 1894, was already in place, but Germany's belligerent diplomacy and naval buildup convinced Russia to deepen its cooperation with France. Germany, now surrounded by hostile alliances, was in a far weaker position than it had been under Bismarck. The reckless ambitions of Weltpolitik had not strengthened Germany. It had alienated potential allies and made Germany look like an aggressive, unpredictable power. This rising tension would soon erupt into an international crisis. In 1905, Wilhelm II directly challenged France's influence in Morocco, expecting Britain to stay neutral. Instead, he found himself diplomatically outmaneuvered, suffering his first major political humiliation. By 1905, Germany was increasingly concerned about the growing closeness between Britain and France. Wilhelm II believed that France was becoming too confident and needed to be challenged. He also hoped that by disrupting France's influence in Morocco, he could drive a wedge between Britain and France, preventing their alliance from solidifying further. The crisis escalated, leading to the Algeciras Conference in 1906, where the major European powers gathered to discuss Morocco's future. Germany expected support, particularly from Russia and Britain. But to Wilhelm's shock, Britain firmly backed France. Even Russia, despite its recent defeat in the Russo-Japanese War, sided with France. The conference ended in humiliating failure for Germany. France retained its influence in Morocco, while Germany walked away empty-handed, having only increased its diplomatic isolation. Instead of showing Germany's strength, the crisis exposed its weaknesses, revealing that Britain, France and Russia were firmly aligned against it. This was a turning point in European diplomacy. Weltpolitik had not secured Germany's dominance. It had backfired spectacularly, and this was just the first of many diplomatic blunders that would push Europe closer to war. Germany's aggressive foreign policy was supposed to earn respect and prestige. Instead, it isolated Germany and made it look like a reckless and dangerous force in European politics. And now, with Germany's first major diplomatic test in Morocco, the cracks in Weltpolitik were beginning to show. But this was only the beginning. The First Moroccan Crisis set a dangerous precedent. Germany was willing to challenge European powers head-on, but it lacked the diplomatic strength to back up its ambitions. This failure would only make Wilhelm more aggressive in the years to come, leading to even greater conflicts and crises. In our next video, we'll dive deeper into the First Moroccan Crisis of 1905-1906, exploring how Wilhelm's diplomatic blunder further pushed Germany toward war. At the turn of the 20th century, Europe was rapidly transforming under the pressures of industrialization, imperialism, and growing nationalism. Among the great powers, Germany's position was unique. It was a rising military and industrial powerhouse, but also politically isolated. Under Kaiser Wilhelm II, Germany's foreign policy was marked by inconsistency, unpredictability, and a desire to assert dominance on the world stage. Wilhelm's aggressive Weltpolitik, an expansionist and often confrontational approach to foreign relations, was meant to position Germany as the dominant global power. However, this strategy had the opposite effect, especially in Europe, where Germany found itself increasingly alienated from key allies. One of Wilhelm's most significant foreign policy moves was the naval expansion, which directly antagonized Britain, the world's most powerful naval nation. The British had long been accustomed to maintaining naval supremacy, and Germany's rising naval power threatened this position, pushing Britain closer to France. Meanwhile, Wilhelm's failure to renew critical diplomatic agreements, particularly with Russia, left Germany vulnerable in its relations with other powers. As the German Empire began to feel more and more isolated, Wilhelm's foreign policy was starting to show signs of tension. It was in this context of growing European anxiety that Morocco, a strategically important region in North Africa, became a flashpoint. Germany saw an opportunity to challenge the status quo, specifically targeting the growing Anglo-French alliance. France had long been interested in expanding its influence in Morocco, a vital region for both strategic and economic reasons. But the real question was whether his bold strategy would succeed or backfire. What began as a calculated move in Morocco would soon become one of Germany's greatest diplomatic miscalculations, a turning point that would have major consequences for Europe in the years to come. This video will explore how Wilhelm's reckless interference in Morocco led to one of Germany's first significant diplomatic failures, pushing Europe one step closer to war. In order to understand why Kaiser Wilhelm II chose Morocco as the focal point for his diplomatic challenge, we need to understand the broader context of European colonial ambitions and the geopolitical situation of the time. France had already established a strong presence in North Africa, notably in Algeria, and had long cast an eye on Morocco as a prime opportunity for expansion. For France, securing control over Morocco was crucial for consolidating its position in the Mediterranean and bolstering its colonial empire. However, Germany saw France's increasing influence in Morocco as a potential threat to the balance of power in Europe. In 1904, Britain and France signed the Entente Cordiale, a landmark agreement that settled many of their colonial disputes, including the issue of Morocco. Through this agreement, Britain recognized France's special interests in Morocco, while France acknowledged Britain's rights to Egypt. This agreement was a critical step in the rapprochement between the two nations, who had once been bitter rivals. However, for Germany, the Entente Cordiale signaled the rise of an even more dangerous geopolitical alliance. As a rising power, Germany felt increasingly sidelined by this newfound unity between two of the most powerful nations in Europe. Wilhelm's response to the Entente Cordiale was to challenge France's control over Morocco. At the time, Wilhelm miscalculated Britain's commitment to France and assumed that Britain would not risk a major conflict in North Africa. Wilhelm believed that by supporting Moroccan sovereignty and claiming Germany's right to influence the country's future, he could exploit a fracture in the Entente and reassert Germany's position as a dominant European power. The German government, under Wilhelm's leadership, put forward a bold proposal. Germany would demand an international conference to resolve the question of Morocco's future. Germany hoped to internationalize the issue, calling for a diplomatic solution that would neutralize French influence and open the door for Germany to exert its own interests. Wilhelm believed this approach would force Britain to choose between supporting France or siding with Germany. If Britain sided with France, Germany could expose the Entente as a frail agreement and weaken the bond between the two powers. However, this was a dangerous gamble that would soon spiral out of control. March 1905 marked a defining moment in Germany's foreign policy under Wilhelm II. In a move that would shock Europe and alter the course of diplomacy, Wilhelm traveled to Morocco, making a public appearance in the city of Tangier. This dramatic gesture was intended to signal Germany's support for Moroccan sovereignty, directly challenging France's growing control over the region. Wilhelm's speech in Tangier was a bold declaration of Germany's intentions, claiming that Germany had just as much right as France to influence Morocco's future. The speech itself was an aggressive challenge to France, and its implications were far-reaching. Wilhelm proclaimed that Morocco should remain independent and not fall under the exclusive control of France. In his rhetoric, he made it clear that Germany was not just defending Morocco's sovereignty, but also asserting Germany's interests in the region. His actions and words were carefully designed to humiliate France and expose what Wilhelm believed were cracks in the Franco-British alliance. Germany's influence, Wilhelm hoped, would be restored by forcing Britain to abandon France, which would have weakened the Entente and undermined the balance of power in Europe. However, Wilhelm's dramatic intervention in Tangier quickly backfired. Rather than exposing divisions between Britain and France, his actions united the two powers. The British, who had been cautiously drawn closer to France in the previous years, saw Wilhelm's interference in Morocco as a direct challenge to their interests. Britain had long considered Morocco a strategic concern, and Wilhelm's public stance undermined British influence in the region. Instead of forcing Britain to remain neutral, Wilhelm inadvertently solidified the British commitment to France's position. In the face of mounting diplomatic pressure, Germany's actions pushed both France and Britain to call for an international conference to resolve the situation. This conference, held in Algeciras, Spain, in 1906, would be Germany's chance to assert its position on Morocco. At the Algeciras conference, the stakes were high. Germany presented its case for Morocco's internationalization, hoping to gain support for a neutral, multilateral approach to the region. Germany's representatives sought to gather backing for Morocco's independence, but they were quickly met with resistance from almost every major European power. Despite Germany's efforts, the outcome of the conference was a diplomatic disaster. The conference highlighted Germany's growing isolation in Europe. While Germany hoped to rally support for its claims, it found itself largely standing alone. Most of the other powers, including Austria-Hungary, Germany's closest ally, distanced themselves from Germany's aggressive stance. Even Austria-Hungary, which traditionally supported Germany, did not fully back Wilhelm's actions, signaling that Germany's reputation had suffered. In the end, the Algeciras conference confirmed France's position as the dominant power in Morocco, much to Germany's dismay. Morocco's fate was decided in favor of France, while Germany's efforts to break the Franco-British Entente had failed spectacularly. The First Moroccan Crisis had profound consequences for Germany, and its diplomatic fallout would reverberate for years to come. The crisis highlighted the fundamental weaknesses in Wilhelm II's foreign policy and the disastrous consequences of his erratic decision-making. The most immediate effect was Germany's growing diplomatic isolation. The crisis exposed how Germany's aggression in Morocco had alienated its potential allies, with even Austria-Hungary unwilling to fully back Wilhelm's actions. In contrast, Britain and France emerged from the crisis with their alliance strengthened. Rather than being driven apart, the Entente Cordiale was solidified, as both powers found themselves united against Germany's interference. By challenging France and failing to garner support for its cause, Germany's international standing was significantly diminished. This diplomatic failure exposed the growing weaknesses of Wilhelm II's foreign policy. His impulsiveness and lack of foresight were becoming clear to Europe's other great powers. Rather than playing a calculated diplomatic game, Wilhelm acted on his instincts, often without fully considering the long-term consequences and unable to navigate the complex web of alliances and rivalries that defined European politics in the early 20th century. The fallout from the Moroccan crisis was just one of several incidents that pushed Europe closer to war. In our next video, we'll delve into the Bosnian Crisis of 1908, an event that saw Austria-Hungary annex Bosnia and Herzegovina, drawing fierce opposition from Serbia and Russia. This crisis further destabilized the delicate balance of power in Europe, exacerbating tensions between the great powers. The Balkans had long been one of the most unstable regions in Europe. It was a place where great empires clashed with rising nationalism, and nowhere was this more evident than in Bosnia and Herzegovina. For centuries, these lands were ruled by the Ottoman Empire, but by the late 19th century, Ottoman control was crumbling. Revolts, nationalist uprisings, and constant warfare had left the region in turmoil. After the Russo-Turkish War of 1877–78, the great powers convened at the Congress of Berlin, 1878, to decide the fate of the Balkans. Austria-Hungary, which had ambitions of expanding its influence in the region, was granted the right to administer Bosnia and Herzegovina, but the territory still officially belonged to the Ottoman Empire. For Austria-Hungary, Bosnia was a key strategic asset. It controlled access to the Adriatic and provided a buffer against the growing power of Serbia. But for Serbia, the presence of Austria-Hungary in Bosnia was an insult. Many Serbs lived in Bosnia, and nationalist groups within Serbia believed that Bosnia rightfully belonged to them, not Austria. This tension would boil over in 1908, sparking a diplomatic crisis that brought Europe to the brink of war. Austria-Hungary's bold move, the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. In 1908, a political revolution erupted in the Ottoman Empire, the Young Turk Revolution. Reformers in Istanbul overthrew the Sultan's autocratic rule and pushed for democratic reforms. To Austria-Hungary's leaders, this posed a serious problem. If the Ottoman Empire regained political stability, it might try to reassert its sovereignty over Bosnia and Herzegovina, removing Austria's control. Seeing an opportunity, Austria-Hungary acted quickly and decisively. On October 6, 1908, Emperor Franz Joseph announced the formal annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, officially absorbing the provinces into Austria-Hungary. The reaction across Europe was immediate and explosive. Serbia, which had long considered Bosnia part of its national destiny, saw the move as a blatant act of aggression. In Belgrade, nationalist outrage surged, with demands for retaliation against Austria. Russia, Serbia's closest ally, was equally furious, not only because Austria had expanded its influence in the Balkans, but because it had done so without consulting St. Petersburg. The Ottoman Empire, still the legal sovereign of Bosnia and Herzegovina before the annexation, protested the loss of its territories, though it was too weak to take any meaningful action. A diplomatic firestorm had begun, and as tensions rose, all eyes turned to Germany and Kaiser Wilhelm II, whose response could determine whether this crisis led to war. When news of the annexation reached Wilhelm II in Berlin, he was initially shocked. Austria-Hungary had not consulted Germany before acting, a bold and dangerous move. Typically, such a drastic action would be coordinated between allies, but Austria-Hungary had acted unilaterally, expecting German support afterward. Wilhelm II was frustrated, but he also recognized that Germany had no choice but to support Austria-Hungary. Under the dual alliance of 1879, Germany was committed to standing by Austria in any conflict. And from Wilhelm's perspective, the Balkans were a secondary issue compared to Germany's growing rivalry with Britain and France. Wilhelm II may have been reckless, but he was also pragmatic. If Germany abandoned Austria-Hungary now, it would lose its most important ally in Europe. So, despite his initial reservations, Wilhelm sent a strong message of support to Emperor Franz Joseph. He assured Austria that Germany would stand by its ally, no matter the consequences. But as Wilhelm soon discovered, this wasn't just a dispute between Austria and Serbia. Now Russia was getting involved. For Tsar Nicholas II, Austria's annexation of Bosnia was nothing short of an unacceptable betrayal. Russia had just suffered a humiliating defeat in the Russo-Japanese War, 1904-1905, leaving its international standing severely weakened. Eager to reassert Russian influence in the Balkans, Nicholas had hoped for a diplomatic success that would restore prestige to his empire. Instead, Austria-Hungary had acted unilaterally, expanding its power at Russia's expense and undermining its authority in the region. Backing down was not an option. Across Russia, nationalist fervor surged. Newspapers called for war, denouncing Austria's actions as a direct challenge to Slavic unity. The Russian military, still recovering from its disastrous campaign in the Far East, pressed the Tsar to mobilize troops in support of Serbia. Meanwhile, Serbia, emboldened by what it believed to be guaranteed Russian support, began making preparations for a potential conflict. This was the most dangerous moment of the crisis. If Russia declared war on Austria-Hungary, Germany, bound by its alliance with Vienna, would be forced to intervene. And if Germany clashed with Russia, France and Britain, Russia's potential allies, could be drawn in as well. In the autumn of 1908, Europe stood on the precipice of a full-scale war, 6 years before the First World War would finally erupt. As the crisis escalated, Wilhelm II decided to intervene personally. Unwilling to see Austria-Hungary face Russian aggression alone, he took matters into his own hands. The Kaiser sent direct and forceful warnings to Tsar Nicholas II, making Germany's position unmistakably clear. Any Russian military move against Austria would be met with German force. Wilhelm saw himself as Austria's staunch defender, and he was determined to stand by his ally at all costs. His message was blunt. If Russia marched against Austria, then Germany would march as well. This put Russia in a difficult position. The Russian military, still in the process of recovering from its disastrous defeat in the Russo-Japanese War, was in no condition to fight a war against both Austria-Hungary and Germany. To make matters worse, France and Britain, while sympathetic to Russia, were hesitant to get directly involved in a conflict over the Balkans. With no realistic path to military victory, Russia was forced to back down in March 1909, accepting Austria's annexation of Bosnia. For Serbia, the outcome was a bitter humiliation. Having counted on Russian support, Serbian nationalists now found themselves abandoned. Without a powerful ally willing to intervene, Serbia had no choice but to reluctantly accept Austria-Hungary's expansion. Wilhelm II and Germany had seemingly won the crisis. Austria had solidified its hold over Bosnia without firing a shot, and Russia had been forced into a humiliating retreat. But beneath the surface, the victory was not as complete as it seemed. Russia would not forget this diplomatic defeat, and Serbian resentment toward Austria-Hungary would only deepen. Wilhelm had asserted German strength, but in doing so, he had sown the seeds of future conflict. The Bosnian crisis had passed, but the tensions it created would not fade. They would only fester, leading Europe ever closer to the catastrophe of 1914. At first glance, Wilhelm II seemed to have emerged from the Bosnian crisis stronger than ever. He had proven Germany's unwavering loyalty to Austria-Hungary, standing by his ally in its boldest territorial move yet. Russia, despite its bluster, had been forced into a humiliating retreat, unable to back Serbia or challenge Austria's annexation. For Wilhelm, this was a clear demonstration of German strength. His forceful diplomacy had worked, and he had imposed his will on the situation without a single shot being fired. Serbia, too, had been humiliated, its nationalist ambitions temporarily deflated. On the surface, it appeared to be a decisive German victory. But beneath that triumph, the crisis had set in motion forces that would prove disastrous in the long run. Russia, deeply embarrassed by its failure, seethed with resentment. The Tsar and his ministers vowed that they would never again allow Germany and Austria to dictate terms in the Balkans. The sting of the Bosnian humiliation would push Russia toward a more aggressive stance in future crises, ensuring that the next time war loomed, backing down would no longer be an option. Serbia, far from being pacified, was now more determined than ever to resist Austrian influence. Its nationalist fury, instead of fading, only intensified, fueling the rise of radical secret societies like the Black Hand. Groups that would soon conspire to strike back at Austria in the most dramatic way possible. The crisis also had a lasting impact on the European alliance system. If there had been any doubts before, Russia now firmly committed itself to defending Serbia in any future conflict, ensuring that any clash in the Balkans would have the potential to spiral into a continental war. The divisions between the great powers became more rigid, the lines more clearly drawn. Diplomacy had averted war in 1909, but it had done so at the cost of making future diplomacy nearly impossible. Wilhelm II, ever confident in his own abilities, believed that he had preserved peace. In reality, he had helped ensure that the next great crisis in the Balkans would not be solved through negotiation, but through war. 5 years later, in the streets of Sarajevo, the storm that had been brewing since the Bosnian Crisis would finally break, dragging all of Europe into catastrophe. The Bosnian Crisis of 1908-1909 was a turning point in European diplomacy. It showed that the alliances of Europe had become rigid, inflexible, and dangerously militarized. Wilhelm II's decision to stand by Austria-Hungary may have been necessary, but it also deepened Germany's rivalry with Russia and Serbia, and by extension with France and Britain. The next time war loomed in the Balkans, there would be no backing down. And in 1914, when Austria and Serbia clashed once again, the world would be dragged into the deadliest conflict it had ever seen. Wilhelm II had won the Bosnian Crisis. Germany had backed Austria, forced Russia to retreat, and kept the balance of power intact. But victory came at a price. Resentment festered, alliances hardened, and Europe edged closer to the brink. Yet Wilhelm was not done testing his rivals. Just 2 years later, he would set his sights on North Africa, once again challenging France in a bold display of German power. This time, he would send a warship steaming toward the Moroccan coast, threatening Europe with war yet again. First Moroccan crisis of 1905 was Germany's attempt to undermine French plans, but instead it backfired spectacularly, strengthening the bonds between France and Britain. By 1911, the international situation had evolved significantly from the events of 1905-06. France had firmly established itself as the dominant power in Morocco, but tensions were still high in the region. Morocco was experiencing significant political instability due to internal uprisings and rebellions. This provided France with the perfect pretext to expand its control over the country. The French aimed to restore order, protect their interests, and solidify their dominance. However, Germany had not given up on its goal to challenge France's position in Morocco. While the French were preparing to intervene in Morocco, Germany saw an opportunity to act and reassert itself as a global power. In March 1911, when France began moving troops to Morocco to restore order following the Berber revolt, Germany acted decisively. The German government sent the gunboat Panther to the Moroccan port of Agadir under the pretext of protecting German nationals. This was, however, a clear provocation. Germany was challenging France's ability to control Morocco, and the move was designed to test the limits of French and British resolve. The deployment of the Panther in Agadir came as a shock to both France and Britain, the latter of which had become more closely aligned with France in the years following the First Moroccan Crisis. For Germany, the hope was that France would have to back down in the face of this challenge, thereby gaining concessions from the French. The deployment also tested the strength of the Entente Cordiale. Would Britain back up France in the face of German aggression? For France, the situation was critical. Losing Morocco to German influence would be a diplomatic and economic blow, and it was clear that any French retreat would further weaken their standing in Europe. The French government reacted swiftly, sending reinforcements to Morocco and preparing for military action if necessary. At this point, Britain's role in the crisis was crucial. The British government under Prime Minister Herbert Asquith had already begun to grow closer to France following the First Moroccan Crisis, and the Entente Cordiale was now fully in place. Britain's support for France in this crisis was unwavering. The British public and press also reacted strongly, pushing for Britain to stand by France, which only further isolated Germany. The Second Moroccan Crisis quickly escalated into a global showdown involving several of the major European powers. The immediate response from France was to escalate its military presence in Morocco, reinforcing its control over the region. The French were not about to let Germany's challenge go unanswered, and they began to position their forces to defend their interests in Morocco. The Kaiser's miscalculations were a key factor in Germany's failure to achieve its objectives. Wilhelm II had grossly underestimated the resolve of both France and Britain, and he failed to grasp the implications of his actions. His impulsive decisions, sending the Panther to Agadir without fully assessing the potential international response, highlighted his failure to predict the consequences of his actions. In addition to Germany's diplomatic missteps, the media played a pivotal role in shaping public opinion. In both Germany and Britain, the press stirred up nationalist fervor, with many calling for more aggressive action against the other side. The German press in particular painted France as the aggressor, while the British press warned of the dangers of a German attempt to destabilize Europe. As the crisis deepened, both sides engaged in diplomatic negotiations. Germany, seeing the growing strength of the Entente, ultimately backed down. However, this didn't come without concessions. Germany received compensation in the form of territorial gains in the Congo. Despite the diplomatic resolution, the crisis had revealed just how isolated Germany had become, and it exposed the cracks in German foreign policy. France formally established a protectorate over Morocco, further consolidating its hold on the region. While the immediate tension was diffused, the damage had already been done to Germany's standing on the international stage. Germany's diplomatic position had significantly weakened. The Second Moroccan Crisis showed just how isolated Germany had become. It had attempted to challenge France's colonial influence and, in doing so, had united its enemies against it. In the years following the crisis, the divide between Germany and the Entente continued to widen. As tensions in Europe mounted, it became increasingly clear that war was inevitable. The diplomatic failure of the Second Moroccan Crisis was one of many signs that Germany was losing the international struggle for influence and would eventually face the consequences of its actions. This crisis, along with the earlier confrontations, laid the groundwork for the final powder keg that would ignite the war, the Balkan Wars of 1912. Today, we examine the First and Second Balkan Wars, and while Wilhelm and Germany weren't directly involved, his influence and decisions during would help to influence how it played out, as well as how it set up future events. Wilhelm's ambitions for global influence led him into one diplomatic disaster after another, from the Moroccan crises to his reckless naval arms race. But now, the flames of war are spreading to a region far closer to Germany's doorstep, the Balkans, a place Wilhelm barely understood, yet one where his blind support for Austria-Hungary would set the stage for catastrophe. Wilhelm, despite all his bluster and bravado, was walking straight into a nightmare of his own making. By the early 1900s, the Balkans were a powder keg. The Ottoman Empire, once the dominant force in the region, was crumbling, leaving behind a power vacuum. The newly independent Balkan states, Serbia, Bulgaria, Montenegro and Greece, saw an opportunity to carve up what remained of Ottoman Europe. But Austria-Hungary, Germany's closest ally, saw something else, a direct threat to its empire. Kaiser Wilhelm II had spent years viewing the Balkans through a dangerously simplistic lens. To him, the region was nothing more than a chaotic battleground where barbarians fought among themselves. But what truly mattered to Wilhelm was Austria-Hungary. If Vienna felt threatened, he believed Germany had no choice but to stand by its side. This blind loyalty would prove to be one of the greatest miscalculations of his reign. Unlike Bismarck, who had carefully balanced alliances to keep Germany secure, Wilhelm had little patience for diplomacy. He saw the Balkans not as a region requiring strategic finesse, but as an extension of the Austro-German alliance. To Wilhelm, Serbia, emerging as a powerful nationalist force, was the true enemy. He saw Serbian ambitions as a direct threat to Austria-Hungary and, by extension, Germany. Serbian nationalism had already caused trouble in the 1908 Bosnian Crisis, and now, as war erupted in 1912, Wilhelm was convinced that Serbia's rise had to be stopped at all costs. What he failed to realize was that his unconditional backing of Austria-Hungary would alienate Germany further on the world stage. In October 1912, Serbia, Montenegro, Bulgaria and Greece, united in the so-called Balkan League, declared war on the Ottoman Empire. Their goal was to drive the Turks out of Europe. The war was swift and brutal. Within weeks, the Ottomans were in full retreat. The Balkan League crushed the Ottoman armies, capturing vast territories, including Macedonia, Kosovo and much of modern-day Albania. For Germany, this was an alarming development. Wilhelm had long cultivated close ties with the Ottoman Empire, investing heavily in projects like the Berlin-Baghdad Railway. The fall of Ottoman rule in the Balkans weakened Germany's influence in the region, threatening its strategic interests. Even worse, the war boosted Serbian confidence, something Austria-Hungary saw as an existential threat. Wilhelm, however, refused to acknowledge reality. Instead, he doubled down on supporting Austria-Hungary's ambitions, reassuring Emperor Franz Joseph that Germany would stand by him no matter what. This reckless commitment gave Austria-Hungary a dangerous level of confidence. With the Ottoman Empire on its knees, the great powers scrambled to contain the chaos. A peace conference was called in London in December 1912, where the victorious Balkan states met with the European powers to determine the region's new borders. Wilhelm had the perfect opportunity to use diplomacy to stabilize the situation. But instead, he played the role of an obstinate, short-sighted leader. Rather than working to ease tensions, he refused to mediate between Austria-Hungary and Russia, despite knowing that Russian-backed Serbia was gaining influence. He encouraged Austria-Hungary's aggressive stance on Serbia, reassuring Vienna that Germany would support any measures to counter Serbian expansion. His actions only deepened the divide between Germany and the rest of Europe. At the conference, the great powers decided to create an independent Albania to block Serbian access to the Adriatic Sea. This move was meant to appease Austria-Hungary, but had the opposite effect. Serbia, now bitter over losing its path to the sea, became more determined than ever to challenge Austria-Hungary's dominance. Instead of de-escalating tensions, the settlement only fueled more resentment, and Wilhelm, ever the impulsive leader, failed to see the warning signs. The peace in the Balkans didn't last long. Within months, Bulgaria, angry over the division of spoils from the First Balkan War, turned against its former allies, Serbia and Greece. The Second Balkan War erupted in June 1913, and this time the conflict was even more chaotic. Bulgaria attacked Serbia and Greece, hoping to seize Macedonia. Serbia and Greece struck back, and the Ottoman Empire, seizing the opportunity, re-entered the war to reclaim lost land. Meanwhile, Romania also joined the fight, invading Bulgaria from the north. In just 1 month, Bulgaria was defeated. The Treaty of Bucharest, signed in August 1913, redrew the Balkan map once again, with Serbia emerging stronger than ever. This was Wilhelm's worst nightmare. Serbia had humiliated Bulgaria, a German ally, and had expanded its influence across the region. The Serbian victory also made it an even greater beacon of nationalism, a force that directly threatened the stability of Austria-Hungary's multi-ethnic empire. Meanwhile, Russia, seeing Serbia as a key ally, became more aggressive in supporting Slavic nationalism. Austria-Hungary, more desperate than ever, became convinced that Serbia had to be crushed before it was too late. Wilhelm now found himself in a trap of his own making. As the Balkan Wars ended in 1913, Wilhelm faced a grim reality. Germany had gained nothing from the conflict, and its influence in the Balkans had weakened. The Ottoman Empire, once a key German partner, had suffered devastating territorial losses. At the same time, Austria-Hungary, instead of being reassured by Germany's support, had grown more aggressive in its determination to crush Serbia. The empire was now willing to take greater risks, fully expecting Germany to back it up. Meanwhile, Russia had fully committed itself to defending Serbia, meaning that any Austrian move against Serbia could trigger a wider war. Despite these warning signs, Wilhelm refused to change course. Instead of urging restraint, he continued promising Austria-Hungary his full support, even as tensions spiraled out of control. This decision would prove fatal. Because less than a year later, in June 1914, the consequences of Wilhelm's blind loyalty would explode in Sarajevo. The Balkan Wars set the stage for the next catastrophic event, the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in June 1914, which would be the spark that ignited the First World War. The assassination, coming on the heels of these growing tensions and alliances, was the tragic moment that would send the world into a global conflict. On June 28, 1914, a single bullet fired in Sarajevo would set off a chain reaction that would lead to the First World War, forever altering the course of history. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary, heir to the throne, by Gavrilo Princip, a member of the Serbian nationalist group the Black Hand, shocked Europe and thrust it into a conflict that had been simmering for decades. But this event didn't occur in isolation. It was the result of years of reckless foreign policy, aggressive diplomacy, and the erratic leadership of one man, German Emperor Wilhelm II. Wilhelm II had long been a disruptor in European diplomacy. His decision to shift Germany's foreign policy away from the cautious stance of his grandfather, Kaiser Wilhelm I, had rippling effects that stretched across Europe. From his dramatic dismissal of Bismarck to his reckless support of Austria-Hungary, Wilhelm's policies created instability that left the continent vulnerable to conflict. In the years leading up to the assassination, Europe was already walking a tightrope. Nationalism, imperial rivalries, and the complex system of alliances made the continent increasingly volatile. But it was Wilhelm II's aggressive diplomacy and desire for Germany to assert itself on the world stage that made war seem more and more inevitable. His impulsive nature, his rejection of diplomatic conventions, and his determination to expand Germany's influence, particularly in the Balkans, meant that tensions were rising, particularly between the Central Powers, Germany and Austria-Hungary, and the Slavic world, led by Russia. Wilhelm's approach to the Balkans was simple. He supported Austria-Hungary's attempts to subjugate Serbia and other Slavic nations, viewing them as a threat to Germany's geopolitical position. This stance would come to a head in 1914, when the assassination of Franz Ferdinand would thrust Europe to the brink of war. The event that began in Sarajevo was, in many ways, the culmination of years of Wilhelm's influence on Europe's precarious balance. The assassination wasn't just an isolated incident. It was the spark that ignited a powder keg, one created largely by Wilhelm II's policies. And as the situation spiraled out of control, it was Germany's involvement and Wilhelm's aggressive response that turned a regional crisis into a world war. The Balkans had been a volatile region for years before the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, but it was under the reign of Wilhelm II that tensions truly escalated to dangerous levels. Wilhelm, inheriting the throne in 1888, quickly became known for his unorthodox and often impulsive approach to foreign policy. His decision to break with Bismarck's carefully crafted diplomacy and pursue more aggressive strategies would have lasting consequences for Europe, particularly in the Balkans. For Wilhelm II, Austria-Hungary was the linchpin of German security and influence in the Balkans. This view was shared by his close advisors, and as a result, Germany became increasingly entwined in Austria-Hungary's imperial ambitions. One of the most critical decisions Wilhelm made was to back Austria-Hungary's policies toward Serbia, despite the fact that Serbia was aligned with Russia, a country that was not only a historic rival to Germany, but also a power with its own interests in the Balkans. Wilhelm's disdain for Slavic nationalism was well known. He feared that if Serbia and other Slavic nations in the Balkans gained too much power, it could undermine Austria-Hungary's dominance in the region and, by extension, Germany's influence. This fear was compounded by the growing Russian interest in the Balkans, as Russia saw itself as the protector of Slavic peoples and sought to counter Austria-Hungary's influence. Wilhelm's desire to curb Russian power meant that he strongly supported Austria-Hungary in its efforts to suppress Serbia, which it viewed as a rebellious, troublemaking neighbor. Moreover, Wilhelm's disregard for Bismarck's careful balancing act between the great powers of Europe had far-reaching consequences. Instead of maintaining peaceful relations with Russia and Britain, he adopted a more confrontational stance, particularly after dismissing Bismarck in 1890. Wilhelm's boastful speeches and erratic behavior in the years leading up to the war only heightened tensions. His ambitious Weltpolitik, world policy, aimed at expanding Germany's influence globally, particularly through naval power, but it also exacerbated conflicts in Europe. Wilhelm's policies also directly contributed to the instability in the Balkans. Austria-Hungary, feeling the full support of Germany behind it, took increasingly aggressive actions towards Serbia, which was trying to maintain its independence and stave off Austrian influence. The Balkans, already a region of nationalist uprisings, ethnic tensions, and imperial competition, became even more dangerous under Wilhelm's influence. His alliance with Austria-Hungary emboldened the empire to adopt increasingly hardline tactics against Serbia, leading to the powder keg that would explode in 1914. The morning of June 28, 1914, dawned with the routine of a royal visit in Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia, which had been annexed by Austria-Hungary in 1908. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, and his wife Sophie were making their way through the city when tragedy struck. At approximately 10 in the morning, a failed attempt on the royal couple's lives occurred, but it was a mere prelude to what would come later that day. Around 11 in the morning, Gavrilo Princip, a member of the Black Hand, a Serbian nationalist group, seized the moment. Princip was standing on the street corner when Franz Ferdinand's car took a wrong turn and came directly in front of him. In an instant he fired 2 shots, one hitting the Archduke in the neck and the other fatally wounding his wife. Within minutes, both were dead. The assassination was an act of terrorism aimed at ending Austro-Hungarian rule in the Balkans, but it also set off a chain of events that would ultimately lead to World War I. Wilhelm II's reaction to the assassination was swift but not necessarily diplomatic. As soon as the news reached Berlin, he offered unconditional support to Austria-Hungary. He and his military advisors believed that this assassination was the perfect opportunity for Austria-Hungary to take decisive action against Serbia, which they saw as the prime instigator behind the assassination. In a moment of supreme confidence, Wilhelm issued his infamous blank check to Austria-Hungary, assuring them of Germany's full support in whatever course of action they chose to take. This was no ordinary diplomatic response. Instead of calling for calm or restraint, Wilhelm and his advisors took a hardline approach, convinced that Austria-Hungary's confrontation with Serbia could serve as a show of strength that would reinforce their dominance in the Balkans. Wilhelm's impulsive nature led him to believe that a swift, powerful response would deter Russia and other European powers from interfering. The assassination of Franz Ferdinand, while a local tragedy, was now seen through the lens of European geopolitics. What had begun as an isolated attack by a small group of radicals was rapidly being transformed into a continental crisis. Germany's decision to back Austria-Hungary unconditionally would be the linchpin that dragged Europe into war. The assassination of Franz Ferdinand and the events that followed marked the beginning of a chain reaction that would lead directly to World War I. The reckless decisions of Wilhelm II and his backing of Austria-Hungary ensured that the conflict escalated beyond anything anyone could have anticipated. What started as a regional dispute between Austria-Hungary and Serbia quickly expanded as alliances were triggered and nations were drawn into the fray. Wilhelm II's impulsive nature and his blind support for Austria-Hungary were crucial in turning a localized crisis into a world war. The blank check given to Austria-Hungary by Germany allowed the empire to pursue a hardline policy towards Serbia without fear of reprisal, and this decision ultimately led to Russia's mobilization, Germany's declaration of war, and the eventual involvement of France and Britain. By the time the dust settled, Europe was plunged into one of the deadliest conflicts in history, and Wilhelm II's leadership would be remembered as one of the critical factors that contributed to the war's outbreak. His reckless ambition, impulsive decisions, and disregard for diplomatic niceties led to a Europe that would never be the same again. On the night of June 28, 1914, Wilhelm II sat aboard his yacht in the North Sea, basking in the warmth of a summer evening. Meanwhile, the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand had sent shockwaves through Europe, but to the Kaiser, this was not yet a crisis. It was an opportunity. He believed Austria-Hungary had suffered an unforgivable humiliation, and now, at last, they had a justification to crush Serbia. What Wilhelm did not yet realize was that his response to this moment would ignite a chain reaction, a fuse leading directly to the catastrophe of World War I. When news of the assassination reached Wilhelm, his first instinct was one of outrage, but also of restraint. He had met Franz Ferdinand several times and found him stiff and difficult, yet his murder by a Serbian nationalist struck at the very foundations of monarchical rule. Despite his usual bombast, Wilhelm initially counseled Austria-Hungary to be cautious. He believed Serbia should be punished, but war, that was not inevitable, not yet. Then something changed. Wilhelm became convinced, perhaps through his own advisors, perhaps through his own ego, that this was not just about Austria-Hungary avenging Franz Ferdinand. This was about Germany standing by its only real ally. His mood darkened. The assassin, Gavrilo Princip, was a mere pawn. The true enemy, Wilhelm decided, was Russia. He saw the hand of his cousin, Tsar Nicholas II, behind Serbia's defiance. If Austria-Hungary did not act swiftly and decisively, Serbia would only grow stronger, and Russia would only become more emboldened. By early July, Wilhelm's hesitation had vanished. He declared to his ministers that Austria-Hungary should take whatever measures necessary against Serbia. Germany, he assured them, would stand by its ally no matter what. This was the moment the infamous blank check was signed, not a literal document, but an unspoken promise of unconditional German support. Wilhelm's decision to grant Austria-Hungary a free hand was rooted in a mix of arrogance, fear, and miscalculation. He believed that Russia, still reeling from its humiliating defeat in the Russo-Japanese War, would never risk a full-scale conflict. More importantly, he saw this crisis as a way to reinforce Germany's position in Europe. For years, Wilhelm had watched his once firm alliances unravel, his own reckless diplomacy, letting the Reinsurance Treaty with Russia lapse, antagonizing Britain with his naval build-up, alienating France through constant saber-rattling, had left Germany encircled. Austria-Hungary was his last real partner. If he allowed them to appear weak, Germany would stand alone. The German military, led by General Helmuth von Moltke, embraced Wilhelm's decision with alarming enthusiasm. They saw war as not just likely but necessary. Moltke, a rigid strategist obsessed with preemptive action, was convinced that if war came, it should be on Germany's terms. The sooner, the better, he told Wilhelm. Russia grows stronger by the year. And so, with a single reckless promise, Wilhelm set Austria-Hungary on a path of no return. Emboldened by Wilhelm's backing, Austria-Hungary drafted an ultimatum so extreme it was practically designed to be rejected. Serbia was given 48 hours to comply with 10 harsh demands, including allowing Austro-Hungarian officials to operate freely within Serbian borders, an outright attack on Serbian sovereignty. Wilhelm, upon reading the ultimatum, was thrilled. "Brilliant," he reportedly exclaimed. "Now even the English will see how justified we are." He remained convinced that Serbia would cave under pressure and that Russia, despite its bluster, would not act. But Wilhelm had severely misread the situation. As soon as the ultimatum became public, alarm bells rang in Russia. Tsar Nicholas II, Wilhelm's cousin, Nicky, was placed in an impossible position. Serbia was a fellow Slavic nation, and Russian public opinion demanded action. Nicholas had spent years trying to maintain peace with Germany, despite Wilhelm's repeated provocations, but this was a direct challenge. Wilhelm, ever the erratic diplomat, sent Nicholas a series of personal letters, appealing not as one ruler to another, but as family. "Dear Nicky," he wrote, urging his cousin to restrain Serbia and avoid war. Nicholas, torn between his friendship with Wilhelm and his duty to Russia, pleaded for Austria to soften its stance. "A disgraceful war has been declared on a weak country," he wrote. "I beg you to stop your allies." But it was too late. The German government, especially the military, had already concluded that war was coming. Wilhelm might have had second thoughts. He even briefly suggested a last-minute peace conference, but his advisors ignored him. Germany's war machine was in motion. The Kaiser's faith in Austria-Hungary was misplaced. While he believed they were acting decisively, in reality, they were slow and disorganized. Days passed without an official declaration of war. Wilhelm grew impatient, ranting to his ministers that Austria needed to act now or risk losing Germany's full support. When Serbia responded to the ultimatum, it was with surprising humility. They agreed to nearly every demand, except the one that would violate their sovereignty. Wilhelm saw this as a victory, a great moral success for Vienna, he wrote. Now there is no need for war. But Austria-Hungary, egged on by its own hawkish leaders, had no interest in peace. On July 28th, they declared war on Serbia. The dominoes were beginning to fall. The moment Austria-Hungary's declaration became public, Wilhelm realized the gravity of the situation. Russia began mobilizing its forces, and suddenly, the war he had assured everyone would remain localized was threatening to spiral into something much bigger. He panicked. Wilhelm ordered frantic telegrams to Vienna, telling them to halt operations and seek mediation. He reached out to Nicholas once again, trying to defuse the crisis, but it was no longer in his hands. The German military, along with Austria-Hungary, had already embraced the inevitability of war. When Russian mobilization became official, Wilhelm's remaining doubts disappeared. On August 1st, Germany declared war on Russia. 2 days later, they declared war on France. The great European war Wilhelm had spent years trying to avoid, while simultaneously making it inevitable, had begun. As the German Empire marched toward war, the alliances Wilhelm had once treated as trivial now turned against him. Britain, France, and Russia had spent years wary of one another, but now, faced with the growing threat of Germany, they found themselves bound together. Wilhelm had not just given Austria-Hungary a blank check, he had given Europe a death sentence. And soon, the entire continent would be engulfed in flames. June 28, 1914. Archduke Franz Ferdinand is dead. His assassination in Sarajevo sent shockwaves through Europe, but no one felt the impact more than Austria-Hungary. In Vienna, the aging Emperor Franz Joseph saw an opportunity to crush Serbia once and for all, but Austria-Hungary was weak. It needed Germany's backing. Enter Wilhelm II. When Austria sought his support, the German Kaiser didn't hesitate. He issued the infamous blank check, pledging unconditional German support no matter what Austria did. It was an impulsive move, one that Wilhelm likely saw as a show of loyalty to his closest ally. But he underestimated what it would set in motion, because Europe was a tinderbox, and his own foreign policy had already placed Germany in a dangerous position. The alliances he had helped create, and the enemies he had pushed together, were about to react. In St. Petersburg, Serbia turned to its protector, Tsar Nicholas II, Wilhelm's own cousin. Russia had long seen itself as the defender of the Slavs, and the idea of Austria punishing Serbia unchecked was unacceptable. The Tsar knew that allowing Austria-Hungary to act freely would diminish Russia's influence in the Balkans. However, Nicholas was hesitant. Russia had been humiliated in the Russo-Japanese War a decade earlier and was still recovering militarily and economically. He knew his empire was not ready for a full-scale war. Yet there was something even more pressing: Germany. Wilhelm had spent years warning Nicholas not to challenge German interests in the Balkans. The end of the Reinsurance Treaty had severed diplomatic ties between Russia and Germany, leaving Russia with only one major European ally, France. Now, with the Austro-German alliance strengthening, Russia feared that standing aside would mean watching its influence in Eastern Europe collapse. In response, Russia made a fateful choice. On July 30, 1914, Tsar Nicholas ordered a full mobilization of the Russian army. It was a move that could not be reversed. For Wilhelm, this was a nightmare come to life. He had told Austria to move quickly against Serbia to avoid escalation, but now it was too late. Russia was moving, and that meant Germany would have to respond. Wilhelm knew what was coming next. The Franco-Russian Alliance, signed in 1892, was one of his greatest diplomatic failures. Under Bismarck, Germany had kept France diplomatically isolated, preventing it from forming strong military alliances, but Wilhelm's reckless foreign policy had driven Russia and France into each other's arms. Now, As Russia prepared for war, the French government faced its own dilemma. Paris watched Russia's mobilization with nervous anticipation. The French leadership knew that if Russia went to war with Germany, France would have to make a choice, stand by its ally, or risk being left to fight Germany alone in the future. The decision wasn't difficult. Germany had long been France's greatest enemy. Ever since the Franco-Prussian War of 1870-71, France had been waiting for an opportunity to strike back. Wilhelm's aggressive foreign policy had done little to ease tensions. His support for Austria, his involvement in the Moroccan crises, and his relentless military build-up had only reinforced French fears that Germany was a threat to their security. But there was still uncertainty. What would Britain do? Britain and France had grown closer through the Entente Cordiale, but Britain had no formal obligation to support France in a war. Without British military backing, France would have to rely entirely on Russia. Still, the risk of doing nothing was too great. On August 1st, 1914, France ordered a full mobilization of its army. One major question remained: what would Britain do? Wilhelm still believed he could keep Britain neutral. After all, Britain's King George V was his cousin, and the two had exchanged frantic telegrams, known as the Willy-Nicky telegrams, in a last-ditch attempt to prevent war. Wilhelm saw Britain as a potential mediator, believing that personal diplomacy could sway the British government away from supporting Germany's enemies. But Britain was deeply divided. Parliament was reluctant to commit to a war on the continent, especially since there was no direct threat to British soil. The British government had a moral obligation to support France, but there was no legal requirement to do so. Many within Parliament argued that Britain should remain neutral, avoiding entanglement in a conflict that did not directly threaten the empire. Wilhelm desperately tried to sway George V. In his telegrams, he framed Germany's position as purely defensive, arguing that Germany was merely reacting to Russian aggression. But the British government saw things differently. For years, Wilhelm had pushed Britain away. His naval build-up had challenged British dominance, and his erratic diplomacy had made Germany seem unpredictable. Despite his last-minute appeals, Britain had little reason to trust Wilhelm. Then came the issue of Belgium. The one factor that could force Britain's hand was the 1839 Treaty of London, which guaranteed Belgium's neutrality. If Germany violated Belgian sovereignty, Britain would be left with no choice but to intervene. For the moment, Britain hesitated. But everyone knew that hesitation wouldn't last forever. By the beginning of August, Wilhelm II saw the disaster unfolding before him. Every alliance in Europe was now locking into place against Germany. Russia had committed to protecting Serbia, France had committed to supporting Russia, and Britain, while not yet fully committed, was moving dangerously close to intervention. The nightmare scenario of Germany being encircled by enemies was becoming reality. For years, Wilhelm had dismissed warnings that his foreign policy was isolating Germany. Now, as war loomed, he realized the full extent of what he had done. His abandonment of Bismarck's careful diplomacy, his relentless military posturing, and his obsession with proving Germany's strength had pushed Russia, France, and Britain closer together. What should have been a regional crisis had transformed into a European catastrophe. Yet even as war seemed inevitable, Wilhelm hesitated. He did not want to be seen as the aggressor. His generals, however, had no such doubts. Chief of Staff Helmuth von Moltke warned Wilhelm that if war was coming, Germany could not afford to wait. If Germany was to have any chance of victory, it had to strike first. The military had already drawn up a strategy, the Schlieffen Plan. The only way Germany could win a two-front war was by knocking France out of the fight before Russia could fully mobilize. That meant launching a lightning invasion of France through Belgium. Wilhelm wavered, but by then events had already spiraled beyond his control. The decision was no longer his alone. The dominoes had fallen. The alliances Wilhelm had tried to manipulate had now turned against him. The encirclement of Germany was complete, and war was no longer just a possibility. It was imminent. But Wilhelm still had one last decision to make. If war was coming, Germany had to act first. The only way to survive was to take the offensive before Russia and France were fully prepared. The Schlieffen Plan was set in motion, and soon Germany would make its fateful move, declaring war on Russia and France, plunging Europe into the Great War. The July crisis had reached its boiling point, and Austria-Hungary's war against Serbia had ignited a chain reaction that threatened to engulf all of Europe. For over 2 decades, Wilhelm's erratic diplomacy had alienated potential allies and reinforced the rivalries that now threatened to tear the continent apart. And yet, even as his military leaders prepared for war, Wilhelm still clung to the hope that this disaster could somehow be contained. At the very last moment, a single telegram gave him the lifeline he so desperately needed: news that Britain would remain neutral. For the first time in weeks, it seemed like war might still be avoided. But what if it was all a mistake? What if the one message that could have saved Europe from catastrophe was nothing more than a tragic error? As the final days of July 1914 unfolded, Wilhelm found himself caught between the unstoppable momentum of his own military machine and his last-minute efforts to stop the crisis from escalating into a full-scale war. Just days earlier, on July 28th, Austria-Hungary had officially declared war on Serbia. Vienna, emboldened by Germany's unconditional support, had no doubt that its actions would provoke Russia. And sure enough, by July 29th, Russia responded by beginning partial mobilization of its army, a signal that it would not stand by and allow Serbia to be crushed. This was the moment Wilhelm had feared. In theory, Austria's war with Serbia was a localized conflict, but in practice it was anything but. For decades, the alliance systems of Europe had been tightening like a noose, and now that noose was beginning to constrict. The logic of war was clear. If Russia mobilized, Germany would have to respond, and if Germany mobilized, France, Russia's closest ally, would almost certainly follow. The Schlieffen Plan, Germany's carefully crafted war strategy, dictated that Germany had to strike first. If war was inevitable, then Germany needed to launch an immediate attack on France, sweeping through Belgium and knocking out the French military before turning east to face Russia. But Wilhelm wasn't ready to accept war. Not yet. He still believed that diplomacy could prevent the crisis from spiraling out of control. On July 30th, as Russia escalated to full mobilization, Wilhelm was furious. He believed this was a sign of war, but at the same time he saw a glimmer of hope. Perhaps mobilization was only a show of force, meant to pressure Austria-Hungary into negotiations rather than signal a full-scale conflict. Determined to prevent a continental war, Wilhelm sent a personal appeal to Tsar Nicholas II, his cousin, whom he affectionately called Nicky. He pleaded with Nicholas to call off the mobilization, assuring him that Germany had no desire for war. But Nicholas, pressured by his own generals and advisers, was no longer in full control. Russia's military leaders were convinced that if they waited any longer, Germany would strike first. There was no turning back. Then, at the most crucial moment of the crisis, Wilhelm received a telegram that seemed to change everything. Britain would remain neutral. This was the best news Wilhelm could have hoped for. If Britain stayed out of the war, then France might hesitate. And if France hesitated, Russia could be pressured into backing down. The crisis could be contained after all. Wilhelm rushed to his military advisers with a radical idea. What if Germany stayed neutral? If Russia insisted that its mobilization was defensive, then perhaps Germany didn't need to declare war at all. He even suggested cancelling the Schlieffen Plan, halting all military preparations, and using diplomacy to de-escalate the situation. For a brief moment, It seemed like the nightmare could still be avoided. But Wilhelm had been deceived, not by his enemies, but by his own optimism and a critical translation error in the telegram he had received. Britain was not staying neutral. The message had been misinterpreted. Britain was still undecided, but its government was increasingly leaning towards supporting France and Russia. By the time Wilhelm realized the mistake, it was too late. In the German military high command, Wilhelm's hesitation was seen as dangerous weakness. To them, the war was already inevitable. The only question was whether Germany would act first or be forced into a defensive war on two fronts. Chief of Staff Helmuth von Moltke had no patience for Wilhelm's diplomatic maneuvering. He saw this as the final opportunity to launch the war on Germany's terms. Moltke, who had spent years preparing for war, was shocked and furious at Wilhelm's sudden change of heart. He argued that Germany had no choice but to proceed with full mobilization, as Russia was already mobilizing, and any hesitation would put Germany at a severe disadvantage. But Wilhelm, momentarily convinced that a general European war could still be prevented, dismissed Moltke's concerns. Frustrated and humiliated, Moltke was sent home in disgrace, feeling that his life's work had just collapsed. This was a devastating moment for Moltke. His entire strategy and the Schlieffen Plan relied on Germany striking first before Russia and France could fully mobilize. If Germany delayed, the plan would fall apart, and Germany would face war on two fronts with no advantage. That night, overwhelmed by stress and convinced that the Kaiser was making a catastrophic mistake, Moltke suffered a nervous breakdown. But Wilhelm's relief was short-lived. Within hours, the error in the telegram was discovered. Britain had not declared neutrality. It was still undecided, and worse, its government was leaning towards supporting France and Russia. Suddenly, Wilhelm's hopes of a localized war collapsed completely. Realizing his mistake, Wilhelm had no choice but to recall Moltke. The shaken chief of staff returned to the palace, now vindicated, and informed Wilhelm that there was no turning back. Russia was mobilizing, France would inevitably follow, and if Germany did not act immediately, it would be crushed. Reluctantly, Wilhelm gave in to the military's demands. On August 1st, 1914, Germany declared war on Russia. This moment was a turning point, not just for Germany, but for Wilhelm himself. His last attempt at diplomacy had failed, and with Moltke back in control, the German war machine was now unstoppable. With Germany now at war with Russia, France was left with no choice. The Franco-Russian Alliance had been designed specifically for this scenario. If Germany attacked Russia, France would join the war. Wilhelm, still clinging to the hope of avoiding a broader war, made a last-minute plea to French President Raymond Poincaré, asking if France would remain neutral. But it was already too late. The alliance system dictated that France had to stand with Russia. On August 3, 1914, Germany declared war on France. The Schlieffen Plan was now in motion. German troops began mobilizing toward Belgium, setting the stage for Britain's entry into the war. Wilhelm's nightmare had become reality. The conflict he had spent years trying to avoid, yet had done so much to provoke, was now unavoidable. As war engulfed Europe, Wilhelm realized how little control he had over the empire he once ruled with confidence. His belief that Germany could contain the crisis had crumbled. His own miscalculations, reckless foreign policies, and trust in Austria-Hungary had led Germany into a war it was now powerless to stop.
Germany's problem was not only the war it had entered, but the world it had already tried to claim. Long before the first mobilization orders were signed, Berlin had begun pushing outward, beyond Europe, beyond its means, and beyond Bismarck's caution. What began as pressure from industrialists and admirals became a question of prestige. What became prestige hardened into obligation, and obligation, once assumed, demanded defense. When war came to Europe, Germany did not face it alone. It faced it tethered to distant commitments, exposed coastlines, fragile colonies, and ambitions that could not be defended and could not be abandoned. This was not a sideshow to the coming war. It was part of the same gamble. Because before Germany lost control of events in Europe, it had already tested its reach across the globe.
This is Germany's global gamble, and today we follow the story of how a newly unified Germany carved out an African empire and sowed the seeds of resentment, conflict and tragedy that would haunt it long after the Kaiser's dreams faded. This is Road to Destruction, the World Wars. When Otto von Bismarck oversaw German unification in 1871, he saw no need for overseas colonies. He considered them expensive distractions from Europe's balance of power. Yet by the early 1880s, Germany's industrial giants, Krupp, Siemens, and the Hamburg shipping companies pressured Berlin to secure raw materials, export markets and naval bases to match Britain and France. Moreover, nationalist groups like the Pan-German League began demanding Weltpolitik, a world policy that would assert Germany's place among the great colonial powers. Kaiser Wilhelm I was skeptical, but Chancellor Bismarck, always the tactician, realized that colonial adventures could rally German conservatives and divert attention from social tensions at home. The opening salvo of Germany's African ambitions came in 1884, when the merchant Adolf Lüderitz negotiated a treaty with local leaders in southwest Africa, present-day Namibia. Backed by Bismarck, the German flag was raised over Lüderitz Bay. This move surprised Britain and France, who saw it as a direct challenge in the ongoing scramble for Africa. Bismarck then hosted the Berlin Conference of 1884-85, a diplomatic gathering of European powers meant to partition Africa and avoid inter-European wars. Ironically, Bismarck had previously mocked colonialism, but at the conference he emerged as a master broker, securing German holdings while avoiding open conflict with rivals. By the end of the 1880s, Germany's African empire had taken shape with four main colonies: German Southwest Africa, to today's Namibia; German East Africa, covering modern Tanzania, Rwanda and Burundi; Togo, known as Togoland; and Cameroon, present-day Cameroon. These vast territories together spanned over 2.5 million square kilometers, instantly propelling Germany into the ranks of Europe's major colonial powers. Yet, unlike Britain or France, Germany arrived late to the colonial race. It had to scramble to establish authority, often deploying minimal resources and racing to define borders before rival powers could challenge its claims. Once territories were claimed, Germany established harsh, militarized administrations. Colonial governors, often former soldiers, ruled with an iron hand, backed by local levies and imported officers. The goal was simple: extract resources, rubber, ivory, cotton, and open new markets for German industry. Colonial companies like the Deutsche Ostafrikanische Gesellschaft, German East Africa Company, became private empires unto themselves, collecting taxes, building railways, and punishing resistance with brutal expeditions. Though rail and port infrastructure expanded, it primarily served European commerce, not local needs. The most notorious chapter of Germany's African venture came with the Herero and Nama genocide, 1904 to 1908, in southwest Africa. Frustrated by settlers stealing land and cattle, the Herero rose up. Governor Lothar von Trotha responded with a policy of extermination, forcing the Herero into the desert, poisoning waterholes, and establishing concentration camps. By the genocide's end, 80% of the Herero and 50% of the Nama populations were dead. The violence shocked parts of Europe, but in Berlin, most elites considered it a grim necessity for colonial control. In German East Africa, resistance was constant, culminating in the Maji-Maji Rebellion 1905 to 1907. Inspired by spiritual leaders promising protection against German bullets,
Tens of thousands of Africans attacked colonial outposts. German troops crushed the revolt with scorched earth tactics, leaving hundreds of thousands dead from violence and famine. Despite these horrors, German leaders crowed about their new empire. By 1910, they boasted of developing rail lines, building schools, and establishing trading posts across their African possessions. Colonial boosters argued that these territories demonstrated Germany's rising global standing, offering naval stations from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean and projecting imperial prestige abroad. Yet beneath this confident facade lay severe problems that plagued German colonial rule. Administrations were chronically underfunded and riddled with corruption, unable to enforce consistent policies or provide basic governance. Settler communities often clashed with Berlin, frustrated by the central government's shifting priorities and the lack of support for local development. Meanwhile, border disputes with Britain and France remained unresolved, creating simmering tensions that threatened to spark wider conflicts. Above all, local resentment against heavy-handed rule and brutal exploitation festered, priming many of these colonies for rebellion long before the outbreak of World War I. Germany's African empire also became a tool of Weltpolitik. Kaiser Wilhelm II used colonial crises to test other powers, most famously in the First Moroccan Crisis, 1905-06, and Second Moroccan Crisis, Agadir 1911, where he tried to drive wedges between France and Britain by championing Moroccan independence. Yet these gambits backfired. Rather than weakening the Entente, they drove Britain and France closer together, isolating Germany. Meanwhile, Germany's colonial presence deepened tensions with Belgium, Portugal and Italy, smaller powers also desperate for scraps of Africa. As Europe stumbled toward war in 1914, Germany's African empire looked impressive on maps, but delivered little strategic value. The colonies were remote, expensive and vulnerable, easy targets for Entente forces. By 1915, British, French, Belgian and South African troops had occupied or isolated most German African holdings. The grand imperial dream ended almost as quickly as it began. Germany's African adventure left behind scars still visible today, disrupted communities, altered economies, and memories of genocide that remain part of Africa's historical trauma. While Germany's colonial empire in Africa was short-lived, it foreshadowed the reckless ambitions of Europe's great powers, ambitions that would help drive the world toward the abyss of 1914, and Africa was only one part of Germany's global gamble. In Asia and the Pacific, Kaiser Wilhelm's Germany dreamed of building an Eastern empire that would project power across oceans and secure a place among the world's great naval powers. This is road to destruction, the World Wars. At the heart of Germany's ambitions in Asia lay the Kiautschou Bay Concession, a 540-square-kilometer slice of China centered on the port city of Tsingtao, modern Qingdao. In 1897, Germany used the murder of 2 German missionaries as a pretext to seize the bay from the weakened Qing dynasty. The following year, China was forced to lease Kiautschou Bay to Germany for 99 years. Tsingtao became a model German colonial port. Railways, modern docks and European-style buildings transformed it into a showcase of German power and efficiency in the Far East. Beer brewed at Tsingtao Brewery began exporting worldwide, a symbol of imperial ambition turned commercial success. But Kiautschou was more than a trading outpost. It was a deep-water naval base strategically located on the Yellow Sea, giving Germany a foothold in East Asia and the ability to threaten rival powers like Japan, Russia and Britain. While Kiautschou Bay remained Germany's prized possession in East Asia, the empire also extended its reach across scattered islands in the Pacific. In 1899, Germany secured control over German Samoa, following delicate negotiations with Britain and the United States. That same year, Germany acquired the Caroline, Mariana, and Marshall Islands, purchasing them from Spain after its defeat in the Spanish-American War. Though these islands were small and remote, they provided crucial coaling stations for German steamships and warships navigating the vast Pacific Ocean. These territories also fed Kaiser Wilhelm II's grand vision of establishing a German Pacific Empire. However, much like Germany's African colonies, these far-flung acquisitions stretched Berlin's finances and administrative capabilities thin. Settler populations remained sparse, profits were limited, and tensions with other colonial powers over these strategic holdings remained high. At the turn of the century, China was convulsed by the Boxer Rebellion, 1899 to 1901, a violent uprising fueled by anti-foreign, anti-Christian sentiment. The Boxers, a secret society practicing martial arts and mysticism, sought to expel all foreign powers and missionaries from Chinese soil. This revolt threatened the interests and lives of many imperial powers, including Germany. Germany joined the Eight-Nation Alliance: Britain, France, Russia, Japan, the US, Italy, Austria-Hungary, and Germany itself, to brutally suppress the rebellion. German troops landed with orders from Kaiser Wilhelm II to show no mercy. His infamous Hun speech urged soldiers to instill terror, recalling the ferocity of the Huns to intimidate the Chinese. The rebellion's suppression resulted in massive civilian casualties and punitive reparations imposed on China, further weakening the Qing dynasty. While Germany gained temporary prestige and reaffirmed its presence in East Asia, the brutality also fueled deep Chinese resentment that would simmer for decades. The Boxer Rebellion marked Germany's harshest military engagement outside Europe before World War I and exposed the limits of German imperial power in Asia, a prelude to future conflicts with Japan and other regional powers. Germany's Asian adventures were inseparable from Weltpolitik, the global policy championed by Wilhelm II after Bismarck's dismissal. Unlike Bismarck's cautious, Europe-focused diplomacy, Weltpolitik sought prestige through colonies, a massive navy, and overseas bases. In Asia, Weltpolitik meant confronting other empires in a crowded field. The rise of Japan as a modern power and Russia's expansion in Manchuria left Germany with fewer opportunities. Kyushu and the Pacific Islands were impressive on paper, but limited in economic and military value compared to Britain's or Japan's holdings. Though Germany's Asian empire never matched those of older colonial powers, it planted seeds of conflict. Tsingtao became a strategic target for Japan in 1914, leading to Germany's first major territorial loss in World War I when Japan seized the concession. The Boxer Rebellion experience and tensions in the Pacific also foreshadowed Germany's later rivalries with Japan and the US as the world moved toward even greater global conflict. Perhaps nowhere was Berlin's overseas gamble more audacious or more fateful than in the crumbling Ottoman Empire. This is road to destruction, the World Wars. At the heart of this relationship was a grand project, a railway stretching from Berlin to Baghdad. This steel artery symbolized Germany's rising power and the Ottomans' desperate search for support. But it also exposed the Ottoman heartlands to European intrigue, igniting rivalries that would soon drag empires into war. By the late 19th century, the Ottomans were known as the sick man of Europe. Defeats by Russia, revolts in the Balkans, and humiliations at the hands of Britain and France left the empire tottering. Vast debts forced Istanbul to hand over control of customs and revenues to European creditors through the Ottoman Public Debt Administration, effectively putting the empire's finances under foreign control. Yet the Ottomans still held immense strategic value. They controlled the vital crossroads between Europe, Asia, and Africa, and the routes to India and the Persian Gulf. Whoever influenced the Ottoman sultans could tilt the balance of power. While Britain and France carved up Africa and Asia, Germany looked east. Bismarck had kept Germany out of Ottoman affairs, but after his dismissal in 1890, Kaiser Wilhelm II embraced a new vision, Weltpolitik. He dreamed of transforming Germany into a world power, and the Ottomans, with their geopolitical position, seemed a perfect partner. Berlin offered what the Ottomans needed most: military expertise, loans, and technology. By the 1890s, German officers were training the Ottoman army, German engineers were modernizing Ottoman artillery, and German banks were financing Ottoman infrastructure. This new relationship promised mutual benefit, but it also gave Berlin unprecedented influence in Istanbul. The crown jewel of German-Ottoman cooperation was the Berlin-Baghdad Railway. Conceived in the 1890s and launched in 1903, this railway aimed to connect Germany's industrial heartland with the Persian Gulf, a route that would bypass the British-controlled Suez Canal and deliver German goods directly to Asia. For the Ottomans, the railway promised to bind the fractious empire together, strengthening control over distant provinces in Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and the Arabian deserts. For Germany, it opened the possibility of trade, resource extraction, and a strategic route to challenge British supremacy. But to Britain and Russia, it looked like a dagger pointed at their colonial interests. The British feared German access to the Persian Gulf and India. The Russians worried it would tilt the balance in the Caucasus and Central Asia. Every mile of track laid heightened international tensions. Railways were just one part of the growing German-Ottoman bond. German firms sold the Ottomans modern rifles, artillery, and warships. German officers, including the famous Colmar von der Goltz, reorganized Ottoman military academies and advised the sultans on defense. Wilhelm II's personal interest in the empire turned these ties into something resembling an alliance in waiting. His visits to Istanbul and Jerusalem in 1898 showcased Germany's new role as a protector of the Ottomans and of Muslims worldwide. The Kaiser styled himself as a friend of Islam, hoping to rally Muslim opinion against Britain and France. The railway and Germany's growing influence set off alarm bells across Europe. Britain scrambled to counter German moves with its own railway concessions in Persia. France pressured Istanbul to grant its companies economic privileges. Russia watched uneasily, fearing that Germany would use the Ottomans as a wedge to project power into the Caucasus and the Black Sea. By the early 20th century, the Ottomans found themselves pulled between rival empires offering loans, weapons, and threats. But of all these suitors, Germany seemed the only one eager to see the Ottoman Empire survive, at least as long as it served Berlin's interests. What began as investment and military aid soon created a deep interdependence. By the eve of the First World War, the Ottoman army's reliance on German officers and munitions made it almost impossible to remain neutral if Germany went to war. The Berlin-Baghdad Railway, envisioned as an economic lifeline, became a symbol of German ambition and Ottoman vulnerability. The same steel tracks meant to carry trade would one day carry armies. In 1889, Wilhelm II became the first German emperor to set foot in the Ottoman Empire, meeting Sultan Abdulhamid II in Istanbul. But it was his second visit in 1898 that truly captured the world's attention. Riding triumphantly through Jerusalem, Wilhelm donned a white parade uniform and declared himself the protector of 300 million Muslims under Ottoman rule. His speeches emphasized Germany's friendship with the sick man of Europe, offering moral and material support. Newspapers from London to St. Petersburg watched with alarm as Wilhelm made headlines across the Islamic world, earning him the nickname Haji Wilhelm. Wilhelm's dramatic overtures were more than vanity. His advisors, especially Friedrich von Holstein and later Bernhard von Bülow, saw Islam as a geopolitical tool. By aligning with the Ottomans, Germany hoped to rally Muslim subjects in British India, French North Africa, and Russian Central Asia against the Entente powers. This strategy, later known as Pan-Islamism, aimed to weaponize religious solidarity for German aims. It was a risky game. It promised unrest in rival empires, but risked further destabilizing the already fragile Ottoman domains. In 1908, the Young Turk Revolution forced Sultan Abdülhamid II to restore the Ottoman constitution and introduce a new era of parliamentary politics. Though Abdülhamid remained on the throne until 1909, real power quickly shifted to the Committee of Union and Progress, COP, a nationalist modernizing movement seeking to save the empire. For Germany, the Young Turks were both a challenge and an opportunity. They distrusted European powers, yet desperately needed foreign aid. German officers like Colmar von der Goltz had already earned respect in Istanbul, and the COP viewed Germany as a counterweight to Britain and Russia. Meanwhile, Wilhelm's prestige in Ottoman lands remained strong. His flamboyant gestures and promises of support still resonated with both conservatives and reformists desperate for allies. From 1908 to 1914, German diplomats worked tirelessly to secure a formal alliance. Arms sales to the Ottomans increased dramatically. Krupp artillery, Mauser rifles and German warships bolstered Ottoman forces. Military missions expanded beyond army training to include naval modernization under Admiral Guido von Usedom. These exchanges cemented German influence over Ottoman strategy. By 1913, the Ottoman leadership, especially War Minister Enver Pasha, saw Germany as the empire's best hope for revival and survival. As the Balkan Wars, 1912-1913, humiliated the Ottomans and stripped them of nearly all European territory, Ottoman leaders felt more cornered than ever. Russia's growing presence in the Black Sea and British-French influence over Ottoman finances left Istanbul with few options. German promises of support became irresistible. When the July crisis erupted in 1914, after the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, Ottoman leaders moved quickly to secure German backing. The signing of the secret Ottoman-German alliance on August 2, 1914, committed both powers to mutual support and ensured the Ottomans would join the Central Powers in the Great War. What began as a cautious cooperation had, over 3 decades, evolved into a formal alliance. Germany and the Ottoman Empire, bound by shared fears and desperate ambitions, now stood together against the Entente. Their partnership would reshape the Middle East, deepen the conflict in Europe, and help turn a Balkan crisis into a truly global war. And with that, we conclude our special mini-series Germany's Global Gamble, exploring how the Kaiser's overseas ambitions and Ottoman entanglements pushed Europe ever closer to catastrophe.
Germany did not stumble into catastrophe by accident. It arrived there through a series of deliberate choices, some cautious, some ambitious, all shaped by a belief that power could be managed, contained, and ultimately controlled. By 1914, the empire Bismarck had designed to preserve peace through restraint had been transformed into a state willing to gamble stability for influence. The alliances were signed, the railways laid, the commitments made. When the crisis came, Germany did not lack strength. What it lacked was room to step back. This is Road to Destruction, the World Wars.